Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Talazar. The clash of steel against steel echoes across the training grounds as I watch the newest recruits struggle through their forms. Their movements lack the fluid precision that separates a warrior from a corpse. But they're learning. The obsidian scales along my arms catch the afternoon light as I demonstrate the proper angle for a killing strike, my fangs gleaming as I speak. Your blade should sing as it moves, not clatter like loose stones. The young Naga before me adjusts his grip, sweat beading along his bronze skin. I've seen 1,000 like him, eager, untested, convinced they understand what it means to serve the realm. Most will learn. The rest will die quietly, forgotten. A shadow falls across the training circle. I don't need to turn to know someone approaches with purpose. The shift in the air tells me everything. My golden eyes remain fixed on the recruit as he attempts another strike. Again. Warlord Vorn. The voice carries the breathless quality of someone who's run hard to find me. I finish watching the recruit's form better, though still sloppy, before turning to face the messenger. Young, barely past his first century, with the nervous energy of someone who'd rather be anywhere else. Speak. His throat works as he swallows. There's been an incident in the city center, sir. The guard requests your presence. I raise one brow, the venom lines along my neck catching the light. The training ground has gone silent around us, every recruit straining to hear what could possibly require the attention of a warlord. I gesture for them to continue their drills, though their movements remain distracted. An incident. The words taste flat in my mouth. Elaborate. A theft, sir. In the main market. The perpetrator was caught, but... My voice drops lower, the kind of tone that makes grown Naga reconsider their life choices. Are our guards suddenly incompetent? Do they require my guidance to handle a common thief? The messenger's scales ripple with barely controlled anxiety. The thief is fighting back, sir. She managed to acquire a weapon and has barricaded herself. The guards could handle it, of course, but... She? Yes, sir. A female. And there's a child involved. I coil slightly, bringing myself to my full height. The motion is instinctive, predatory. What manner of creature requires a warlord's attention to subdue? Is she some lost goddess? A dark elf in disguise? The messenger's expression shifts, and for a moment I catch something like disdain in his features. She's human, sir. The laugh that escapes me is sharp, humorless. Human. Of course. A human has our mighty guards cowering behind their shields? Not cowering, sir. His spine straightens with wounded pride. But she's made a scene, drew a crowd, started shouting about justice and corruption. He pauses, clearly uncomfortable. The captain thought an example should be made. Public order. I study his face, reading the unspoken message. A human making accusations in the market square, drawing attention, making our people listen to words that should never reach Naga ears. The kind of situation that festers if left untended, that makes other humans think they can speak out of turn. An example. The words roll off my tongue as I consider. Public executions serve their purpose, remind everyone of their place in the natural order. But timing matters. Context matters. Where in the market? The main thoroughfare, sir, near the Fountain of Vadia. Of course. The most visible location possible, where traders from across the realm gather to conduct business, where every Naga of consequence might witness whatever spectacle this human has created, where whispers become rumors and rumors become problems. I nod once, decisive. I'll handle it. The messenger's relief is palpable. Thank you, sir. The guards will be glad of your presence. Dismissed. He retreats with obvious haste, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the sound of continued training. I watch the recruits for another moment, noting how their attention wavers between their drills and the conversation they've overheard. Word will spread quickly through the barracks a human causing enough trouble to summon the warlord himself. Let them talk. Let them remember what happens when the natural order is challenged. I turn from the training grounds, my scales catching the light as I move. The walk to the city center isn't long, but it gives me time to consider what I'll find. Humans in Nagaland exist at our sufferance, pets and playthings for those wealthy enough to afford such luxuries. Most understand their position instinctively, keeping their eyes down and their voices quiet. But occasionally one forgets. The scent hits me first fear, sweat, and something else. Something metallic that speaks of blood already spilled. As I round the corner into the main thoroughfare, the crowd comes into view, a writhing mass of scaled bodies pressing forward with the morbid fascination of predators scenting wounded prey. The Fountain of Vatia dominates the center of the square, its carved serpents eternally poised to strike, water cascading from their fanged mouths in endless streams. But today, the usual flow of commerce has ground to a halt. Merchants abandon their stalls, leaving precious goods unattended as they crane their necks for a better view. The air thrums with anticipation, that electric tension that precedes violence. I push through the outer ring of spectators, my presence creating ripples of recognition. Conversations die mid-sentence. Bodies shift aside without conscious thought, the same instinct that drives smaller creatures from a hunting ground. My reputation precedes me like a shadow, and today I'm grateful for it. Warlord Vorin approaches, someone whispers, the words carrying across the crowd like wildfire. The inner circle parts more reluctantly, these Naga close enough to see whatever spectacle has drawn such attention. I catch glimpses through the gaps, flashes of bronze armor, the gleam of drawn weapons, the taut postures of warriors in a standoff. When the crowd finally gives way completely, I see her. The woman stands with her back pressed against the fountain's base, one arm extended to grip what appears to be, I blink, certain my eyes deceive me, a market vendor's display pole. Someone has hastily sharpened the metal tip, creating a makeshift spear that she wields with surprising competence. Blood runs from a cut along her temple, another across her forearm, but her stance remains steady, defiant. She's human, clearly. Dark skin gleams with sweat and determination, coils of black hair escaping from whatever style once contained them. But there's something in the way she moves, the fluid precision of her defensive positioning, that speaks of training far beyond what any slave should possess. 6 guards surround her in a loose semicircle, their bronze scales catching the afternoon light. I recognize the formation containment rather than assault. They could have ended this in seconds, yet they hang back, weapons raised but unused. Their faces carry the particular frustration of warriors denied their purpose. Warlord. Captain Nizith steps forward, relief evident in every line of his massive frame. His hood flares slightly in deference, though his golden eyes remain fixed on the human. We were awaiting your orders. Orders? I let my gaze drift across the scene, taking in details my subordinates have missed. For one human with a sharpened stick? The captain's jaw tightens. She's been speaking treasonous words, sir, accusing the guards of... I can hear what she's saying perfectly well. And I can. Her voice carries across the square, each word sharp and clear despite the ragged edge of exhaustion. Don't care about your laws when they're built on blood. When children starve while your nobles feast on enough. The word cracks like a whip, silencing not just the woman but the entire crowd. I step closer, studying her with the attention I'd give a particularly interesting tactical puzzle. Tell me, human, what crime led to this dramatic display? She shifts slightly, adjusting her grip on the makeshift weapon. Her hazel eyes meet mine without flinching, a feat that impresses me despite myself. Most Naga struggle to maintain eye contact when I focus my attention on them. Crime? A bitter laugh escapes her. The crime of keeping someone alive. Elaborate. Her chin lifts in challenge. I took medicine, food, things we needed to survive. Theft, then. I circle slightly, forcing her to track my movement. The guards adjust their positions accordingly, but I wave them back with a subtle gesture. Punishable by public execution, as I'm sure you know. For trying to keep... She catches herself, the words dying on her lips. Interesting. Whatever she was about to say, she's reconsidered its wisdom. It's then I notice the way she stands, not just pressed against the fountain for protection, but positioned deliberately to shield something. Someone. The realization makes me pause mid-step, my golden eyes narrowing as I peer past her defensive stance. A child crouches behind her, small hands gripping the fabric of her worn tunic. The boy can't be more than 8 or 9, thin in the way that speaks of chronic hunger. His face is turned down, dark curls falling across his features like a curtain. And who might this be? I ask, my voice deceptively casual. The woman's grip tightens on her weapon. No one. Just... Look at me, child. The command carries the weight of absolute authority, the kind of voice that compels obedience even from those who should know better. The boy's shoulders tense, and slowly, reluctantly, he raises his head. The world stops. Silver-ringed slit pupils stare back at me, set in irises that shimmer like molten metal. Eyes I've seen before, in a face that once smiled at me across war councils and shared meals. Eyes that belong to one bloodline alone, a bloodline that should have died 8 years ago in a pool of blood and broken dreams. My breath catches in my throat, the sound barely audible but somehow thunderous in my own ears. Around me, the crowd continues their restless murmuring, oblivious to the earthquake that's just shattered my understanding of the world. Those eyes. Sarakel's eyes. I'd spent most of my life with the prince. I was his personal guard and his closest friend. And still I could do nothing when he died. The venom lines along my neck pulse with sudden heat as my heart hammers against my ribs. I force my expression to remain neutral, years of political training overriding the chaos in my mind. But inside, memories cascade like falling stones. Sarakel and I traveling, us out drinking, nights he confided in me, wishing to leave his position and find real meaning. So many secrets he shared with me over the years. Never once had he told me he had a child. Yet here stands living proof that somehow impossibly, that future had found a way to endure. The boy's eyes dart away from mine quickly, clearly trained to avoid such direct contact. Smart. Anyone else seeing those distinctive features would recognize what they represent a claim to the throne that could tear the realm apart. My mind races through implications. If this child is truly Sarakel's son, then he's the legitimate heir to the crown. Never mind that I'm certain he's half human. Never mind the scandal it would create. The bloodline doesn't lie, and those eyes mark him as royal beyond any doubt. But why is he here, in the market square, hidden behind a human woman who clearly is trying to protect him? Was she once one of Sarakel's lovers? Did he even know about the boy? I look at the woman again, noting details I'd missed before. The fierce protectiveness in her stance, the way she positions herself to shield not just his body, but his face from view. The practiced efficiency with which she handles her weapon, despite its makeshift nature. She knows. She has to know something. and I need to know everything she does. "What's your name?" I ask her, my voice carefully controlled. Does it matter? Her defiance hasn't wavered, though I catch the slight tremor in her hands. "You're going to kill me either way." "Names have power," I reply, stepping closer. The guards tense, ready to intervene if she strikes, but I'm beyond caring about a sharpened pole. "I prefer to know who I'm dealing with." She hesitates, clearly weighing the wisdom of answering. The boy Sarakel's son, the thought still feels impossible, presses closer to her back, and something in his movement seems to decide her. Naysera. Naysera. I taste the name, filing it away with all the other details I'll need to unravel this mystery. "And the boy?" "Calum." The name washes over me. Sarakel had a grandfather named Calum, one he greatly respected, one that no one else would name their child after. The crowd grows restless around us, their bloodlust unabated by the delay. They came expecting swift justice, the kind of brutal efficiency that maintains order in the realm. Instead, they're witnessing what must appear to be an extended interrogation of a worthless human. Captain Nizith clears his throat pointedly. "Your orders, sir." I study the scene again, the defiant woman, the hidden prince, the hungry crowd, the frustrated guards. Too many moving pieces, too many variables to control in such a public setting. Whatever decision I make here will be witnessed by dozens of Naga, discussed in taverns and noble halls across the city within hours. The smart play would be simple. Execute them both, quickly and publicly. Eliminate the threat to stability that the boy represents. Remove the woman who clearly knows too much. Maintain order. Preserve the status quo. Honor the promises I've made to the realm. But Sarakel's eyes stare up at me from his son's face, and I remember other promises. Older ones, spoken in blood and shadow. I swore to protect my friend, and here is his bloodline. The faint ache that I always feel when I think of Sarakel pulses through me. I barely survived his death, barely survived the ambush that ended him. And after, I awoke with strange magic that punishes me whenever I think of my friend. But being this close to his son, it has the magic, the curse reacting more than anything else ever has.
Chapter 2. Naysera. The warlord's golden eyes burn into mine, and I refuse to look away. Every instinct screams at me to drop my gaze, to show the submission these monsters expect, but I clamp my jaw tight and stare right back. Behind me, Calum's small fingers twist in my tunic, his body trembling against my legs. "Stay close," I whisper, without moving my lips, barely breathing the words. The massive Naga circles me like a predator sizing up wounded prey. His scales catch the afternoon light, obsidian edged with silver that ripples with each calculated movement. There's something different about the way he looks at Calum, not the casual dismissal I'd expect from a creature who sees humans as walking furniture, but something that makes my skin crawl with unease. Horror. That's what flickers across his reptilian features when his gaze lands on the boy. But underneath it, something worse. Recognition. My grip tightens on the makeshift spear, knuckles white against the metal shaft. The tip wavers slightly, not from fear, but from exhaustion. I've been fighting for what feels like hours, and my arms burn with the effort of keeping 6 armed guards at bay. Blood from the cut on my temple has dried sticky against my cheek, and the wound on my forearm throbs with each heartbeat. "You're running out of strength," the warlord observes, his voice carrying that same casual authority that makes other Naga scramble to obey. This display grows tiresome. "Then walk away," I snap back, shifting my stance to better shield Calum. The boy presses closer, his breathing quick and shallow against my back. I can feel his terror in the rigid line of his small body, but he doesn't make a sound. Smart boy. He learned early that silence keeps us alive. The crowd around us grows restless, their initial fascination curdling into bloodthirsty impatience. I catch snatches of conversation, complaints about interrupted business, demands for swift justice, speculation about what manner of prolonged death awaits us. Their scaled faces shine with anticipation, fangs glinting as they smile and whisper among themselves. Entertainment, that's all we are to them. Such defiance, the warlord muses, taking another step closer. The guards mirror his movement, tightening their circle like a noose. Tell me, Nicera, what did you imagine would happen when you chose theft over starvation? Did you think our mercy would extend to brave words and noble intentions? My name on his lips makes my stomach twist. I don't like how he says it, like he's tasting something he wants to remember. I imagined we'd die either way. At least this way you'll remember we existed. A laugh rumbles from his throat, low and genuinely amused. Oh, I'll remember you. The question is what form that memory will take. His golden eyes flick to Calum again, and that strange expression crosses his features once more. The boy shifts against my legs, and I feel rather than see him peek around my hip. Whatever the warlord sees in that glimpse makes his entire body go still, like a hunting cat that's spotted its prey. No, I breathe, angling my body to completely block his view. Whatever you're thinking, the answer is no. You presume to know my thoughts. I know that look. The spear trembles in my grip, and I curse the betrayal of my own weakness. I've seen it before. Men who see something they want to break, something they want to own. You won't touch him. The warlord's hood flares slightly, an oddly reptilian gesture that sends ice down my spine. And you believe you can prevent me? I adjust my stance, muscles coiling for whatever comes next. Around us the crowd's murmurs grow louder, hungrier. They're done waiting for words. They want blood on the stones, screams echoing off the fountain's carved serpents. They want the natural order restored through violence. I can try. Yes, he says softly, almost admiringly. You can try. The attack comes without warning, not from him, from the guards who've been waiting for this moment like hounds straining against their leashes. Bronze scales flash in the sunlight as they surge forward, and my makeshift weapon becomes pitifully inadequate against 6 trained warriors moving in perfect coordination. I drive the spear toward the closest guard's throat, but he deflects it with contemptuous ease. The metal shaft rings against his armoured forearm, the vibration numbing my hands. Before I can recover, another guard's tail whips around my ankles, sending me stumbling. Nicera! Calum's cry tears through the air as I fight to regain my footing. Stay back! But there's nowhere for him to go. The fountain's edge traps him against carved stone, while the guards close in from every other direction. I spin, slashing wildly with my weapon, but they're too fast, too coordinated. Years of training versus desperate improvisation, the outcome was never in doubt. A scaled fist connects with my ribs, driving the air from my lungs. I double over, gasping, and someone tears the spear from my weakened grip. Metal clatters against stone as strong hands seize my arms, wrenching them behind my back with casual brutality. No! I thrash against their hold, but it's like fighting mountains. These aren't the lazy city guards who patrol the markets. These are soldiers, warriors who've probably killed more humans than I've met in my lifetime. Let us go. The warlord watches my struggle with detached interest, like a scholar observing some fascinating experiment. He hasn't moved to help his guards, hasn't drawn a weapon or issued orders. He simply stands there, golden eyes shifting between my face and Calum's huddled form. Please, I pant, hating the word even as it leaves my lips. He's just a child. He hasn't done anything wrong. And yet sometimes our blood is all it takes to condemn us. He says it like he knows something about Calum that I don't. Like he can see who Calum really is, not that I know what that truly entails. Ice floods my veins as terrible possibilities cascade through my mind. But there's no time to process them because the warlord is moving closer, each step deliberate and predatory. The crowd presses forward, sensing the approaching peak to their afternoon's entertainment. "Bring them both," he commands, his voice carrying across the square. "To the training facility." The guards holding me exchange glances. One clears his throat nervously. "Sir, wouldn't the public square be more appropriate for the crowd?" The warlord's gaze sweeps over the assembled Naga, his expression unreadable. "Not for what I have planned." His smile is all fangs and cruel promise. "Trust me, I'll need more space and a place to hold them as I take my time." A collective shiver of anticipation runs through the spectators. This is better than a quick execution. This promises hours of entertainment, stories they'll trade in taverns for months to come. They'll imagine our screams, invent details about our final moments, compete to see who can craft the most elaborate tale of suffering. No. The word tears from my throat, raw and desperate. I wrench against the hands holding me, putting every ounce of strength into breaking free. "Please, just kill me here. Let the boy go. Kill me here." But the guard's grip is iron, and my struggles only amuse them. One chuckles as I try to twist out of his hold, his breath hot against my ear. "Save your energy, human. You'll need it for what's coming." More hands seize Calum despite his attempts to scramble away. His wordless cry of terror echoes off the fountain's stones as they drag him from his hiding place, small fists pounding uselessly against scaled arms. "Don't hurt him!" I scream, throwing my weight against my captors so violently that something in my shoulder pops. Pain shoots down my arm, but I keep fighting, keep pulling toward the boy who's become my entire world. "He's mine! You want to hurt someone, hurt me!" The warlord steps closer, close enough that I can see the faint pulse of bioluminescent lines along his neck. When he speaks, his voice is pitched low enough that only I can hear. "Fascinating," he murmurs, studying my face with clinical intensity. "Tell me, Naysera, is he your blood, or just your charge that you have to keep alive?" My blood turns to ice. There's no way he could know that unless... "Who are you?" I whisper. His smile is sharp as broken glass. Someone who has been waiting a very long time for this conversation. The guards begin moving, dragging us away from the fountain toward whatever fresh hell awaits at this training facility. The crowd follows for a few dozen yards, shouting suggestions for our torment, placing bets on how long we'll last, speculating about the sounds we'll make when the real pain begins. I fight every step of the way, heels scraping against cobblestones, shoulders burning as I struggle against the iron grip on my arms. Calum's terrified sobs cut through the noise of the crowd, each one a knife to my heart. This is my fault. My stupid, desperate choices brought us here. If I'd been smarter, if I'd planned better, if I'd found another way to keep him fed and healthy. But there was no other way. There never is, for people like us. The training facility looms ahead, a squat stone building that promises nothing but suffering. Its windows are narrow slits, designed to keep sound in rather than let light through. I've heard whispers about this place, stories that make hardened criminals weep, tales of interrogations that last for days. "Please," I try one last time, my voice breaking on the word. "I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I'll do whatever you ask. Just don't hurt him." The warlord glances back at me, those golden eyes unreadable. Oh, nice Sarah, I'm counting on it. The heavy doors swing open with a groan of ancient hinges, and darkness swallows us whole.
Chapter 3. Talazar. The heavy doors slam shut behind us with a finality that echoes through the empty training room. I turn the key in the lock, the metal clicking into place with satisfying precision. The sound of retreating footsteps tells me my guards have returned to their posts as ordered. leaving me alone with these two humans and the weight of impossible recognition. When I turn around, the scene before me stops me cold. Nicera has dropped to her knees beside the boy, gathering him against her chest with the fierce protectiveness of a mother Kilmar defending her kit. Her arms encircle him completely, one hand cradling the back of his head, while the other rubs soothing circles across his narrow shoulders. The child Calum burrows into her embrace, like she's the only safe harbor in a storm-tossed sea. "Shh," she whispers, her voice stripped of all the defiance that rang through the square moments ago. "It's all right. I'm here. I've got you." The boy's shoulders shake with silent sobs, his small fists clutching at her torn tunic. His face is hidden against her collarbone, but I can see the delicate curve of his neck, the way his dark curls catch the light filtering through the narrow windows. Every detail screams of royal bloodline, the elegant bone structure, the way he carries himself even in terror, the unconscious grace that no amount of slavery can erase. Vatia's blood. He's Sarakel's son. There's no other explanation. My dead friend's face surfaces in my memory with painful clarity, those same sharp cheekbones, the same tilt to the jaw when focused or afraid. Even the way the child curves into Nicera's embrace mirrors how Sarakel used to seek comfort in rare moments of vulnerability. I've seen that exact posture 100 times during our youth, usually after nightmares about the responsibilities waiting for him. The woman Nicera looks up at me with eyes that blaze even as tears track down her cheeks. The cut on her temple has reopened during our journey here, a thin line of blood trailing toward her ear. She doesn't seem to notice. Her entire focus remains on the boy in her arms, protecting him even now when protection is impossible. "Please," she breathes, the word barely audible. "Please, just let him go. He hasn't done anything wrong. I'll take whatever punishment you want. I'll tell you whatever you need to know, but he's just a child." The desperation in her voice cuts deeper than it should. I've heard countless pleas over the years, watched grown warriors weep for mercy they'd never receive. But something about her fierce tenderness, the way she shields this boy with her own body, stirs uncomfortable emotions I thought I'd buried with Sarakel. I force my expression to remain neutral, though my mind races with implications. If this truly is the prince's son, and every instinct tells me it must be, then this changes everything. The bloodline I believe died 8 years ago has been alive all this time, hidden among the very slaves we use and discard without thought. The irony tastes bitter. Sarakel would have been an excellent father, though he was never given the chance. But the fact that I am the one to find his child feels far too coincidental, and knowing he's being raised by a human woman who loves him with the ferocity of blood can soothe something in me. "I won't hurt you," I say finally, surprised by the truth of those words. I should want to hurt them. She's a thief who disrupted an entire district, and he's a complication I never expected to face. But looking at her cradling him, seeing the genuine terror in her eyes, I find my usual cruelty strangely absent. "Not if you tell me the truth." She nods quickly, too quickly, but doesn't release her hold on the boy. "Yes, whatever you want to know. Just please, is he your son?" I watch her entire body stiffen at the question, see the way her grip tightens protectively around small shoulders. Her jaw works silently for several heartbeats before she forces out an answer. "Yes, he's my son." The lie sits heavy in the air between us. I can smell the deception on her, not just the nervous sweat of fear, but the particular scent that humans emit when twisting truth into more palatable shapes. Her breathing changes, becomes more shallow and controlled. "I need the truth, Nicera." I keep my voice level, though frustration builds beneath the surface. "Not whatever story you've constructed to protect him." Her nostrils flare with defiance, but she doesn't meet my eyes. "I take care of him," she grits out, each word dragged from somewhere deep and painful. "That makes us family. Blood doesn't matter when you're the only thing standing between someone and death." The passion in her voice, the way she speaks of family forged by choice rather than birth, sounds disturbingly like something Sarakel might have said. My friend always believed that bonds of loyalty meant more than accidents of genetics. It's why he trusted me with his life, why he shared his doubts about the Empire's future with someone outside the royal bloodline. "Whose family?" I press, stepping closer. The scent of their fear grows stronger, but underneath it I catch something else, the scent of venom, of Naga heritage. "You said he's family, but whose? What slave could afford to keep a child alive for 8 years?" "I've done what I had to." She keeps her chin lifted. "Tell me about his mother." Naysera's face shudders completely. "She's dead. I assumed as much. Tell me about her." She was another slave. I didn't know her well." The words come too fast, practiced in the way that suggests she's told this story before. "She died right after childbirth, and I couldn't just leave him." Every instinct screams that she's dancing around the truth rather than speaking it directly. But there's enough honesty in her admission about not knowing the mother well, about being unable to abandon the child, that I believe those pieces at least. "Just a slave's son," I muse, watching her face for any tell. But slaves don't usually have children with silver eyes. At the mention of Calem's eyes, Naysera's entire body goes rigid. The boy himself stirs against her shoulder, lifting his head just enough that I catch another glimpse of those unmistakable silver rings. Royal eyes. Sarakel's eyes. She starts, then stops, clearly scrambling for an explanation that won't damn them both. "The father," I continue, letting steel enter my voice. "Silver eyes don't appear randomly in human bloodlines. So tell me, who was the father?" Her throat works as she swallows hard. When she finally speaks, the words are barely a whisper. "Naga." Of course, the confirmation I needed, though it raises as many questions as it answers. If Sarakel had taken a human lover something forbidden, but not unheard of among nobles seeking entertainment, he would have hidden it carefully. The council's reaction to discovering his indiscretions would have been swift and brutal. But this explains why the child was hidden among slaves rather than killed outright. Sarakel must have arranged for his protection, perhaps hoping to acknowledge him once the political situation allowed for such revelations. My friend always was an optimist about changing the Empire from within. "Which Naga?" I ask, though I'm certain I already know the answer. Naysera shakes her head quickly. "I don't know. I told you I didn't know his mother well. She was dying, and she gave him to me. And Her voice breaks slightly. "I couldn't let him die too." The picture becomes clearer with each admission. Some slave woman, probably beautiful enough to catch royal attention, bearing a prince's bastard in secret. Dying in childbirth while arrangements for the child's protection fell apart around her. And this fierce young woman, barely more than a child herself, taking on the impossible task of keeping a half-royal infant alive in the depths of slavery. The curse that eats at my strength flares suddenly, sending fire through my veins. It's been so long since I've thought this much about Sarakel, and it is reacting. I'm never sure if the damn thing is punishing me for letting my friend die with the way it makes me sick. I lean against the stone wall, grateful for its solid support as dizziness threatens to overwhelm me. The timing can't be coincidence. This burning sickness began the night Sarakel died, and now, faced with his hidden son, it rages with renewed fury. As if the very act of finding the boy triggers some malevolent magic, punishment for losing his father, or for finding him that I'm not sure. Naysera notices my momentary weakness, her eyes sharpening with the predatory awareness of someone who survived by reading danger in others. "Are you—" "I'm fine." I straighten, forcing the pain back into manageable levels. The woman's protective instincts are so strong, they extend even to her captors, another trait that would have appealed to Sarakel's compassionate nature. "Tell me about the pregnancy, the birth. What did the mother say about the father?" "Nothing." But there's hesitation in her voice now, the sound of someone deciding how much truth is safe to reveal. She was scared, terrified, like she knew someone was looking for her, looking for the baby. My blood turns cold. If the council discovered Sarakel's relationship before his death, if they knew about the pregnancy, then this child has been living under a death sentence for 8 years. Every day Nicera kept him alive was a direct challenge to powers that would see entire bloodlines erased for the crime of diluting royal purity. The boy Calum shifts in her arms again, turning his face enough that I can study his profile. The resemblance to Sarakel grows more pronounced the longer I look. Same nose, same stubborn set to his mouth, same way of tilting his head when listening carefully. Even the way his fingers curl against Nicera's tunic mirrors how his father used to grasp at weapon hilts during moments of uncertainty. She gave him a name, I observe. Callum. That's not a common slave name. Nicera's breathing quickens. It was what she called him. I don't know why, but I know why. Calum was Sarakel's grandfather, the king who first gave nobility less rigid structures, who believed cooperation was stronger than conquest. Sarakel spoke of him often, admired his diplomatic vision, hoped to follow his example. Naming the boy Calum would have been my friend's way of honoring his legacy while declaring his intentions for their son's future. A future that died with him 8 years ago. I need to see him. Really see him. The knowledge burns through me with the same intensity as the curse itself. Every fiber of my being recognizes something in this child, but I need confirmation beyond the surface resemblance. I need to know if the magic that flows through his veins carries the same signature as the prince I failed to save. I push away from the wall, my movements deliberate and predatory. Each step toward them sends ripples of tension through the air. Nicera's entire body coils like a spring about to snap, her arms tightening around the boy until her knuckles go white. She doesn't retreat, there's nowhere to go, but every line of her posture screams defiance, even as terror flickers in her hazel eyes. Don't! Her voice cracks like a whip. Don't come any closer. But I don't stop. Can't stop. The need to know, to confirm what my heart already accepts, drives me forward despite the way she shields Calum with her body, despite the way the curse rides through my veins like molten metal, responding to some proximity I don't yet understand. I won't hurt him. The words taste foreign on my tongue. When did I start making promises to humans? When did their comfort become something I considered at all? Like you didn't hurt us in the square? She snarls, but there's desperation beneath the anger. Like you're not going to make an example of us for everyone to see? Fair point. My reputation precedes me, built on years of swift justice and brutal efficiency. She has no reason to trust my word, no reason to believe that I might show mercy to a thief and her ward. But this isn't about mercy anymore. This is about a debt I owe to a dead friend, about promises whispered in blood as life faded from silver-ringed eyes. I stop just out of her reach, close enough that I can see the rapid pulse at Calum's throat, the way his small fists still cling to Nicera's torn tunic. He peers at me over her shoulder with those unmistakable eyes, wary, intelligent, far too old for his 8 years of life. Does he have magic? I direct the question to Nicera, though my gaze never leaves the boy. No. Her answer comes too quickly, too sharp. He's just human. Just a child who's never hurt anyone. All Nagas have magic, I observe quietly. Even the half-blooded ones. Usually manifests around his age. Calum shifts against her shoulder, finally speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. I don't have magic. I can't do anything special. The sound of his voice jerks my attention. There's Sarakel in the cadence, in the way he shapes words with careful precision. Even his accent carries hints of it, though buried beneath years of slave dialect. How has no one else noticed? How has he survived this long without someone recognizing the speech patterns that mark noble birth? Nothing special? I echo, taking another step closer. No unusual warmth in your breath? No moments when hurt people feel better after you touch them? No dreams that feel like memories? Both of them go rigid. Naysara's eyes widen with something between shock and terror, while Calum presses his face more firmly against her neck. Their reaction tells me everything I need to know. He does have abilities, probably ones they don't fully understand, ones they've been hiding with the same desperation they've hid in his eyes. I need to know what he is, I say, my voice gentler than it's been in years. I need to touch his magic signature. No, Naysara's refusal rings with absolute finality. You're not touching him. You're not doing anything to him. But I'm already reaching out with my power, the dark combat magic that served me faithfully through countless battles. It unfurls from my consciousness like smoke, seeking, probing, searching for the distinctive resonance that marks magical ability. Most signatures feel like distant stars, bright pinpricks of power that speak to training, heritage, natural talent. Sarakel's magic always felt like sunlight, warm and steady and impossibly pure. If this truly is his son, surely I'll feel some echo of that familiar warmth. My power brushes against Calum's aura, seeking entry, searching for confirmation. The world explodes. Pain beyond description rips through every nerve ending, every bone, every drop of blood in my body. The curse that's been slowly devouring me from within suddenly roars to life with apocalyptic fury, as if touching this child's magic has awakened something that was merely dormant before. My vision fragments into shards of agony, white-hot and blinding. I'm back in that night 8 years ago, smelling smoke and blood and the acrid stench of betrayal. Sarakel's voice echoes in my ears, hoarse with pain and care, as he told me he didn't want me dying for him. Silver eyes wide with shock once I found him, his weight of his lifeless body as I carried him home. We were supposed to be traveling and had been ambushed, but the soldiers I had to fight were too skilled to just be thieves. They had managed to overpower me, to render me unconscious, and when I awoke, barely alive myself, Sarakel's body was dead next to me. A poison stab wound. I always thought it was too coincidental, but even voicing it has made my magic curdle. It was when I had seen a healer, when I had learned I was battling a blood curse for a reason beyond my knowledge. One given to me because of Sarakel's death, and now exploding upon finding his son. The memory crashes over me with visceral intensity, but this time it's different. This time I feel the curse taking root in that moment. Feel dark magic wrapping around my bones like chains. This time I understand that it was never about the battle wounds or the assassin's blade. It was about the promise. The oath I swore to my prince. It was because I would always choose Sarakel over my loyalty to anyone else. And now that extends to his son. The magic signature I touch isn't just familiar. It's a perfect mirror of Sarakel's power, young and untrained but unmistakably royal. The same sunlight warmth, the same generous strength that marked the prince as different from other Nagas. This child doesn't just resemble his father. He carries the same essential magic, the same noble heritage that makes him a threat to every dark force that wanted Sarakel dead. And I've been hunting rebel humans while he suffered in slavery. I've been enforcing the very system that kept him in chains. The realization hits harder than the physical pain, a guilt so profound it threatens to shatter what remains of my sanity. For 8 years, I've been the perfect soldier, carrying out orders without question, believing that duty meant serving the crown that murdered my closest friend, all while his son lived in conditions that would have broken Sarakel's heart. I stumble backward, gasping for air that tastes like copper and regret. My hands shake as the curse settles into new patterns of torment, no longer content to merely weaken me, but now actively punishing me for every moment of neglect. Every day I failed to search for the child I should have protected. I don't know who put the curse on me or why, but right now it feels justified. Talazar! Naysara's voice seems to come from very far away. What's wrong? What happened? I can't answer. Can't explain that touching her ward's magic has confirmed every impossible suspicion, while condemning me to understand the magnitude of my failure. The boy in her arms isn't just some noble's bastard hidden among slaves. He's the rightful heir to the Naga Empire, the child who should have grown up in palaces instead of fighting for scraps in work camps. He's Sarakel's son, and I've let him suffer for 8 years while I served the people I always suspected killed his father. The curse pulses with renewed venom, each beat of my heart sending liquid fire through my veins. Just thinking the words makes it angry, and I wonder not for the first time if I was cursed for failing to protect the prince, or so I wouldn't think about him again. So I wouldn't realize what they had done. But now is not the time to consider that. I force myself to focus on their faces, on the way Nysera cradles Kalam against her chest with fierce protectiveness. She doesn't understand what she's been guarding all these years in Heir, whose very existence could topple kingdoms. She only knows that she loves him, that she'll fight anyone who tries to harm him, that she's already sacrificed everything to keep him alive. She's been more loyal to Sarakel's memory than I have. A human slave girl has done what a trained warrior could not. The shame of that truth burns almost as much as the curse itself. He's not just any child, I managed to say through gritted teeth, the words scraping against my throat like broken glass. But I can't finish. Can't speak the words that will change everything, that will paint an even larger target on both their backs. Because if the council discovers that Sarakel's heir is alive, they won't just kill him quickly. They'll make his death a spectacle designed to destroy any hope of royal reform forever. And they'll kill every human who ever showed him kindness, starting with the woman who raised him as her own.
Chapter 4. Nay Sarah. Whatever just happened to Talazar, he's not telling me about it. The massive Naga warrior stands there looking like he's been struck by lightning, his bronze skin gone ashen and his breathing ragged. Those molten amber eyes keep darting between me and Kalam with an expression I can't read, part recognition, part horror, part something that looks disturbingly like grief. "He's not just any child," he started to say, then cut himself off like the words burned his tongue. But nothing follows, just silence that stretches between us like a blade waiting to fall. I keep my arms wrapped around Kalam, feeling his small body trembling against mine. His face stays buried against my shoulder, but I can feel the way his breathing has quickened with fear. Whatever Talazar saw when he touched Kalim's magic signature, it changed everything. The careful control that marks him as a seasoned warrior has cracked, revealing something raw and wounded underneath. It terrifies me more than his earlier threats ever could. "What is he?" I demand, my voice sharp with panic. "What did you see?" Talazar's jaw works silently, those predatory features twisted with some internal struggle. He opens his mouth, closes it, then shakes his head as if clearing away thoughts too dangerous to voice. The gesture would almost be vulnerable if it weren't coming from someone who could snap my neck without effort. "It doesn't matter," he says finally, but the words sound hollow even to him. "Not yet." That's a lie. I shift Kalam more securely in my arms, using my body to shield him from whatever revelation is building in those amber eyes. You look at him like you've seen a ghost. You touch his magic and nearly collapse. Then you start saying he's not just any child and cut yourself off. What did you see? But before he can answer, assuming he was planning to answer at all, another wave of whatever's wrong with him seems to hit him. His entire body convulses, muscles locking rigid as his hands fly to his throat. The venom lines along his neck that I noticed earlier begin to glow with sickly light, pulsing in rhythm with his laboured breathing. He staggers backward until his shoulders hit the stone wall, then slides down it with all the grace of a falling tree. His head tips back against the rough surface, exposing the elegant line of his throat as he fights for air that seems to burn going down. The glow from those venom lines intensifies, casting eerie shadows across his face. It's like watching poison work its way through his system in real time. "Talazar?" The name slips out before I can stop it, concern bleeding through despite every logical reason to celebrate his weakness. He doesn't respond. can't respond from the look of things. His eyes have gone unfocused, pupils dilating as whatever's attacking him from within gains strength. The powerful hands that could crush stone shake against the floor, like he's fighting invisible restraints. I should be planning our escape, should be looking for weapons, checking the door, calculating how long it will take this mysterious sickness to incapacitate him completely. Should be doing anything except sitting here watching a Naga warrior suffer and feeling my chest tighten with something that definitely isn't relief. Because that's what this is, right? Divine justice catching up with someone who's probably killed more humans than he can count. The universe finally balancing scales that have been tipped in his favour for far too long. So why does watching him fight for breath make my stomach twist with nausea? Because he has answers I need. That's it. Nicera? Calem's voice is barely a whisper against my ear. Is he dying? The question hits me like cold water. Is he dying? The way his breathing grows more laboured with each passing second, the way those venom lines pulse brighter and brighter, suggests that whatever's happening isn't going to resolve itself quickly or painlessly. I should want him to die. He dragged us here with the clear intention of making an example out of us. He's Naga nobility, which means he's spent his entire life treating humans like disposable property. He represents everything I've learned to hate about this empire that grinds people like me into dust for sport. But looking at him now, really looking, I see details that don't fit the picture I've painted in my head. The scars along his ribs speak of battles fought personally rather than ordered from safety. The way he handled Kalem in the square was firm, but not cruel, restraining rather than harming. Even his questions here carried curiosity, rather than the sadistic pleasure most Nagas show when interrogating slaves. And there's something in his face when he looks at Kalem, something that goes beyond simple recognition into territory that looks almost protective, which is impossible. Nagas don't protect human children. They barely tolerate human adults. Another spasm racks his frame, this one strong enough that his head cracks against the stone wall. The sound echoes through the empty training room like a gunshot, sharp and final. Blood trickles from his temple where it connected with unforgiving rock. Stay here, I murmur to Kalem, gently disentangling his arms from around my neck. Don't move. Nicera? No. His small hands clutch at my tunic with desperate strength. Don't go near him, please. I need to see something. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. I don't need to see anything. I need to understand why my body is moving toward a suffering Naga instead of away from him. I need to understand why his pain affects me at all when it should be cause for celebration. I tell myself it's tactical. If he's incapacitated, I need to assess whether he's truly helpless or just pretending weakness to draw me closer. Need to see if there's something I can use, a weapon within reach, keys to unlock the door, anything that might give us an advantage in whatever game he's playing. But my hands shake as I cross the space between us, and it has nothing to do with fear. Talazar's eyes track my movement, despite the obvious agony racking his system. There's wariness there, confusion about my approach, but no hostility. If anything, he looks as surprised by my proximity as I feel about offering it. What's wrong with you? The question comes out soft, almost gentle. I curse myself for the slip even as I crouch just outside his reach. This isn't injury. This is something else. It's nothing. He manages through gritted teeth, the words scraping against his throat like broken glass. It will pass. So it's something that he's dealt with for a long time, most likely a curse. Someone wanted him to hurt, wanted him to understand exactly what he was losing as it slipped away piece by piece. The vindictive part of me whispers that he probably deserves it, that whatever he did to earn such focused malice was likely horrific enough to justify years of agony. Nagas don't typically curse each other lightly. It takes serious betrayal to inspire that level of magical vengeance. But the part of me that spent 8 years caring for someone smaller and more vulnerable than myself looks at his suffering and sees only pain that serves no purpose. Calem's nightmares don't stop because I hate the guards who gave them to him. My anger at the system doesn't heal the bruises on my ribs or put food in empty bellies. Sometimes pain is just pain, without justice or meaning to redeem it. Another spasm tears through him, this one violent enough that his back arches away from the wall. The glow from his venom lines flares so bright I have to squint against it, casting his face in stark relief that emphasizes the sharp angles of cheekbone and jaw. He looks like a statue carved from bronze and shadow, beautiful in the way that predators are beautiful, all deadly grace and contained power. Even dying, he's magnificent. The thought is unwelcome and completely inappropriate. I shouldn't be noticing the elegant line of his throat, or the way his muscles cord with tension beneath bronze skin. I definitely shouldn't be wondering what it would feel like to touch that skin, to offer comfort to someone who's probably never received it from human hands. But my body betrays every rational thought. My hand lifts without conscious permission, fingers trembling as they hover inches from his shoulder. Common sense screams at me to pull back, to remember what he is and what he represents, to remember that showing mercy to Nagas has never earned me anything except more pain. He'll probably kill me the moment his strength returns, will probably make Calem watch as punishment for my presumption in daring to touch noble flesh without permission. But instinct overrides logic. Some deeper part of myself that existed before slavery and abuse and learned helplessness reaches out towards suffering and responds with the only thing it knows how to offer. My fingertips brush the warm bronze of his shoulder, just below where those glowing venom lines trace patterns of pain across his skin. The reaction is immediate and impossible. Every line of tension in his powerful frame melts like ice under summer sun. The rigid arch of his spine relaxes until he's leaning fully against the wall, no longer fighting invisible restraints. His breathing, which had been coming in sharp, pained gasps, smooths into something deeper and more natural. Even the aggressive glow from his venom lines dims to barely visible luminescence. The change is so dramatic, so instantaneous, that we both freeze in shock. He stares at me like I've just performed a miracle he didn't believe was possible. Those molten amber eyes are wide with something between amazement and terror, as if my touch has revealed truths he wasn't prepared to face. His lips part on words that don't come, breath catching on syllables that seem too dangerous to voice. I snatch my hand back like I've been burned, my own breathing suddenly unsteady. Because what just happened isn't possible. Humans don't ease Naga curses with simple touch. We don't possess healing magic strong enough to counteract whatever dark power has been slowly killing him. Except apparently we do, or at least apparently I do.
Chapter 5. Talazar. The curse retreats like a beast, slinking back to its den, leaving behind only the phantom ache of what was. For one impossible heartbeat, the poison that has been eating me alive from the inside simply stops. Not healed, not cured, but paused as if Naysara's touch reminded my body what it felt like to exist without constant agony. I never expected her to have magic, but that has to be what it is. She has some kind of latent magic that activated in response to my curse. The only time I had seen that happen was when I sought out healers. Even then, they could stop what it was doing to me. But this human has. The implications crashed through my mind like falling stones. A human healer powerful enough to ease a curse this entrenched. A human woman who has somehow survived 8 years of slavery without anyone detecting her abilities. And the child she protects, the boy with Sarakel's eyes and royal blood singing in his veins. The universe has delivered the two people I need most directly into my hands, wrapped them in circumstances that should have been impossible, and dropped them at my feet like an offering from the gods themselves. I should be grateful. Should be calculating how to use these gifts to finally achieve the vengeance I've been planning for over a decade. Should be thinking about how a Perna healer could keep Calum alive long enough to reclaim his throne, how her power could sustain both of us through whatever battles lie ahead. Instead, all I can think about is the way her touch felt like coming home, which is dangerous territory for someone who stopped believing in homes the night Sarakel died beside me. Naysera stares at me like I've sprouted a second head, her hazel eyes wide with confusion and fear. She jerks her hand away from my shoulder as if my skin has burned her, scrambling backward until she's pressed against the far wall with Calum clutched protectively in her arms. The boy's silver-ringed eyes peer at me over her shoulder, too knowing for his age, too familiar for my peace of mind. "What just happened?" she demands, her voice sharp with accusation. "What did I do?" "Everything. Nothing. Showed me that the impossible is merely improbable when the right circumstances align. But I can't tell her that. Can't explain how she has magic or has been protecting a royal bloodline, or that there's something in my blood that is punishing me, even though I don't know why. Not yet. Not until I understand the full scope of what I'm dealing with and how to keep them both alive long enough to matter. Because if the wrong people learn what I suspect, Calum will be dead before sunrise, and Naysera will follow him into whatever darkness waits beyond. The same political forces that orchestrated Sarakel's death, which is what I've always thought but never confirmed, won't hesitate to eliminate his son and anyone foolish enough to shelter him. "You need to trust me," I say instead, pushing myself upright with careful movements. My legs feel steadier than they have in months, the constant tremor in my hands temporarily stilled. Even my vision has cleared, no longer edged with the gray haze that usually signals an approaching episode. She laughs, bitter and sharp. "Trust you? Are you completely mad?" I know how it sounds. I take a step toward them, stopping when she flinches back. The movement sends Calum deeper into her protective embrace, small fingers clutching at her tunic like it's the only anchor in a storm. "But I'm not going to kill you, either of you. Right, because Nagas are known for their mercy toward thieving slaves." Her voice drips with sarcasm that would be impressive if it weren't covering bone-deep terror. "Forgive me if I don't immediately believe the word of someone who dragged us here to make an example of us." She has every reason for skepticism. In her place, I would be planning violence rather than hoping for mercy. The fact that she spent 8 years keeping Calum alive in a world designed to destroy him speaks to a core of steel that most warriors would envy. But that same strength that has kept them breathing could get them killed if she fights me at the wrong moment. "You are in danger," I say, choosing my words carefully. "More danger than you realize, but not from me. We're always in danger." The words come out flat, matter of fact. A truth so fundamental to her existence that she states it like commenting on the weather. That's what happens when you're property instead of people. Property. The word sits wrong in my mouth, tastes of ash and old shame. I've never owned slaves myself, found the practice distasteful, even before understanding its true costs. But I've commanded those who did. Have turned blind eyes to cruelties that seemed necessary for maintaining order. Have convinced myself that personal distaste didn't matter as long as I served the greater good. Looking at Naysera now, seeing the way she holds herself like a blade ready to cut anyone who threatens her boy, I wonder how many potential allies I've lost to willful ignorance. How many people with her strength and Calum's innocence have died because I chose political necessity over moral clarity. But self-recrimination is a luxury I can't afford right now. Not when. "Commander Talazar?" The voice comes from beyond the training room door, accompanied by the sound of heavy boots on stone. "Sir, you're needed at the Northern Ring. Recruit Vashin challenged the training master again." Of course he did. Vashin has been spoiling for a fight ever since his last promotion was denied, taking out his frustrations on anyone foolish enough to cross him. Under normal circumstances, I would relish the opportunity to remind him why challenging authority leads to broken bones and wounded pride. But these aren't normal circumstances. I can't leave Naysera and Calum here unguarded. Can't risk someone else discovering them before I figure out how to handle their existence. The training camps are full of ambitious young warriors looking for ways to curry favor with their superiors. Presenting captured human fugitives would be exactly the kind of gesture some fool would think demonstrates loyalty. "I'll be right there," I call back, my mind already working through alternatives. The storage room 3 doors down. It locks from the outside and contains nothing more dangerous than spare weapons that require training to use effectively. No windows, one entrance, thick walls that will muffle sound. Not comfortable, but secure enough to keep them safe until I can return. I turn back to Naysera, noting how her grip on Callum has tightened at the mention of other Nagas. Good. Fear will make her more likely to cooperate with necessary precautions. "You're going to move to another room," I tell her, keeping my voice low enough that it won't carry to whoever is waiting in the corridor. "Stay quiet, stay hidden, and don't try to leave." "And if we refuse?" But she's already shifting Calum's weight, preparing to stand. Practical fear overriding prideful defiance. "Then you'll die when the next patrol finds you." I move toward the door, pausing with my hand on the handle. "Which they will, eventually. This is a training facility, not a hiding place." The storage room is exactly as I remembered, cramped but functional, lined with weapon racks and armor stands that cast strange shadows in the dim light from the corridor. I gesture for them to enter, noting how Naysera checks every corner before allowing Callum to step inside. I can appreciate that. Paranoid enough to have survived this long, cautious enough to protect what matters most. "How long?" she asks as I prepare to lock them in. "Until tonight. I'll come back after the evening meal, move you somewhere more permanent. Somewhere I can think clearly about the impossible situation fate has dumped in my lap. Somewhere I can plan without distractions or political pressures clouding my judgment." She nods once, sharp and businesslike. No pleading or tears or desperate bargaining. Just acceptance of circumstances beyond her control and determination to endure whatever comes next. The kind of strength that builds empires or tears them down, depending on which side claims it first. I lock the door and pocket the key, ignoring the way guilt twists in my chest at the sound of the mechanism engaging. They're safer locked in than they would be anywhere else in this complex, but that doesn't make imprisoning them feel any less wrong. The rest of the day passes in a blur of routine brutality disguised as training. Vashin's challenge results in 3 broken ribs and a shattered ego, which satisfies the crowd, but does nothing to ease the restless energy building in my chest. Every moment spent watching recruits practice combat forms is a moment not spent figuring out how to handle a discovery that could reshape the political landscape of the entire empire. A human with magic and a royal air, delivered into my hands by chance or divine intervention. If I'm smart about this, if I can keep them alive and hidden long enough to gather allies and plan properly, they could be the keys to everything that Sarakel and I once believed in. Justice for my friend. Revenge against those who I suspect orchestrated his murder. A chance to restore legitimate rule to a throne currently occupied by usurpers and political parasites. But if I'm careless, if I move too quickly or trust the wrong people, they'll both be dead within days, and I'll have failed in the most spectacular way possible. No pressure at all. The sun has long since set by the time I finally escape my duties and return to the storage room. The key turns silently in the well-oiled lock, opening to reveal 2 figures huddled together in the far corner. Naysera looks up at my entrance with eyes that have clearly seen no rest, while Calum remains curled against her side with his face hidden against her shoulder. "Time to go," I say quietly, stepping aside to let them pass. My private quarters are in the eastern wing of the complex, far enough from the main barracks to offer some privacy, but close enough to the command structure to maintain authority. The rooms are spartanly furnished but comfortable: a bedroom, a small sitting area, a private bath that most enlisted personnel would kill for access to. More importantly, they're mine. No one enters without permission. No one questions my comings and goings. No one expects explanations for unusual sounds or extended absences. Perfect for hiding guests who shouldn't exist. Naysera enters first, her gaze cataloging every detail with the thoroughness of someone who has learned that survival depends on understanding your environment. She notes the weapons mounted on the walls, the single window and its view of the courtyard, the heavy furniture that could serve as barricades if necessary. Her assessment takes perhaps 30 seconds, but I can practically see her memorizing escape routes and potential hiding spots. Calum follows more hesitantly, staying close to her side, but allowing his curiosity to overcome some of his fear. His silver eyes take in the rich fabrics and polished surfaces with the wonder of someone who has never seen luxury up close. "There's food on the table," I say, gesturing toward a collection of covered dishes I had delivered earlier. "And clean clothes in the bedroom. The bed is large enough for both of you." Naysara's eyes narrow. "What's the price?" "For tonight? Nothing. Rest, eat, stay alive." I move toward the door, exhaustion finally catching up with me now that they're safely hidden. I can find a safe place to sleep tonight without setting her on edge or tempting fate. Tomorrow we'll discuss what comes next. "And if we try to leave?" I pause with my hand on the handle, considering how much truth she can handle. "You'll die before you reach the gates. There are patrols, guard posts, magical wards designed to detect unauthorized departures. This complex was built to keep people in as much as it was built to keep threats out." She accepts this with another of those sharp nods, pragmatism overriding whatever protest she might want to voice. "Where will you be?" "Close enough to matter if you need help. Far enough away that no one will question my movements." I open the door, then stop. "Naysara." "What?" "Don't run. Not yet. Let me figure out how to keep you both alive before you decide I'm your enemy." The last thing I see before closing the door is her face, confusion and calculation warring across features that would be beautiful if they weren't sharpened by years of defensive anger. Tomorrow I'll have to decide what to do with the most dangerous discovery of my career. Tonight, I'll settle for knowing they're safe, fed, and temporarily beyond the reach of forces that would destroy them without hesitation. It's not much of a victory, but it's a start. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 6. Naysara. The first 3 days bleed together like watercolours in rain. I map every inch of Talazar's quarters, 17 paces from the sitting area to the bedroom door, 12 from window to wall, 3 loose floorboards near the eastern corner that creak when stepped on wrong. The window overlooks a courtyard where young Nagas practice combat forms with lethal precision. Their movements too fluid, too predatory to be entirely natural. I catalogue their routines. Morning drills start before dawn, afternoon sessions focus on weapons training, evening brings individual challenges that often end in bloodshed. The guards change shifts every 4 hours, always in pairs, always armed. The kitchen servants follow predictable patterns, meals delivered at precise intervals, waste collected after the sun sets. Most importantly, I study Talazar himself. He brings us food 3 times daily, not the gruel and stale bread I expected, but actual meals with meat that doesn't taste of rot and vegetables that still hold their colour. fresh bread that steams when broken open, clean water in ceramic pitchers instead of cracked wooden bowls, even meadowmint tea, served in cups that have never known the touch of unwashed hands. The luxury feels like a trap. "Tell me about his mother," Talazar says on the fourth morning, settling into the chair across from where Calum and I share breakfast at his small table. He never eats with us, just watches with those gold-amber eyes that seem to catalogue every breath we take. "I already told you." I tear off another piece of bread, chewing slowly to buy time while my mind races through acceptable variations of the truth. She died giving birth to him. I was there when it happened. What was her name? She never said. Not entirely a lie, the woman had been delirious with fever and blood loss, barely coherent enough to press Calum into my arms before the life drained from her eyes. But I remember other things. The way she clutched my wrist with surprising strength. The desperate whisper that sounded like a warning. The silvery tears that tracked down her cheeks as she looked at her newborn son. Keep him safe. They can't know. Know what? I'd wondered then. Now, watching Talazar's reaction to every detail I share about Calum's origins, I'm beginning to suspect the answer would get us all killed. She was young, I continue, spooning cooled broth into Calum's mouth when he reaches for it. He's gained weight these past days, his cheeks filling out, the hollow look around his eyes beginning to fade. Maybe 19, 20 years, dark hair, light skin, pretty enough that I wondered how she'd stayed unmolested so long. Talazar's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. What about the father? Dead, presumably, or fled when she became inconvenient. The familiar bitterness creeps into my voice, not feigned this time. I've seen too many human women abandoned by the men who used them, left to bear the consequences alone while their lovers moved on to fresh conquests. You're certain? As certain as anyone can be about things that happened 8 years ago. I meet his stare directly, letting him see the frustration I don't have to fake. Why does it matter? He's gone, she's gone, and Calum is here. That's all the history that counts. But Talazar doesn't look convinced. His eyes drift to where Calum sits beside me, studying the boy's face with an intensity that makes my skin crawl. Not the hunger of someone planning violence, but something else. Something that feels almost like grief. It's in these moments when he thinks I'm not watching that his careful mask slips. The composed warlord facade cracks just enough to reveal glimpses of whatever eats at him from the inside. Raw exhaustion that goes bone deep, pain that has nothing to do with physical injury, a kind of desperate hope that he tries to smother before it can take root. He reaches out sometimes, when Calum is playing with the carved wooden animals he found tucked away in a storage chest. Just extends his hand toward the boy like he wants to touch his hair, or check his temperature, or confirm that he's real. But then something stops him, some invisible barrier that makes him pull back with a sharp intake of breath, and a grimace that suggests agony. That's when I taste it. Magic, thick and cloying as honey left too long in the sun, with an undercurrent of something spoiled. Something wrong. It floods the air around us for heartbeats at a time, making my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges, before dissipating as suddenly as it appeared. Whatever kind of magic Talazar carries, it's hurting him. Badly. "Are you sick?" Calum asks one afternoon, his voice small but determined. We're arranged in our usual positions, me perched on the edge of the bed, where I can watch both the door and the window. Talazar in his chair maintaining careful distance, Calum cross-legged on the floor between us. The question catches Talazar off guard. For a moment, his composure wavers entirely, revealing something vulnerable and surprised beneath the warlord's armour. "Why would you ask that?" "You smell wrong." Calum tilts his head, studying Talazar with the unblinking focus that has always made adults uncomfortable. Like when the baker's apprentice got the fever that made him shake. Only different. I tense, ready to pull Calem away if Talazar takes offence at the observation. But instead of anger, something that looks almost like wonder crosses the Naga's face. "You can smell sickness." "Sometimes." Calem's voice drops to a whisper, the way it always does when he admits to abilities that mark him as different. Nicera says not to tell people, that they won't understand. Because they won't. Because humans with unusual gifts tend to disappear in the night, taken away for examination or execution, depending on who notices them first. Because keeping Calem safe has meant teaching him to hide everything that makes him special, even when those gifts could save his life. "Nicera is wise," Talazar says quietly. His eyes find mine across the room, and for the first time since he captured us, I see something like respect in them. "You should listen to her." The conversation shifts to safer topics. After that, stories about the animals Calem has carved from scraps of wood, questions about his favourite foods, gentle inquiries about what games he likes to play. But I notice how Talazar's posture relaxes as they talk, how the lines of pain around his eyes ease slightly when Calem laughs at something he's said. I notice, too, how Calem gravitates toward him. Not immediately, the boy is too smart to abandon years of caution overnight, but gradually. A step closer, each day. Questions directed at Talazar instead of filtered through me. Eventually, horrifyingly, the kind of easy trust that he's never shown anyone but me. "Why don't you eat with us?" Calem asks on the 6th day, looking up from his breakfast with curious silver eyes that make Talazar flinch every time they focus on his face. "I'm not hungry." "You're never hungry. Are you sure you're not sick?" This time, Talazar's smile is genuine if strained. "Very sure." But he's lying. I see it in the careful way he moves, as though any sudden motion might shatter something vital. In the tremor that occasionally runs through his hands when he thinks we're not watching. In the way he disappears for hours at a time, always returning looking worse than when he left. Whatever is wrong with him, it's getting worse. "We need to leave," I tell him that night after Calem has fallen asleep in the oversized bed that could fit 4 people his size. We're standing in the sitting area, voices kept low enough not to disturb the boy's rest. "No. This isn't sustainable. You can barely stand upright half the time, and people are going to start asking questions about why you're hoarding food and spending so much time in your quarters." His laugh is bitter, exhausted. "They already are." "Then let us go. Give us supplies, point us toward the nearest settlement, pretend you never found us." I step closer, close enough to see the fever-bright gleam in his eyes. "Whatever game you're playing, we don't need to be part of it." "You think this is a game?" The words come out sharp, edged with frustration that has been building for days. "You think I enjoy keeping you prisoner? Lying to my subordinates? Risking everything I've built for the sake of 2 humans I barely know? Then why are you doing it?" For a heartbeat, I think he might actually tell me. His mouth opens, and something raw and honest flickers across his face before the mask slams back into place. "Because you're safer here than anywhere else." Safe from what? You keep saying we're in danger, but from who? What could possibly be threatening enough that a Naga warlord decides to risk his career protecting slaves? But he just shakes his head, turning away from me to stare out the window at the darkened courtyard. "Get some rest, Nicera. Tomorrow will bring its own complications." I want to press him further, want to grab him by the shoulders and shake answers from his stubborn mouth. But something in his posture stops me, the way he holds himself like a man carrying weights that might crush him if he shifts them wrong. Instead, I retreat to the bedroom where Calem sleeps curled under blankets that cost more than most humans see in a lifetime. I settle beside him, listening to his steady breathing while my mind churns through possibilities and plans. 7 days we've been here. 7 days of relative luxury, of safety, of watching Calum bloom under the kind of care he's never known. 7 days of testing Talazar's boundaries and finding them frustratingly consistent warnings instead of punishments, protection instead of exploitation, stubborn concern instead of calculated cruelty. None of it makes sense. Nagas don't shelter human fugitives out of kindness. They don't risk their positions to protect stolen children. They don't spend their own resources feeding and clothing slaves who should be executed for the crime of existing. Unless we represent something more valuable than I understand, something worth the risk. But what could 2 human slaves possibly offer a Naga warlord that he couldn't take by force? What makes us worth protecting instead of simply using? I watch Calum sleep and try not to think about the way Talazar's eyes go soft when he looks at the boy. Try not to remember the careful distance he maintains, as though getting too close might hurt them both. Try not to wonder what kind of magic recoils from an 8-year-old child and leaves its wielder gasping in apparent agony. Most of all, I try not to think about the growing certainty that whatever danger we're supposedly hiding from, it's nothing compared to the secrets Talazar is keeping from us. Secrets that might get us all killed before I figure out how to save the only...
Chapter 7. Talazar. The curse strikes again during the morning meal, a familiar wave of agony that starts behind my ribs and spreads like molten metal through my veins. I'm reaching for the water pitcher, nothing more than that. Just a simple gesture to refill Calum's cup when the magic recoils against itself with enough force to steal my breath. It's been getting worse, and I still can't make sense of why, of what its intentions are. I always thought it was to punish me for letting Sarakel die, but now I'm not so sure. My hand freezes mid-motion as nausea crashes over me in nauseating waves. The room tilts sideways, edges blurring until I have to grip the table to keep from swaying. Every instinct screams at me to get away from the boy, to put distance between us before the sickness consumes what's left of my strength. But I can't. Won't. Not when he's looking up at me with those impossibly familiar silver eyes, head tilted in concern. "Are you all right?" he asks, and even his voice carries echoes of Sarakel, the same careful cadence, the same genuine worry for others despite having every reason to focus on his own survival. Fine. The word betrays nothing of the fire eating through my bones. Just tired. But Naysera is watching me with those sharp hazel eyes that see too much, notice too quickly. She's been cataloging my episodes for days now, tracking patterns I didn't realize I was leaving. Smart enough to know I'm lying, stubborn enough not to let it slide. "You look pale," she says, rising from her chair with fluid grace that speaks of years spent moving efficiently through dangerous spaces. "When did you last eat something?" I can't remember. Food has become an afterthought, sustenance less important than the constant effort required to keep the curse from overwhelming me entirely. Every time I try to use magic, even the smallest manipulation of temperature or light, the sickness responds with vindictive enthusiasm, and being near Calum seems to amplify everything tenfold. I'm not hungry. That's not what I asked. She steps closer, and I force myself not to retreat. Naysera moves like controlled lightning, all contained power and barely leashed energy. There's something mesmerizing about the way she carries herself, shoulders squared despite months of captivity, chin lifted in permanent defiance of a world determined to break her. The proximity makes my skin prickle with awareness that has nothing to do with magic and everything, to do with the way she smells like clean soap and determination. Like someone who refuses to be conquered no matter what horrors life throws in her path. "Sit down before you fall down," she orders, and there's enough command in her voice to rival any military superior I've ever served under. "You're swaying." Am I? The room does seem to shift around the edges, reality wavering like heat distortion off sun-baked stone. I sink into the nearest chair before my legs can betray me entirely, cursing the weakness that's been growing stronger each day. It has to be connected to Calum. The timing is too precise to be coincidence, every episode triggered by proximity to the boy, every attempt to reach out magically met with immediate punishment. At first, I thought it might be residual damage from the night Sarakel died, some kind of delayed reaction to the injuries I sustained trying to save him. But now I'm starting to suspect something far more deliberate. Better? Naysera asks, and suddenly she's right beside my chair, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. Her hand hovers near my shoulder, not quite touching but ready to steady me if necessary. Yes. Another lie, but this one comes easier. The worst of the nausea has passed, leaving only the familiar ache that's become my constant companion. Thank you. She doesn't move away immediately. Instead, she studies my face with clinical intensity, taking in details I probably don't want her to notice. The fever-bright gleam in my eyes, the way my hands shake if I don't consciously control them, the careful shallowness of my breathing that keeps the pain manageable. This is getting worse, she says quietly, pitched low enough that Calum won't overhear. He's returned to his breakfast, apparently satisfied that I'm not about to collapse face first into the table. Whatever's wrong with you, ignoring it isn't helping. There's nothing wrong with me. Her laugh is sharp, humorless. Right. And I'm the Queen of Ikoth. The sarcasm shouldn't be attractive. Neither should the way she crosses her arms and glares at me like I'm a particularly stupid recruit who needs basic strategy explained in small words. But there's something compelling about her refusal to be intimidated, her complete inability to show deference even when facing someone who could kill her without breaking stride. Most humans cower in my presence. Even fellow Nagas treat me with wary respect born of reputation and position. But Naysera looks at me like I'm just another obstacle to be managed, another problem to be solved through stubborn determination and sharp thinking. It's refreshing. Dangerously so. Fine, I say, pushing myself upright with more effort than I'd like to admit. I'm sick. Happy? Not particularly. She follows my movement, staying close enough to catch me if I stumble. What kind of sick? Poison? Infection? Magical backlash? Too observant. Far too observant for my peace of mind. Does it matter? It does if you're planning to drop dead and leave us trapped in here with no idea how to get out. Valid concern. One I should probably address before the curse advances far enough to make the choice for all of us. But admitting the truth means explaining why I'm here, why I've risked everything to protect a boy whose very existence threatens the stability of the Empire. Means confessing that I failed my prince once and refused to fail his son. Means acknowledging what Callum represents and what his blood could do to this kingdom if the wrong people discover it. I'm not going to die, I tell her instead. Not yet, anyway. The curse is patient, methodical in its destruction. I probably have weeks left before it reaches critical stages with the way it's been progressing. Maybe months if I'm careful about magical usage. Forgive me if I don't find that reassuring. Naysera moves to collect the empty dishes, her movements efficient and precise. Everything she does carries that same controlled grace, whether she's cutting bread or braiding Calum's hair or facing down armed guards twice her size. Especially since you won't tell me what's actually happening. She has a point. My secrecy serves no purpose if it gets us all killed through negligence. But the alternative explaining about royal bloodlines and ancient curses and the political machinations that led to Calum ending up in this situation feels impossibly complicated. How do I make her understand the danger without revealing truths that could destroy everything? The pain surges again as I consider reaching for my magic to help clear the table. Just a small extension of power, barely worth noticing under normal circumstances. But now even the thought of accessing that energy makes my vision blur around the edges. I press my palm against my ribs where the curse seems to center itself, trying to contain the agony before it becomes visible. The last thing I need is more of Naysera's sharp-eyed concern. More questions I can't answer without admitting how completely out of control this situation has become. But she notices anyway. Of course she does. Here. Her hand covers mine before I can object, warm fingers settling over my knuckles with gentle pressure. Let me. The relief is immediate and overwhelming. Whatever fire has been eating through my bones retreats to manageable levels, the constant ache fading to something almost bearable. My breathing deepens automatically as the worst of the pain ebbs away, leaving me dizzy with the sudden absence of agony. I should pull away. Should maintain the careful distance I've been preserving since the moment I realized what Calum means to me. But Nicera's touch feels like salvation after days of unrelenting torment, and I'm not strong enough to reject relief when it's offered freely. Her magic because this has to be magic. There's no other explanation for the way her presence soothes the curse's bite, flows through my skin like cool water over burns. Not healing exactly, but dulling the worst effects until I can think clearly again. How? I ask, because this development changes everything. Magic that can counteract curse effects isn't common, isn't normal, especially not in untrained humans who don't even realize they're channeling power. I don't know. Her voice carries the same bewildered honesty that's been evident since she first touched me days ago. It just helps somehow. She's still holding my hand, her palm warm against my skin. I should move away, should re-establish proper boundaries before this becomes something neither of us can control. But the relief is too profound to abandon, and her touch carries none of the sharp edges that usually accompany magical contact. Instead, it feels like coming home after years of exile, like finding water in an endless desert, like the answer to questions I didn't know how to ask. Which is exactly why I need to be careful. The last time I let myself care about someone, they died while I barely survived. The last time I allowed emotional investment to cloud my judgment, I failed to protect the one person whose survival mattered most. I won't make that mistake again. Can't afford to let attraction or gratitude or whatever this growing awareness between us represents interfere with keeping Calum safe. But when Nicera moves to pull her hand away, I catch her wrist before she can retreat entirely. Just for a moment. Just long enough to memorize the way her touch banishes pain that's been my constant companion for over a decade. Thank you, I tell her, meaning it more than she probably realizes. Her smile is small but genuine, transforming her entire face from sharp-edged wariness to something softer. Don't mention it. Except now all I can think about is the feel of her skin against mine, the way her magic responds to mine without the violent recoil I've grown accustomed to, the way she looks at me like I might be worth saving even when logic suggests otherwise. Dangerous territory. The kind of distraction that gets people killed when they should be focused on survival. But as I watch her return to clearing the table, moving with that unconscious grace that speaks of strength earned through necessity, I find myself cataloging details that have nothing to do with tactical assessment. The way morning light catches golden undertones in her dark skin, the controlled precision of every gesture, the fierce protectiveness she radiates whenever she looks at Calum, the growing certainty that she represents something I didn't know I was missing, which makes her the most dangerous thing in this room, more threatening than curse sickness, more perilous than political intrigue, more frightening than the enemies hunting for any trace of royal blood that might have survived Sarakel's death. Because for the first time in years, I'm starting to want something beyond duty and vengeance. And wanting things has never ended well for me. The training facility hums with its usual controlled chaos when I finally force myself to leave the quarters. Bodies move through combat forms in precise synchronization, the sharp crack of wooden practice weapons echoing off stone walls. Recruits grunt through conditioning exercises, while instructors bark corrections in voices that carry decades of battlefield experience. Normal sounds, familiar rhythms, the kind of military efficiency that used to center me before everything became complicated by silver eyes and healing touches. But today, even surrounded by the structured world I've built over years of careful planning, my thoughts keep drifting back to the woman who looked at me like I might be worth saving, to the boy whose very existence threatens everything I thought I understood about loyalty and duty and the prices we pay for both. I force my attention to the nearest sparring circle where two mid-level recruits are attempting something that might generously be called sword work. Their footwork is sloppy, their timing worse, and they're telegraphing every strike with the subtlety of siege engines. "Again!" I call out, my voice cutting through their clumsy exchange. Both Nagas freeze instantly, recognizing authority even when they can't see its source. "Your opponent isn't going to wait for you to find your balance. Move like you want to live through this." They separate, reset their stances, begin the sequence with marginally better form. Still terrible, but improvement exists somewhere in the chaos of untrained limbs and misplaced confidence. Under different circumstances, I might stay to provide more detailed correction. Today, watching their earnest attempts only reminds me of how young they are, how unprepared for the realities that await beyond these walls. How many of them will survive their first real engagement? How many will die because they trusted in training that prioritized obedience over innovation, tradition over adaptability? The questions follow me as I move through the facility, reviewing progress reports and checking equipment stores with mechanical efficiency. My office sits at the facility's heart, positioned to provide clear sightlines down multiple corridors while maintaining enough privacy for sensitive conversations. The door bears my family crest, a serpent wrapped around a sword, symbolizing the balance between wisdom and action that defines proper leadership. Or used to, before everything became about survival and secrecy and protecting truths too dangerous to acknowledge. The stack of reports waiting on my desk represents hours of detailed analysis I should find engaging. Training assessments, supply requests, personnel recommendations for advancement or reassignment. The administrative backbone that keeps this operation functioning smoothly, despite political pressures and resource limitations. Instead, I find myself staring at the papers without processing their contents, my mind returning obsessively to the way Nicera's touch had banished pain I'd grown accustomed to carrying. The relief had been so complete, so immediate, that even now I can barely believe it happened. What kind of magic could counteract curse effects without formal training? What bloodline carries that particular gift? And why does her presence feel like something I've been missing without realizing it was gone? Dangerous questions. The kind that lead to emotional investment in people who should remain tactical assets at most. I've learned that lesson before, paid its price in blood and failure and years of self-recrimination. Caring about people gets them killed. Caring about Nicera will get her killed. But knowing that truth and acting on it seem to be entirely different challenges. A sharp rap against my door interrupts the increasingly futile attempt to focus on administrative duties. The rhythm is formal, measured official business rather than casual interruption. I straighten in my chair, settling into the mask of controlled authority that's become second nature over years of navigating court politics and military hierarchy. "Enter!" The door swings open to reveal two figures I recognize with immediate wariness. Duke Theron Karks and Baroness Sevia Knoll, both prominent members of the Royal Council, and neither particularly known for casual visits to military facilities. Their presence here can't be coincidental, can't be anything approaching good news. Duke Karks enters first, his massive frame filling the doorway with casual intimidation. Even among Nagas, he's imposing nearly 7 feet of coiled muscle and political ambition wrapped in scales that shine like polished obsidian. His hood flares slightly as he surveys my office, golden eyes taking inventory with the thoroughness of someone accustomed to finding weakness in unexpected places. Baroness Knoll follows with more subtle menace, her smaller stature balanced by reputation for ruthless efficiency. Where Karks relies on physical presence to dominate conversations, she prefers surgical precision-cutting remarks delivered with smiles that never reach her copper-bright eyes. Her scales carry an unusual crimson undertone that marks her as descended from the mountain clans, ancient bloodlines with their own complex relationship to royal authority. Neither has ever visited this facility before. Neither has any legitimate reason to be here now. Duke Karks, Baroness Knoll. I rise from my chair with calculated respect, offering the precise degree of deference their ranks demand without suggesting weakness. To what do I owe the pleasure? Sit, Warlord Vorin. Karks's voice carries the deep resonance common to his size, each word delivered with formal courtesy that doesn't quite mask underlying threat. We come seeking clarification about recent events. Recent events. As if the encounter with Naysera and Calum could be described so clinically, reduced to simple administrative detail requiring bureaucratic review. I sink back into my chair while they settle into the seats across from my desk, their positioning deliberate, flanking me, controlling exit routes, establishing psychological dominance through careful spatial arrangement. Of course. How may I assist the council? Baroness Knoll leans forward slightly, her smile sharp enough to cut glass. We understand there was a disturbance in the market district several days ago, a thieving human who caused quite the scene before being subdued. They know. The certainty settles in my chest like lead weight, heavy and cold and utterly unsurprising. News travels fast in this city, especially when it involves public demonstrations of authority. Someone saw something, said something, carried gossip to ears that shouldn't be listening. The situation was handled appropriately. True enough, if handling involves kidnapping instead of execution. The perpetrator has been dealt with according to regulations. Ah yes, regulations. Karks's smile reveals fangs longer than my thumb, gleaming white against dark scales. And yet we heard interesting details about this particular encounter. Unusual circumstances that might warrant council attention. My blood runs cold. Unusual circumstances could mean anything: Naysera's defiance, her surprising combat effectiveness, her obvious education despite slave status. Or it could mean something far more dangerous. Someone might have noticed Calum's eyes, recognized their significance before I could implement proper containment measures. If the council discovers Sarakel's son survived, they'll move heaven and earth to eliminate him. The boy represents everything they fear, living proof that their careful political arrangements can be disrupted, that legitimate royal blood exists outside their control. His death would be swift, brutal, and utterly final. Nothing unusual about criminals attempting to justify their actions, I say, keeping my voice level despite the fear clawing at my ribs. Desperation makes humans unpredictable. Nothing more. Baroness Knoll's copper eyes narrow slightly, studying my expression with predatory intensity. Of course. Yet witnesses mentioned the human woman wasn't alone. A child, perhaps? Small, poorly nourished, unremarkable except... She lets the sentence hang unfinished, waiting for me to fill the silence with information that could doom us all. Psychological manipulation of the most basic kind create uncertainty, allow imagination to supply details more damaging than truth. Watch for tells that reveal hidden knowledge. I've seen this technique used countless times during interrogations, usually from the other side. Except, I prompt as if genuinely curious rather than terrified. Well, some claim the boy had rather distinctive eyes, unusual coloring that caught attention despite the distance. Karks's voice carries false casualness that fools no one. Silver rings around the pupils, they said. Quite striking, if true. There it is. The trap laid bare with elegant simplicity. They know about Calum's eyes, know their significance, want confirmation that I recognize the danger we're all facing. Admitting knowledge means acknowledging that I understand what the boy represents. Denying it completely risks appearing ignorant or negligent. Either response could prove fatal. Market crowds see what they expect to see, I reply carefully. Fear and excitement distort perception. I observed nothing particularly remarkable about either human. It's a calculated gamble suggesting witness unreliability without outright contradiction, leaving room for doubt while maintaining plausible ignorance. Not a lie, exactly, but certainly not truth in any meaningful sense. Both council members exchange glances that communicate volumes without words. They don't believe me. That much is obvious. But they also can't prove deception without revealing how much they already know, which would expose their own sources and methods. Political standoff disguised as casual conversation. The kind of verbal chess match that's determined far too many fates in this kingdom's bloody history. Of course, Baroness Knoll says finally, her tone suggesting complete acceptance while her eyes promise future scrutiny. Market crowds are notoriously unreliable. Witnesses often fabricate details to seem more important, more observant than reality supports. Indeed. Karks rises from his chair with fluid grace that belies his massive size. We merely wanted to ensure proper protocols were followed. The Council takes security seriously, particularly regarding any unusual developments. The emphasis on unusual makes my skin crawl. They're fishing, hunting for confirmation that something significant occurred during that market encounter. Something worth their personal attention and the considerable risk of visiting this facility without official pretext. Naturally, I appreciate the Council's diligence in these matters. Baroness Knowles stands as well, smoothing her robes with precise movements that speak to years of court training. We trust your judgment implicitly, Warlord Vorin. Your record speaks for itself regarding proper handling of security concerns. Another trap wrapped in compliment. My record includes failure to protect Sarakel, inability to prevent royal assassination, years of hunting phantoms while real threats operated with impunity. Reminding me of past failures while suggesting current competence might also be questionable. Thank you for your confidence. They move toward the door with synchronized efficiency, their visit accomplished despite learning nothing definitive. But their presence here sends a clear message the Council is watching, waiting, ready to act if suspicions prove justified. Whatever protection obscurity might have provided is gone now, burned away by silver eyes and political paranoia. Oh, one final thought. Karks pauses at the threshold, his golden gaze fixed on mine with uncomfortable intensity. Should any unusual developments arise in future, the Council would appreciate immediate notification. We're always eager to assist with complex situations. Code for anything that might threaten established power structures, destabilize political arrangements, or resurrect inconvenient truths better left buried. Like surviving heirs to murdered princes whose very existence challenges every justification for the current regime's authority. Of course, I'll remember that. They depart without further conversation, leaving me alone with growing certainty that our time here is measured in hours rather than days. The Council's interest means exposure, investigation, eventual discovery of truths that will get us all killed. Every moment we remain in this facility increases the danger exponentially. I need to get Naysera and Calum away from here. Tonight, before curiosity becomes action and suspicion transforms into deadly certainty. But where? Where can we go that offers genuine safety rather than temporary refuge? What sanctuary exists for a marked woman, a royal bastard, and the fool determined to protect them both? The questions multiply faster than answers, each possibility carrying its own catastrophic risks. But delay means death, and I've failed to protect Sarakel's blood once already. I won't fail again.
Chapter 8. Naysera. The sound of Talazar's return cuts through the afternoon, quiet like a blade through silk. I know his footsteps by now measured, controlled, carrying the weight of someone who's learned to move through the world as if every surface might shatter beneath him. But today, something's different. The rhythm's off, urgent in a way that makes my nerves prickle with unease. Calum looks up from the wooden figures he's been arranging in elaborate battle formations across the floor, his silver eyes tracking toward the door with the same wariness that's kept us both alive this long. Smart boy. Too smart sometimes for his own good. Stay here, I murmur, rising from my chair with the fluid grace that years of captivity have beaten into my bones. Keep playing. The door opens before I reach it, and Talazar steps inside, looking like a storm-given flesh. His usual mask of controlled authority has cracked around the edges, revealing something raw and desperate beneath. Golden eyes scan the room with predatory intensity, before fixing on me with an expression that makes my breath catch in my throat. We need to talk. His voice carries none of its usual steady command. Instead, it's tight with barely contained tension, each word clipped short as if speaking them costs more effort than he can spare. Alone. The request shouldn't surprise me. We've barely had 5 minutes of conversation since he brought us here that wasn't filtered through Caelim's presence, carefully sanitized to protect young ears from truths too dangerous to speak aloud. But something in his tone makes my skin crawl with anticipation of disaster. "Caelim," I call without taking my eyes off Talazar's face. "Why don't you see if you can make those soldiers march in formation like a real army?" The boy's voice brightens with genuine enthusiasm, apparently oblivious to the tension crackling between the adults. "With ranks and everything?" "Exactly like a real army." Talazar's hand closes around my wrist before I can step away, his fingers warm against my skin, despite the cool air filtering through the chamber's narrow windows. The contact sends something electric shooting up my arm, not unpleasant exactly, but overwhelming enough to steal my breath for a heartbeat. He pulls me toward the far corner of the room where whispered conversation won't carry to curious ears. His grip is firm without being painful, but I can feel the tremor running through his fingers. Whatever's happened has shaken him badly enough that his legendary control is starting to fray around the edges. "What's wrong?" I ask once we're far enough from Caelim to speak freely. "You look like you've seen ghosts." His laugh is sharp, humourless. "Worse, council members." 2 words that explain everything and nothing simultaneously. I know enough about Naga politics to understand that council involvement in anything rarely ends well for people like us. But the way Talazar's jaw tightens when he says it suggests complications beyond simple bureaucratic interest. "They came to ask questions." His free hand rakes through the air where hair might be if he were human, a gesture of frustration that seems oddly vulnerable coming from someone so composed. "About the market. About you, about—" He doesn't finish the sentence, but his gaze flicks toward Caelim with unmistakable meaning. My blood turns to ice as understanding crashes over me. Someone saw something. Someone noticed details that should have remained hidden beneath carefully maintained obscurity. His eyes. The words scrape past my throat like broken glass. They know about his eyes. They suspect. Talazar's grip on my wrist tightens fractionally, his thumb tracing patterns against my pulse point that probably should feel threatening but somehow don't. "Which means we're out of time. I need to move you both tonight." "Move us where?" The question hovers on my tongue, but something in his expression stops me from voicing it. Instead, I find myself studying his face with the same intensity I'd use to assess a potential threat. The fever-bright gleam in his golden eyes, the way his scales seem to shimmer with agitation. The careful control that doesn't quite mask how badly his hands want to shake. "I need you to trust me." The words come out raw, stripped of the diplomatic polish he usually employs when navigating delicate conversations. "I know I'm asking a lot. I know you have no reason to believe anything I tell you, but I'm trying to protect you both. Can't you see that?" "Can I?" Trust has been a luxury I couldn't afford since the day raiders dragged me away from everything I'd ever known. Survival meant assuming everyone wanted to use me, hurt me, break me in ways that would leave scars deeper than flesh could heal. Trusting Talazar means abandoning the wariness that's kept Caelim and me alive through years of nightmare. But there's something in his voice that bypasses rational analysis entirely. Desperation, maybe. Or the kind of bone-deep sincerity that can't be faked no matter how skilled the liar. When I look into his eyes, I see echoes of my own determination to keep Caelim safe at any cost. The urgency hits me like a physical force, pulsing beneath my skin with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. Something electric and insistent that makes every nerve ending sing with the need to move, to act, to trust this impossible Naga who's risked everything for a boy he barely knows. It feels like magic, though that's impossible. I don't have magic, do I? Nay, Sarah. Talazar steps closer, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from his bronze skin. "Please." The single word breaks something inside my chest that I didn't realise was still whole. Maybe it's the way he says my name like it matters, like I'm more than just another human to be managed or discarded when convenient. Maybe it's the desperation in his voice that speaks to every protective instinct I've ever felt toward Calum. Or maybe it's the growing certainty that if I don't trust him now, we'll all die. All right. The word comes out steadier than I feel. What do you need me to do? Relief floods his expression so completely that for a moment he looks younger, less like the terrifying warlord who commands armies, and more like someone who's been carrying impossible burdens alone for far too long. Pack light, only what you can't replace. His hand slides from my wrist to my shoulder, and the contact sends warmth spiralling through my chest. We leave after the evening meal when the facility empties for shift change. Where are we going? Somewhere safe, I hope. The honesty is brutal but appreciated. False promises would insult the intelligence we've both demonstrated, and pretty lies won't protect us from whatever dangers are closing in. If Talazar doesn't know whether his plan will work, at least he's not pretending otherwise. I glance toward Calum, who's absorbed in creating elaborate military formations with his wooden soldiers. He looks so young like this, so innocent despite everything he's endured. The thought of dragging him into another unknown situation makes my stomach clench with familiar dread. But staying here means discovery, and discovery means death, for all of us. Can you give me an hour? I ask. To prepare him? Moving is hard for him sometimes. Understanding flickers across Talazar's features. He's seen how carefully Calum moves through the world, how the boy processes change with the wariness of someone who's learned that new situations usually bring pain. Patience with trauma isn't something I'd expect from a military commander, but Talazar seems to grasp the necessity without explanation. Of course, I'll return when it's time. He moves toward the door with that fluid grace that makes every gesture look like controlled violence, but pauses at the threshold to look back at me with an expression I can't quite decipher. Gratitude, maybe. Or something deeper that makes my pulse quicken in ways that have nothing to do with fear. Nicera, my name on his lips sounds different than it has before. Warmer, more personal. Thank you. Then he's gone, leaving me alone with a child who trusts me to keep him safe, and growing certainty that I'm about to gamble both our lives on a Naga whose motives I don't understand. But the urgency still pulses beneath my skin like a second heartbeat, insistent and electric. Whatever's happening between Talazar and me, whatever strange connection draws us together despite every rational reason to maintain distance, it feels too powerful to ignore. Maybe that's my answer. Not logic or careful analysis or the bitter lessons learned through years of captivity. Maybe sometimes trust is something that happens in the space between heartbeats, in the warmth of unexpected touch, in the desperate sincerity of someone who's risking everything for strangers. Maybe sometimes trust is the only choice that makes sense. Night falls with the gradual inevitability of an executioner's blade, shadows creeping across stone walls, until artificial light becomes necessary for basic navigation. I've packed our meagre possessions into a canvas sack that fits easily across my shoulders' spare clothing, the wooden soldiers Calum loves, the small knife I've managed to keep hidden since our capture. Everything we own in the world reduced to objects that won't slow us down if we need to run. Calum handles the news better than expected, though I catch him staring at the room's familiar corners with the expression of someone memorizing details for an uncertain future. He doesn't ask many questions, trusting my judgment in the way that children learn when their survival depends on adult competence. Will the new place be nice? He asks, while I braid his hair tight enough to keep it from his eyes during travel. I don't know, sweet one, but it will be safer. Good. His voice carries the pragmatic acceptance that breaks my heart every time I hear it. No child should be so accustomed to upheaval that safety becomes more important than comfort. As long as we're together. Always, I promise, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. No matter what happens, we stay together. Talazar returns precisely when he said he would, moving through the door with efficient silence that speaks to years of covert operations. He's changed from his usual formal attire into dark clothing that blends with shadow, practical gear designed for movement rather than intimidation. Ready? His golden eyes find mine across the room, and I nod before second thoughts can undermine my resolve. The journey through the training facility requires careful navigation of patrol routes and shift schedules Talazar knows by heart. We move in single file, him leading, Calum between us, me bringing up the rear with one hand resting protectively on the boy's shoulder. Every shadow could hide observers. Every sound might herald discovery. My nerves stretch taut as wire as we slip through corridors designed to contain rather than conceal, following routes that feel exposed despite Talazar's confident guidance. But his planning proves flawless. We encounter no one during our careful progress toward whatever exit he's chosen. No challenges to explain our presence or destination. Within 30 minutes, we're standing outside the facility's walls, breathing free air that tastes sweeter for being unexpected. This way. Talazar leads us through narrow alleys that wind between buildings like arteries through living tissue. The path seems random at first, designed more for concealment than efficiency, but gradually I recognise the logic of his route. We're moving away from the city centre, toward districts where oversight grows lax and questions carry dangerous implications, where people mind their own business because curiosity has a way of proving fatal. Calum walks between us without complaint, despite the distance, his small legs working to match our longer strides. When I offer to carry him, he shakes his head with stubborn pride that reminds me why I love him so fiercely. Strong boy, stronger than he should have to be. The house appears after what feels like hours of careful navigation, though rational assessment suggests we've been walking for perhaps 90 minutes. It sits apart from its neighbours, surrounded by garden space that provides natural barriers against casual observation. Modest but well-maintained, built from local stone that weathers beautifully rather than simply ageing. The kind of place that suggests comfortable anonymity, prosperous enough to avoid suspicion, but not wealthy enough to attract unwanted attention. "This is yours?" I ask, as Talazar produces keys from somewhere within his dark clothing. "Has been for years. I needed somewhere." He pauses, searching for words that won't reveal more than he's ready to share. "Somewhere apart from official duties. No one knows about this place except me." The interior matches the exterior's understated elegance. Clean lines, functional furniture, carefully chosen details that speak to personal taste rather than military efficiency. A home rather than temporary shelter, though something about the space feels deliberately impersonal. As if he's never quite allowed himself to truly inhabit it. Calum explores with the cautious enthusiasm of a child discovering new territory, his fingers trailing across surfaces that gleam with careful maintenance. The house smells of soap and leather, and something indefinably masculine that makes me think of warm bronze and contained strength. "There's a room upstairs," Talazar says once Calum has completed his initial survey. "Bed's large enough for both of you. Windows face the garden so you'll have natural light. Privacy, space, the kind of consideration that feels almost foreign after months of shared quarters and constant observation. I find myself blinking back tears that have nothing to do with fear and everything to do with unexpected kindness. "Thank you. Don't thank me yet." His expression grows serious as Calum settles into exploring the kitchen with methodical thoroughness. "We're not safe. Won't be safe as long as the council suspects what they suspect. This place buys us time, but not indefinitely. Time, the most precious commodity in a world where discovery means death. But even temporary reprieve feels like luxury when measured against the alternatives we've been facing." Calum finds a collection of books tucked into a corner shelf and examines them with reverent curiosity. Most are military histories or tactical manuals, but a few volumes of poetry and philosophy suggest depths to Talazar's character I hadn't suspected. "Can you read these?" the boy asks, holding up a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather. "Some of them." Talazar kneels to Calem's level, his massive frame folding with surprising grace. "Would you like me to show you?" The offer sparks genuine enthusiasm in silver eyes that have seen far too little wonder lately. Watching them together, the deadly warlord and the fragile child who somehow calls to every protective instinct he possesses, makes something twist in my chest that has nothing to do with fear. When did this become about more than survival? When did keeping Calem safe expand to include wanting Talazar to find whatever peace this strange arrangement might offer? Dangerous thoughts. The kind that lead to emotional investment in people who should remain tactical allies at most. But as I watch Talazar's patient explanation of written symbols, see the careful gentleness with which he handles the boy's questions, I find myself cataloguing details that have nothing to do with strategic assessment. The way concentration softens his features, the unconscious care with which he modulates his voice to avoid overwhelming young ears, the genuine pleasure that flickers across his expression when Calem grasps concepts with startling speed. He looks content, as if this domestic moment provides something he didn't realize he needed. The evening passes in unexpected normalcy. Simple meal prepared from ingredients Talazar keeps stocked, despite his apparent infrequent presence. Quiet conversation about books and stories, and the kind of dreams children nurture, despite evidence that the world rarely accommodates hope. When Calem finally succumbs to exhaustion, curling up in the upstairs bedroom with trusting completeness, I return to the main room to find Talazar standing near the windows, his gaze fixed on darkness beyond glass. "He'll sleep well here." I settle into a chair positioned to maintain clear sightlines to both the stairs and the door, old habits asserting themselves despite the day's revelations about trust. "He always does when he feels secure." "Good." Talazar turns from his vigil, golden eyes finding mine with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. "Nicera, I need you to understand something." The serious tone makes my stomach clench with anticipation of disaster. Whatever he's about to say, his expression suggests it won't be comfortable news. "I'm not holding you prisoner here." He moves closer, each step measured and deliberate. "But this is the only place you'll be safe. Both of you. Leaving means exposure, and exposure means death. The honesty is brutal but appreciated. False promises would insult the intelligence we've both demonstrated, and pretty lies won't protect us from whatever dangers are closing in. If this sanctuary requires isolation, at least I understand the stakes involved." "How long?" I ask, because practical planning requires realistic timelines, even when realistic timelines promise indefinite captivity. "I don't know." His jaw tightens with frustration that seems directed more at circumstances than my questions. "Until I can find another solution. Until the council's interest moves elsewhere. Until—" He doesn't finish the sentence, but the unspoken possibilities hang in the air between us like smoke from a funeral pyre. Until Calem's secret can be safely revealed. Until political situations shift enough to accommodate inconvenient truths. Until someone powerful enough decides that protecting us serves their interests. All scenarios that could take months or years to develop. All scenarios that might never happen at all. "We'll wait," I tell him, meaning it despite the way confinement chafes against instincts honed through years of enforced helplessness. As long as necessary. Relief floods his expression so completely that for a moment he looks younger, less like the terrifying warlord who commands armies, and more like someone who's been carrying impossible burdens alone for far too long. "Thank you." The words come out rough, stripped of diplomatic polish. "I know it's not ideal. I know you have every reason to resent another cage, however comfortable." Another cage. The description stings because it's accurate, but something in his tone suggests he understands the weight of what he's asking, that he recognizes the difference between choosing safety and accepting imprisonment, even when the practical results look identical. It's not a cage if we choose to stay. I rise from my chair, moving closer to where he stands silhouetted against window glass. It's shelter. There's a difference. Our eyes meet in the space between one heartbeat and the next, and something electric passes between us that has nothing to do with magic and everything to do with recognition, of shared purpose, of mutual understanding born from circumstances that should have remained impossible, of attraction that grows stronger every time we're alone together, despite every rational reason to maintain careful distance. Nicera. My name on his lips sounds different than it has before, warmer, more personal. I want you to know. Don't. I lift one hand to stop whatever declaration he's about to make, whatever truth that might change the careful balance we've established. Not tonight. Tonight we're safe. Calum is sleeping peacefully, and that's enough. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, fresh complications, the endless chess match of survival in a world designed to destroy people like us. But tonight, in this house that smells of safety and feels like hope, we can afford the luxury of simply existing without constant vigilance. Tonight, we can pretend that sanctuary might become home. 3 days pass in a rhythm I've never experienced before: meals at regular intervals, uninterrupted sleep, the luxury of boredom rather than constant vigilance. It should feel like paradise after years of scraping by on scraps and stolen moments of rest. Instead, I find myself restless in ways that have nothing to do with confinement. The problem isn't the house, which continues to offer comfort beyond anything I thought possible. Clean water whenever I want it. Books to read during quiet afternoons. Windows that frame garden views instead of iron bars or stone walls. The problem is the Naga who provided all of this, and the way I can't seem to stop watching him. It starts as a strategic assessment, or at least that's what I tell myself. Enemy surveillance disguised as casual observation. He might be protecting us now, but Nagas are notorious for shifting loyalties when circumstances change. Keeping track of his moods, his movements, his reactions to various stimuli, that's just sensible survival planning. Except surveillance doesn't explain why I find myself cataloguing the way morning light catches the iridescent edges of his scales. Doesn't justify the careful attention I pay to the unconscious grace with which he moves through doorways designed for beings half his size. Strategic assessment shouldn't include noticing how his voice changes when he talks to Calum, growing softer around the edges in ways that suggest depths beneath the military composure. I tell myself it's because I don't trust him. Because despite his apparent kindness, he's still a Naga, and Nagas consider humans barely better than pets. The contradiction between what I know about his species and what I observe in his behaviour creates cognitive dissonance that demands resolution. But that explanation crumbles when I catch myself studying the line of his jaw while he reads to Calum, or tracking the way his hands move with surgical precision while preparing evening meals. Those observations have nothing to do with threat assessment and everything to do with the growing awareness that Talazar is unlike any male I've ever encountered. The way he handles Calum clinches it. I've spent years protecting that boy from adults who saw him as a burden, curiosity, or worse. Watching someone interact with him, as if he matters not because of whatever royal blood might flow through his veins, but because he's smart and funny and deserves patience triggers emotions I didn't realise I was capable of feeling. On the second morning, I find them in the kitchen working together to prepare breakfast. Calum stands on a wooden stool so he can reach the counter, while Talazar guides his small hands through the process of kneading dough. The contrast between massive bronze fingers and tiny brown ones creates an image that lodges somewhere beneath my ribs and refuses to dislodge. "Like this?" Calum asks, his tongue poking out between his lips with the concentration that always appears when he's learning something new. "Perfect. You're a natural at this." Talazar's voice carries genuine pride, as if the boy's success with bread making represents some significant achievement worthy of celebration. Your technique is better than mine was at twice your age. The compliment makes Calum beam with pleasure that transforms his entire face. When was the last time someone praised his accomplishments instead of merely tolerating his presence? When was the last time an adult took time to teach him something useful, rather than simply ensuring he stayed quiet and out of the way? I should feel grateful for Talazar's kindness toward the child I love like my own blood. Instead, I find myself fighting tears that have nothing to do with relief and everything to do with the bitter recognition of how much we've both been missing. That afternoon brings the first clear demonstration of the pattern I've been unconsciously noting since our arrival. Calum approaches Talazar while he's reading near the window, climbing onto the chair beside him with the fearless trust that children reserve for adults who've proven themselves worthy of faith. Within minutes of settling against Talazar's side, something changes in the Naga's posture. The easy relaxation that characterises his off-duty hours transforms into carefully controlled tension, as if every muscle in his body has begun fighting against some internal pressure. His breathing grows shallow, and a faint tremor runs through his hands that has nothing to do with cold. "Are you all right?" Calum's voice carries the concern that makes him seem older than his 8 years, too accustomed to reading adult distress signals for his own protection. "Fine." Talazar forces a smile that doesn't quite mask the strain around his golden eyes. "Just tired. Why don't you show Nicera that new story you've been working on?" Distraction rather than explanation. But Calum accepts the redirect with the adaptability of a child who's learned not to press for details adults aren't ready to provide. He slides off the chair and trots toward where I'm pretending to organise supplies that don't need organising, chattering about plot developments in the epic tale he's been crafting for the wooden soldiers. I watch Talazar from the corner of my eye as Calum settles beside me, noting how the tremor gradually fades once the boy moves out of immediate proximity, how his breathing returns to normal, how the tension bleeds out of his shoulders like water from a broken dam. Illness, I think at first. Something contagious that he's trying to protect Calum from contracting. But that doesn't explain the timing, the way symptoms appear and disappear in direct correlation with the boy's presence rather than following any logical disease progression. Magic, then. Some kind of reaction to whatever power flows through Calum's veins, though neither of them seems aware of the connection. But that raises questions I'm not equipped to answer about bloodlines and inherited abilities and the kind of political complications that get inconvenient people killed. The pattern becomes undeniable over the next day. Every time Calum spends extended periods near Talazar, the Naga begins showing signs of whatever invisible affliction plagues him. Shallow breathing, trembling hands, that careful control that suggests someone fighting against overwhelming physical distress. And every time I touch Talazar during one of these episodes, a hand on his shoulder, fingers brushing his wrist, the symptoms fade like smoke in a strong wind. The first time happens by accident. Calum has been sitting in Talazar's lap while they work through a particularly complex section of one of the military histories, and I can see the strain building in the Naga's expression, despite his efforts to hide it. When I reach across to turn a page, my fingers brush against his forearm, and the change is immediate. The tremor stops. His breathing deepens. That careful tension melts away as if it never existed, leaving behind only the easy contentment that seems to characterize his interactions with both of us. Coincidence, I tell myself. Natural recovery that happened to occur during inadvertent contact. But when the same thing happens the next day, and again that evening, coincidence becomes increasingly difficult to believe. I have some kind of effect on whatever's affecting him. The recognition should terrify me magic of any sort represents danger for humans in Naga territory, but instead I find myself cataloguing opportunities for casual contact. Brushing against his hand while passing dishes at dinner, letting my shoulder bump his when we stand close enough to watch Calum's elaborate play scenarios. Each touch brings that same immediate relief, and each time I catch him looking at me with an expression I can't quite decipher. Gratitude, certainly, but something deeper that makes my pulse quicken in ways that have nothing to do with fear. I hate that I care enough to notice these details. Hate that I'm beginning to recognize the signs of his distress before they become obvious. Hate that helping him has started feeling less like strategic necessity and more like an instinctive response to seeing someone I what? The question haunts me during quiet moments when Calum plays and Talazar handles mysterious errands that take him away from the house for hours at a time. What is Talazar becoming to me, beyond protector and temporary ally? Why does his absence create restlessness that has nothing to do with security concerns and everything to do with missing his presence? I tell myself it's natural to feel grateful towards someone who's provided safety and comfort when we had neither. Tell myself that appreciating his kindness toward Calum doesn't constitute emotional attachment. Tell myself that noticing his physical appeal the way morning light makes his scales shimmer, the unconscious grace of his movements, the warmth in his voice when he laughs, falls within normal human observation patterns. But lying to myself has never been a particular strength, and the truth sits in my chest like a coal that grows hotter every time I try to ignore it. I'm developing feelings for Talazar that have nothing to do with gratitude and everything to do with recognition. He makes me feel safe in ways that extend beyond physical protection. When he looks at me, I see reflection rather than assessment, as if he recognizes something in me that matches whatever draws me to him. When we're all together in the evening reading, talking, simply existing in shared space, I experience something that might be peace if I allowed myself to believe in such luxuries. For the first time in years, I have enough food that I don't need to calculate whether each meal might be my last. I sleep through the night without nightmares about discovery or separation from Calum. I can plan beyond the next day's survival, because survival itself has become something I can take for granted. The abundance feels surreal after so long existing in constant scarcity. A full stomach, clean clothes, the knowledge that tomorrow will bring another day of safety rather than another test of endurance. These should be enough to keep me satisfied, grateful for simple continuation of circumstances that once seemed impossible. Instead, I find myself wanting more, wanting explanations for the connection I feel whenever Talazar and I occupy the same space, wanting to understand what draws me to him despite every rational reason to maintain careful distance, wanting to explore whatever grows between us in moments when conversation lapses and we're left studying each other with intensity that has nothing to do with strategic assessment. Dangerous wants. The kind that leads to emotional investment in people who could disappear from my life as suddenly as they entered it. The kind that makes survival more complicated because they create attachments worth grieving when circumstances inevitably change. But watching Talazar coax laughter from Calum during their evening reading sessions makes resistance feel futile. The boy has never had a positive male influence in his life, never experienced patient instruction from someone who genuinely enjoys his company. Seeing him blossom under Talazar's attention, asking questions, sharing observations, displaying the quick intelligence that captivity forced him to hide, validates every instinct that told me to trust this impossible Naga. And if Calum trusts him, if Calum feels safe enough to be fully himself in Talazar's presence, then maybe I can allow myself the luxury of examining whatever this growing attraction might become. Maybe I can stop pretending that strategic observation explains the way my breath catches when Talazar smiles. Maybe I can acknowledge that the warmth spreading through my chest when he touches me has nothing to do with magical healing and everything to do with wanting more contact, more connection, more of whatever electric current flows between us during unguarded moments. Maybe I can admit that for the first time since raiders dragged me from my family's village, I'm beginning to hope for something beyond mere survival. The realization should terrify me. Instead, it feels like waking up after years of restless sleep, finally ready to discover what dreams might look like when they're no longer constrained by the necessity of staying alive one more.
Chapter 9. Talazar. Sleep refuses to come despite the late hour and the exhaustion that should make unconsciousness inevitable. I lie in the narrow bed of my own guest room, staring at ceiling beams that blur together in the darkness, while my mind churns through thoughts I have no business entertaining. 3 days. 3 days of domestic normalcy that feels more foreign than any battlefield I've ever walked. 3 days of watching Naysera move through my house like she belongs here, her presence transforming sterile rooms into something that might actually qualify as home. 3 days of Calem's laughter echoing through spaces that have known only silence for years. The boy is extraordinary. Every day reveals new facets of intelligence that mirror his father's quick mind, though thankfully without the political complications that made Sarakel's brilliance dangerous to those who preferred simpler solutions. Calem approaches learning with voracious curiosity, absorbing information about history and strategy and the wider world beyond captivity with an enthusiasm that makes teaching him feel less like obligation and more like privilege. When he concentrates on particularly complex concepts, his brow furrows in exactly the same pattern Sarakel's did during War Council meetings. When something delights him, his entire face transforms with joy that could power small cities. When he asks questions, and he asks endless questions, his voice carries the same musical cadence that once made court sessions bearable, simply because I knew Sarakel would eventually speak. Being around him is like having pieces of my dead friend return to me in small, precious increments. The way he holds books with reverent care, his habit of humming softly while working through problems, the unconscious grace with which he moves despite his small size and the hardships that should have broken his spirit years ago. It hurts, having this connection to Sarakel when my friend remains beyond reach of anything but memory. But it also heals something I didn't realize was still bleeding, fills spaces that have remained empty since that terrible night when everything changed. Calem will never replace his father. No one could. But knowing that pieces of Sarakel live on in this remarkable child makes the world feel slightly less dark than it has for the past 8 years. And then there's Naysera. Protecting Calem was always going to be non-negotiable once I recognized those distinctive silver-rimmed eyes. Honor demands nothing less than absolute commitment to keeping Sarakel's son alive, regardless of personal cost. But I hadn't anticipated the woman who came with him, hadn't planned for the way she challenges every assumption I've made about human capability and resilience. She's been watching me. I'd have to be blind not to notice the careful attention she pays to my movements, my expressions, my reactions to various situations. Surveillance disguised as casual observation, though I suspect she doesn't realize how transparent her interest has become. At first, I assumed it was wariness. Sensible precaution from someone who survived years of captivity by maintaining constant vigilance against potential threats. Humans in her position learned quickly that safety is temporary and trusting the wrong person means death. But the quality of her observation has shifted over the past few days, becoming something that feels less like assessment and more like curiosity. She notices details that have nothing to do with threat evaluation, the way I move through doorways, how I handle delicate tasks despite my size, the unconscious habits that emerge when I think no one is paying attention. More importantly, she's begun responding to the episodes that plague me whenever I spend extended time near Calem. Her touch seems to drain the curse's poison from my system like water extinguishing flame, though I doubt she understands the mechanism behind the relief she provides. Purna magic. Has to be, though she shows no signs of conscious awareness about her abilities. The bloodline must be dormant, activated only under specific circumstances that involve proximity to whatever power flows through Calem's veins. The combination creates a perfect storm of magical interaction that should terrify me, but instead feels like salvation. When she touches me during those episodes, when her fingers brush against my skin and the agony recedes like a retreating tide, I catch glimpses of something in her expression that has nothing to do with clinical assistance. Concern, perhaps, or recognition of connection that extends beyond immediate necessity. The possibility that she might be developing feelings that mirror my own seems too dangerous to contemplate. Hope has become a luxury I can't afford, especially when it involves someone whose safety depends on maintaining careful emotional distance. Caring about her beyond strategic necessity creates vulnerabilities that enemies could exploit, complications that could get all three of us killed. But logic offers little defense against the way my pulse quickens when she smiles, or how her voice sounds different when she speaks my name. Against the growing certainty that whatever draws me to her runs deeper than physical attraction or grateful appreciation for her care during the episodes. She challenges me in ways I hadn't realized I needed, questions assumptions about human capability that military training taught me to accept without examination, demonstrates strength that has nothing to do with physical power and everything to do with the kind of courage that survives years of systematic brutality without breaking. When she argues with me about tactics or philosophy, which happens more frequently as her initial wariness fades into something approaching trust, her intelligence blazes with intensity that makes conversation feel like sparring with a worthy opponent. She doesn't defer to my authority simply because I'm Naga, doesn't accept explanations that fail to satisfy her logical analysis of situations. It's refreshing, intoxicating, dangerous as my curse. I want to know everything about her, what she was like before captivity reshaped her into the fierce survivor I see now, what dreams she harbored as a child, what hopes she still nurtures despite evidence that the world rarely accommodates human aspirations, whether she feels even a fraction of the pull that draws me toward her with increasing intensity. But wanting answers to those questions means acknowledging that she's become more than temporary responsibility, more than a strategic asset in keeping Callum safe. It means admitting that 3 days of domestic normalcy have fundamentally altered my understanding of what home might look like. A soft sound breaks through my spiraling thoughts' footsteps, but wrong somehow. Too light to be Sarah moving through the house, too deliberate to be Caleb's unconscious nighttime wandering. The rhythm speaks of stealth rather than casual movement, practiced silence that sets every combat instinct blazing with alarm. I roll from bed without conscious thought, bare feet finding floor with movements honed through decades of military service. My clothing remains within arm's reach, old habits that prove their worth in moments like this, and I dress with efficient silence while tracking the sound's progression through rooms below. 3 sets of footsteps, light enough to suggest Naga rather than the heavier tread most other species would create, but moving with coordination that speaks to professional training. Assassins, then. Council operatives or private contractors hired to eliminate inconvenient complications before they become larger problems. They found us. Despite every precaution, despite choosing this house specifically for its isolation and defensible positions, somehow our location has been compromised, which means Nysera and Caleb face immediate threat from enemies who won't hesitate to kill them simply for existing in proximity to information that could destabilize political balance. Unacceptable. I move through my own house like water flowing downhill, every sense focused on tracking intruders whose presence threatens everything I've sworn to protect. The layout provides advantages they can't anticipate: hidden passages designed during construction, sight lines that allow observation without exposure, defensive positions that turn furniture into weapons or shields as necessity demands. The first assassin appears at the base of the stairs, black clothing designed to blend with shadow but useless against eyes, adapted for hunting in darkness. Female, probably mid-level operative based on equipment quality and movement patterns. Experienced enough to present real threat, but not senior enough to suggest this represents the Council's primary effort. She dies before detecting my presence. My claws find her throat with surgical precision, severing arteries and windpipe in movements too fast for defensive response. Blood sprays across wall surfaces in patterns that would be artistic if they didn't represent someone's final moments, and her body drops with the liquid grace death brings to those who lived by violence. The second assassin reacts to his partner's demise with admirable speed, blades appearing in both hands as he spins toward my position with lethal intent. Better trained than the female, faster reflexes, equipment that gleams with the kind of quality reserved for operations requiring guaranteed success. Unfortunately for him, I wrote most of the tactical manuals his trainers probably studied. I feint left, drawing his initial strike toward empty space, while my right hand closes around his weapon arm. Bone snaps with sound like breaking kindling as I apply pressure that renders his dominant hand useless, and his scream dies unvoiced when my fangs find the junction between neck and shoulder. Venom floods his system with efficiency that makes consciousness optional and death inevitable. His struggles weaken rapidly as poison races through arteries designed to carry life-sustaining blood, and within seconds he collapses into convulsions that will end in cardiovascular failure. 2 down, 1 remaining. The third proves more challenging. Professional enough to avoid engaging me directly after witnessing his companion's fate, intelligent enough to use the house's layout against me rather than relying purely on martial skill. He moves with patience that suggests extensive experience, forcing me to hunt through rooms that should provide home field advantage, but instead become maze-like when occupied by someone determined to avoid direct confrontation. I find him near the kitchen, blade pressed against Calum's throat. The boy stands frozen with terror that makes him seem even younger than his 8 years, silver eyes wide with the kind of fear that comes from understanding exactly how much danger he faces. The assassin holds him with professional competence, using Calum's small body as a shield, while calculating angles and distances that might allow escape once his primary target lies dead. "Drop your weapons," he orders, voice carrying an accent that suggests origin in the eastern provinces, where council influence runs deepest. "The boy dies if you move." Weapons, as if claws and fangs qualify as equipment that can be discarded rather than integral parts of my anatomy, as if threatening Calum represents negotiating position rather than declaration of war. "Let him go." I keep my voice level despite rage that threatens to consume rational thought. "Your contract is with me. The child poses no threat to anyone. The child is an abomination." Blade pressure increases enough to draw blood from Calum's throat, bright red drops that stand out against brown skin like accusation. Half-breed spawn that should have been eliminated at birth. I'm performing public service. Public service. The kind of justification that allows killers to sleep peacefully after murdering children whose only crime was existing in defiance of political convenience. The same reasoning that let council members order Sarakel's assassination, that turned my friend's love into justification for genocide. I move before conscious thought can interfere with instinctive response. Air magic lifts me across intervening space faster than human eyes can track, carrying me over furniture and obstacles with grace that makes flight seem effortless. The assassin's blade shifts toward my trajectory, but Calum chooses that moment to sink small teeth into his captor's wrist, with vicious determination that would make any Naga proud. Distraction costs the assassin his life. My claws find his chest while his attention focuses on the boy's unexpected attack, punching through ribs and sternum with force that stops his heart before pain signals can reach his brain. Blood fountains across kitchen surfaces as I withdraw my hand, and he crumples like marionette with severed strings. Victory. All 3 threats eliminated before they could complete whatever mission brought them to my sanctuary. Calum remains alive, unharmed except for minor cuts that will heal without scarring. Naga sleeps undisturbed upstairs, protected by my vigilance and the deaths of those who would have murdered her for inconvenient knowledge. Then the curse hits. Pain explodes through my system like molten metal poured directly into my veins, agony so complete that breathing becomes a challenge requiring conscious effort. Every muscle spasms simultaneously as magical poison floods through pathways designed to carry life-sustaining energy, and the world tilts sideways in ways that suggest gravity has become optional. I drop to one knee beside the kitchen table, claws scoring deep gouges in wood as I struggle to remain upright against waves of torment that make previous episodes feel like minor discomfort. This is beyond anything I've experienced since the curse first manifested, pain so overwhelming that rational thought becomes an impossible luxury. Darkness creeps around the edges of my vision like an advancing tide, promising unconsciousness that might provide escape from agony, but would leave Naga and Calum defenseless if more assassins follow the first wave. Can't lose consciousness. Can't abandon my responsibility to protect them. Can't. "Talazar!" Naysara's voice cuts through the pain-induced haze with clarity that makes her presence feel like an anchor in storm-tossed waters. Her footsteps thunder down the stairs with speed that suggests she heard sounds of combat and chose investigation over self-preservation, confirming every assessment I've made about her courage. She appears in the kitchen doorway wearing sleeping clothes that emphasize vulnerability, while her expression blazes with protective fury that makes her seem more dangerous than any of the assassins I just killed. Her gaze takes in blood-covered surfaces, 3 corpses, and my current condition with analytical speed that would be impressive if it weren't directed toward circumstances that prove how completely I've failed to keep them safe. What happened? Are you hurt? She drops beside me without regard for the blood pooling across floor tiles, her hands finding my shoulders with touch that immediately begins draining poison from my system. Relief floods through me like cool water after days in desert heat, magical healing that makes breathing possible again, and restores sensation to limbs that had begun feeling distant and unresponsive. The curse doesn't disappear, it never does, merely retreats to whatever dark corner of my soul it inhabits between episodes, but her touch reduces it to manageable levels. Assassins. My voice sounds rough, damaged by whatever sounds emerged during the worst moments of pain. 3 of them. They found us. Her hands tighten on my shoulders as understanding hits, fury and fear warring for control of her expression in ways that make her seem more beautiful rather than less. Callum. Safe. Upstairs. I got him out before. I gesture vaguely toward the carnage surrounding us, unwilling to describe details that might give her nightmares. They're dead. All of them. Good. The vicious satisfaction in her voice proves that survival has taught her to appreciate necessary violence when it protects people she loves. Are there more coming? Excellent question. The kind of tactical thinking that confirms my assessment of her intelligence while highlighting problems I'd rather not contemplate during moments of physical weakness. Probably. Honesty seems more useful than false reassurance when planning requires accurate threat assessment. This was reconnaissance in force. If they don't report back. She nods understanding, helping me struggle back to a vertical position with support that feels more intimate than medical assistance. Her warmth bleeds through my clothing where she touches me, grounding me in the present moment when pain still threatens to drag consciousness toward darker places. Can you walk? Practical concern rather than emotional reaction, though I catch glimpses of something deeper in her expression that has nothing to do with strategic necessity. Yes, eventually. Once the world stops tilting at angles that make navigation challenging. I need to move the bodies, hide evidence, make it look like they were never here. I'll help. No. The refusal is sharp, driven by protective instincts that can't tolerate exposing her to more violence than absolutely necessary. Stay with Calum. Make sure he's all right. This is my responsibility. Her jaw tightens with frustration that suggests argument forming, but practical assessment wins over emotional response. She understands the wisdom of maintaining watch over the boy, while I handle cleanup operations that require strength she doesn't possess. Be careful, she says instead, and something in her tone makes the words feel like more than casual concern. I spend the next hour disposing of evidence with efficiency born from unpleasant experience. Bodies disappear into the woods surrounding the house, weighted down in stream beds that will hide them until decomposition makes identification impossible. Blood gets scrubbed from surfaces with solutions that eliminate both visible stains and traces magical investigation might detect. By the time I finish, exhaustion hits with force that makes each step toward home feel like individual victory. The curse simmers beneath my skin like banked coals, ready to flare into agony if I push physical limits too far beyond current capacity. My hands shake with fatigue that has nothing to do with exertion and everything to do with magical poison working through my system. The house feels different when I return, as if the violence that occurred within its walls has fundamentally altered something about the space that once felt like a sanctuary. Naysara sits in the main room's largest chair, positioned to maintain clear sightlines to both entrances, while keeping vigil that probably hasn't wavered since I left. She watches me cross the threshold with an expression that mixes relief and fury in proportions I can't quite decipher, her gaze tracking movements that must reveal more about my current condition than I'd prefer to admit. When I collapse onto the couch rather than maintaining dignity through proper posture, her eyes narrow with concern that feels dangerously personal. "You look terrible," she observes with characteristic directness. "Feel worse." The admission escapes before I can censor it, honesty born from exhaustion that makes careful self-control temporarily impossible. But they're gone. No traces left. "Good." She rises from her chair with movements that suggest readiness for action, crossing toward where I sprawl like a broken marionette. "You need rest." Rest. The concept feels foreign after years of training that treated sleep as strategic weakness rather than biological necessity. But my body chooses that moment to remind me that even Naga have limits, and the combination of combat, magical affliction, and cleanup operations has pushed me well beyond mine. Consciousness fades despite every effort to maintain awareness, darkness claiming me with inevitability that makes resistance pointless. The last thing I register is Nicera's presence nearby, her warmth and scent creating a bubble of safety in a world that suddenly feels much more dangerous than it did this morning. I wake to find her still there. She occupies the chair closest to the couch, book forgotten in her lap, while she maintains watch that probably hasn't broken since I lost consciousness. Her expression combines fury and fear in proportions that create something approaching protective rage, emotions too intense for someone whose connection to me should remain strictly tactical. The sight hits me with impact that has nothing to do with physical discomfort and everything to do with recognition. She cares, not just about the protection I provide or the safety this house represents, but about me as an individual worth preserving beyond my utility value. The realization should terrify me. Emotional attachments create vulnerabilities that enemies can exploit, complications that make survival more difficult for everyone involved. Caring about her response to my welfare means acknowledging that she's become more than a temporary responsibility, more than a strategic asset in keeping Calum safe. But terror feels distant compared to warmth spreading through my chest when I see relief flash across her features as consciousness returns. Compared to the way her posture relaxes fractionally when I prove capable of sitting upright without assistance. I force myself vertical through effort that costs more than it should, ignoring the way exhaustion makes even simple movements feel like major undertakings. The curse has retreated to whatever dark corner it inhabits between episodes, but its effects linger like poison working slowly through my system. "How long?" My voice sounds better than expected, though still rougher than normal. 4 hours. She sets the book aside with movements that suggest reading was merely activity to occupy hands rather than genuine interest in content. It looked like you were in pain, even while unconscious." Pain. Such inadequate description for the way curse-induced agony reshapes reality into something that barely qualifies as existence. But explaining the details would require admitting truths I'm not ready to share. Revelations that could put both her and Calum in even greater danger. I'm fine now. Lie, but necessary one. We need to discuss options. They found us once. They'll find us again. Her jaw tightens with frustration that suggests arguments forming, but tactical assessment wins over emotional response. She understands that sentiment can't override strategic necessity when survival requires difficult decisions. "Where do we go?" Practical question rather than emotional protest, confirming every assessment I've made about her intelligence and adaptability. Good question. One I've been avoiding because all viable answers require choices that will test the limits of trust we've been carefully building over the past few days. But as I study her face, noting the way concern lingers around her eyes, despite efforts to project composed competence, the protective fury that makes her seem more dangerous than any of the assassins I killed tonight, I find myself wondering if my caution has been misplaced. She stayed. When consciousness claimed me and left her vulnerable to whatever threats might follow, she stayed to maintain watch, rather than fleeing towards safety that would abandon me to whatever fate awaited. When she had every reason to prioritize her own survival and Calem's protection, she chose to remain present in case I needed assistance upon waking. That level of loyalty extends beyond strategic necessity, beyond gratitude for protection provided or sanctuary offered. It suggests the kind of personal investment that mirrors the growing attachment I've been fighting to suppress since the day I first saw her defending Calem in the market square. Maybe she does care. Maybe the connection I feel whenever we occupy the same space isn't a one-sided delusion born from years of isolation. Maybe 3 days of domestic normalcy have affected her as profoundly as they've affected me. The possibility should terrify me. Instead, it feels like hope disguised as strategic advantage, a promise that survival might lead to something more meaningful than mere continuation of circumstances that have kept us alive thus far. But exploring those possibilities requires surviving whatever comes next. And survival means making decisions that will test every assumption we've made about trust, loyalty, and the growing certainty that what's developing between us extends far beyond a temporary alliance born from shared necessity. I meet her gaze across space that feels simultaneously vast and intimate, seeing my own questions reflected in eyes that have witnessed too much violence but still hold capacity for hope. Whatever happens next, whatever choices we make in response to tonight's attack, we'll face them together. That certainty feels like victory despite evidence that everything else about our situation has become infinitely more complicated.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 10. Nicera. The silence feels different after Talazar leaves, heavier somehow, weighted with possibilities I don't want to examine too closely. I watch from the window as his tall form disappears into the morning mist that clings to the path leading toward the training facility, and something twists in my chest that has nothing to do with strategic concerns about our safety. When did I start caring whether he comes back? The question catches me off guard, forces me to confront feelings I've been shoving down since the moment I saw him collapse in that blood-soaked kitchen. Watching him fight those assassins with lethal precision should have reminded me exactly what he is, Naga. Predator. Someone whose loyalty extends only as far as whatever purpose Calem serves in his larger plans. Instead, all I could think about was the possibility that he might not survive whatever was tearing him apart from the inside. I've spent 8 years learning that caring about anyone beyond Calem is a luxury I can't afford. Attachment creates vulnerability, and vulnerable people don't survive long enough to protect the ones who matter. But somewhere between his careful patience with Calem's endless questions and the way he moves through domestic tasks with surprising gentleness, Talazar has slipped past defences I thought were impenetrable. The realisation should terrify me. Does terrify me, if I'm being honest. But it also feels like waking up after years of holding my breath, like discovering muscles I'd forgotten existed. I settle into the chair beside Calem's bed, positioning myself where I can maintain clear sight lines to both entrances, while keeping watch over the boy who's become the centre of my entire world. He sleeps with the kind of peaceful expression that makes him look even younger than his 8 years. Dark curls falling across features that bear traces of bloodlines I don't understand. Those eyes, though, even closed, they dominate his face with intensity that seems impossible for someone so small. Silver-rimmed and haunting, carrying knowledge that feels ancient despite belonging to a child who should be worried about lessons and games rather than survival. Talazar's reaction to seeing them still puzzles me. The shock that transformed his entire expression in that market square, the way he stared at Calum like seeing a ghost made flesh. There's history there, connections I can't decipher, but feel certain matter more than he's willing to admit. Just like the episodes that plague him whenever he spends extended time near Calum. Pain that seems to originate from somewhere deeper than physical injury. Magical affliction that responds to my touch in ways that make no logical sense. The relief that floods his features when I reach for him during those moments suggests healing that extends beyond anything I understand about my own capabilities. Magic. Has to be, though the concept still feels foreign, despite mounting evidence. Growing up human means accepting that power belongs to other species, that our role is survival rather than influence. But the warmth that flows through my hands when I touch him, the way his agony recedes like a retreating tide, there's no other explanation. The thought should excite me. Instead, it adds another layer of complexity to circumstances that already feel impossibly tangled. Having magic means responsibility I'm not prepared for, expectations I don't understand. It means being someone other than the survivor I've crafted myself into over years of careful adaptation. Calum shifts in his sleep, drawing my attention back to present concerns. His breathing remains steady, but something about his expression has changed. The peaceful rest gives way to tension that suggests dreams turning darker, childhood nightmares that plague him more frequently than I'd like to admit. He's always been prone to vivid dreams. Even as an infant, he would wake with tears streaming down his face, reaching toward things only he could see. As he grew older, the episodes became more complex, not just fear, but recognition that seemed impossible for someone with no memories of whatever haunted his sleeping mind. Tonight feels different, though. His small hands clench into fists against the blankets, and soft sounds escape his lips that might be words if I could decipher them properly. "Curse!" The whisper barely audible, but clear enough to make my blood run cold. "Will kill." Curse? Calum knows nothing about curses beyond the fairy tales I've told him to pass long evenings. Where would such knowledge come from in the mind of a child who's never been exposed to magical education beyond basic survival techniques? Protector. Another fragment, delivered with urgency that suggests whatever he's experiencing carries weight beyond normal dream logic. Prince. The word sends ice through my veins that has nothing to do with the morning air. Calum has never shown interest in stories about royalty, never asked questions about noble bloodlines or political structures. His curiosity focuses on practical matters, how things work, why people behave certain ways, what lies beyond the boundaries of our limited world. So why is he dreaming about princes? His breathing becomes more laboured, small chest rising and falling with rhythm that suggests distress rather than peaceful sleep. Whatever visions play behind his closed eyelids are causing genuine anguish, the kind of terror that leaves lasting marks on young minds. I reach toward him, intending to provide the comfort that has soothed his nightmares since infancy, but stop when his eyes snap open. Silver. Completely silver. No trace of the warm brown irises that normally anchor those distinctive pupils. Just metallic shine that reflects light like polished coins, alien and beautiful, and absolutely terrifying in their intensity. My heart hammers against my ribs as I stare into eyes that belong on something other than a human child, power radiating from them in waves that make the air itself feel charged with electricity. This isn't Calum, not the boy I've raised, Not the sweet child who asks endless questions about everything from cloud formations to why some people are cruel to others. This is something else. Something ancient and powerful and impossibly aware, despite occupying the body of an 8-year-old. Magic responds within me like lightning seeking ground, warmth flooding through my hands with intensity that makes my skin tingle. Whatever this is, whatever force has claimed temporary residence behind Caelim's eyes, it calls to abilities I'm only beginning to understand. The curse will kill the protectors. His voice carries harmonics that human vocal cords shouldn't be capable of producing, musical undertones that seem to resonate in my bones. The words emerge with certainty that belongs to prophecy rather than childhood imagination, knowledge delivered with authority that makes questioning feel futile. Then his eyes roll back, silver fading to reveal familiar brown irises as consciousness retreats wherever it came from. His breathing evens out immediately, tension draining from small muscles until he looks like any other sleeping child rather than a vessel for forces beyond my comprehension. I sit frozen in the chair, mind racing through implications I don't want to consider. Curse. Protectors. The way those silver eyes seem to look through me rather than at me, as if seeing truths that exist beyond the present moment. Talazar's episodes. The pain that tears through him whenever he spends extended time near Caelim. Magical affliction that seems to worsen with proximity to whatever power flows through the boy's veins. Could that be the curse Caelim spoke of? Some kind of magical binding that punishes anyone who tries to protect him? The possibility sends dread crawling up my spine like ice water. If proximity to Caelim is what's causing Talazar's suffering, if protecting us means enduring magical poison that could eventually kill him. No, I can't let myself think like that. Can't accept that caring about Caelim might be what's destroying the first person since his mother, who's shown us genuine kindness. There has to be another explanation. Some way to understand what's happening that doesn't require choosing between the boy who's my entire world and the man who's somehow become essential to my peace of mind. But as I watch Caelim sleep with expression now peaceful and innocent, I can't shake the memory of those alien silver eyes or the authority in his voice when he spoke of curses and death. Something lives inside him, something connected to bloodlines and powers I don't understand, something that might be the key to everything Talazar's condition, the reasons assassins want us dead, the way my own magic responds to situations I can't predict. I need answers. Need to understand what's happening to all of us before ignorance gets someone killed. And the only person who might have those answers is currently risking his life at the training facility, maintaining pretenses that become more dangerous with each passing day. The realization hits me like revelation. I want him to come back, not just because we need his protection, not just because Caelim has grown attached to his quiet strength and patient teaching. I want him back because somewhere in the space of 3 days, he's become important to me in ways that have nothing to do with strategic necessity. I want to know what he's thinking when he stares into the distance with an expression that suggests memories too painful to share. Want to understand the careful way he moves through rooms, as if constantly aware of his size and potential for destruction. Want to discover what lies beneath the controlled exterior he maintains like armour against a world that's taught him to expect betrayal rather than trust. The longing feels dangerous, selfish, impossibly complicated given everything else we're facing. But it also feels real in ways that make my chest tight and my hands shake when I think about the possibility that tonight's attack might not be the last. I've spent 8 years believing that depending on anyone besides myself was a weakness that could get Caelim killed. But sitting here in the growing daylight, watching him sleep while wondering whether Talazar will return safely, I'm forced to confront a truth I've been avoiding. I already depend on him, not just for protection or shelter or the resources that keep us fed and safe. I depend on his presence to make the world feel less hostile, his patience with Caelim to remind me that not all authority figures use their power to cause harm. I depend on the way he looks at me not like property to be managed or obstacle to be removed, but like a person whose thoughts and feelings matter. The admission should feel like defeat. Instead, it feels like stepping into sunlight after years of living in shadows, recognition that survival might be possible without constant vigilance if the right person stands watch beside you. But first he has to come back. First we have to survive whatever forces are arrayed against us, whatever conspiracies want Calum dead and anyone who protects him eliminated along with him. First I have to figure out what that silver-eyed prophecy means, and whether there's any way to save the man I'm falling for from whatever curse might be killing him one episode at a time. The morning stretches ahead with uncertainty that feels heavier than any burden I've carried since the night Calum's mother pressed him into my arms and whispered those two life-changing words, "Keep him." Now I find myself hoping I can keep them both.
Chapter 11. Talazar. The morning air carries the familiar scents of leather and steel as I make my final rounds through the training facility. Everything appears normal: recruits running drills in the courtyard, sergeants barking corrections, the steady rhythm of military life that's defined my existence for decades. But underneath the routine lurks tension I can't shake, awareness that normalcy has become performance since the night assassins invaded my home. My boots echo against stone corridors as I head toward the main exit, mind already shifting to the journey back to Naysera and Calum. 3 days of maintaining appearances while knowing they wait for my return has stretched my patience thinner than I care to admit. The need to see them safe, to confirm that no other threats have materialized in my absence, pulls at me with urgency that feels almost physical. But as I round the corner leading to the entrance hall, voices halt my progress. Not the usual casual conversation of guards or recruits. These tones carry authority that makes my survival instincts flare to immediate alertness. Certain he was involved somehow. The timing is too convenient. Duke Theron Karks. His nasal accent is unmistakable even when pitched low for private conversation. I press myself against the stone wall, positioned where shadows provide concealment while still allowing clear sightlines to the speakers. You're allowing paranoia to cloud your judgment, Terran. Baroness Sevia Knoll's voice carries the kind of dismissive confidence that's always grated against my nerves. Talazar handled the situation exactly as we would expect. A disturbance in the market square dealt with efficiently. Efficiently, yes. But why take them to the training facility instead of executing them immediately? The Duke's tone suggests suspicion that's been festering since our last encounter. Since when does our warlord require privacy for such simple matters? Ice crystallizes in my veins as I realize the direction of their conversation. They're here looking for me, asking questions I can't afford to have answered. The careful lies I constructed during our previous meeting apparently weren't as convincing as I'd hoped. Perhaps he wanted information first. Intelligence gathering is hardly unusual. The Baroness sounds less certain now, as if the Duke's concerns are beginning to take root in her own mind. Information about what? They were thieves, Sevia. Common criminals caught stealing bread. Footsteps echo as he paces, restless energy that speaks to agitation rather than casual inquiry. Unless there was something uncommon about them, something worth investigating privately. My grip tightens on the hilt of my sword as implications crash over me like cold water. They know. Maybe not specifics, but they suspect enough to pose dangerous questions. The careful balance I've maintained between duty and deception is crumbling faster than I can shore it up. The reports mentioned unusual characteristics. The Baroness's words carry weight that makes my blood turn to ice. A child with distinctive features, eyes that stood out to multiple witnesses. Silver-ringed eyes. The Duke's voice drops to whisper that somehow carries more menace than any shout. Witnesses described silver-ringed slit pupils on a human child. Do you know what that suggests, Sevia? The silence that follows stretches like a drawn blade, sharp with possibilities I can't let them explore. Silver eyes aren't just unusual, they're impossible unless royal blood flows through young veins. And everyone in the royal circle knows exactly whose bloodline carries that particular trait. Sarakel's child. The Baroness breathes the words like prayer or curse. The rumors were true. He had an heir. An heir that certain parties have been very eager to eliminate permanently. The Duke's tone suggests knowledge of conspiracies I can only guess at, which makes our warlord's behavior extremely interesting, doesn't it? My chest constricts as understanding hits me. They don't just suspect, they know. Know about Caelim's parentage. Know about the forces that want him dead. Know that my connection to Sarakel makes me the most likely candidate to protect his son despite the risks. Talazar was Sarakel's closest friend. His loyalty to the prince was legendary. The Baroness sounds thoughtful now, pieces falling into place with precision that terrifies me. If anyone would risk everything to protect the prince's child, then we need to find him immediately. The Duke's voice carries finality that speaks to decisions already made. Search his quarters, his office, anywhere he might hide evidence. And send word to the council they'll want to know that the last obstacle to their plans may have just revealed himself. Footsteps approach my hiding spot with purpose that leaves no doubt about their intentions. I melt deeper into the shadows, every instinct screaming at me to move, to act, to eliminate threats before they can spread their poison further. But killing council members inside the training facility would only confirm their suspicions while creating investigations I can't survive. Instead, I force myself to remain motionless as they pass, close enough that I catch the scent of expensive oils and political ambition. Only when their voices fade toward the interior of the building do I allow myself to breathe properly again. The conversation continues, muffled now by distance, but still audible enough to freeze my soul. How long do you think he's been hiding the child? Long enough to grow attached. Long enough to make this personal rather than political. Then he won't abandon the boy willingly. We'll need to be prepared for resistance. The implications hit like an avalanche, burying any hope that time might solve this crisis peacefully. They know about Caelim. They know about my connection to him. And they're already planning whatever comes next, strategies that undoubtedly end with all of us dead. I need to move. Now. Every moment I waste listening to their schemes is another step closer to disaster for the people I've sworn to protect. The careful life I've built around keeping Caelim safe has just collapsed, leaving only desperate flight as our remaining option. My exit from the facility requires every skill learned through years of covert operations. Guards who normally wouldn't question my movements suddenly seem like potential threats, colleagues transformed into possible enemies by circumstances beyond anyone's control. Each corridor feels like gauntlet, each face a potential source of betrayal. But training serves me well. I reach the outer gates without incident, projecting the kind of casual authority that discourages questions while maintaining pace that suggests routine rather than urgency. Only when I'm beyond sight of the walls do I allow desperation to transform my careful stride into something approaching a run. The journey back to my house feels endless despite familiar terrain. Every shadow might conceal watchers. Every sound could herald pursuit. The weight of failure presses against my chest like a physical burden. Failure to maintain our disguise. Failure to protect them from forces I should have anticipated better. By the time I reach the front door, sweat dampens my clothing despite the cool morning air. My hands shake slightly as I work the locks, adrenaline and fear combining in ways that feel foreign after decades of controlled military service. Callum! My voice carries forced cheerfulness that I pray will mask the urgency beneath. How would you like to go on an adventure? He looks up from the book he's been reading, those impossible silver eyes brightening with excitement that makes my heart clench. So trusting, so eager for new experiences despite everything he's already endured. The innocence in his expression only strengthens my resolve to keep him safe, whatever the cost. Really? Where are we going? His voice carries childlike enthusiasm that makes what I'm about to ask feel like betrayal. Somewhere new, somewhere with different sights to see. I force myself to maintain the pretense while catching Naysara's eye over his head. Her expression shifts immediately from curiosity to alarm as she reads the tension in my posture, the barely controlled panic I'm trying to hide. "Pack your things quickly, little prince. We leave soon." The endearment slips out without conscious thought, pet name I've started using despite its dangerous accuracy. But if Calum notices anything unusual in my tone, he gives no sign. Instead, he scrambles toward the small bag that contains his few possessions, excited energy that makes me want to weep for the childhood being stolen from him, piece by piece. Naysera approaches with cat-like wariness, recognition that something fundamental has changed written in the tension around her eyes. "What's wrong?" Her voice pitched low enough to avoid Calum's hearing, but carrying a demand for truth that I can't ignore. I draw her further from his position, close enough to catch the scent of her hair while maintaining visual contact with the boy. The council knows about Calum. They're looking for him specifically, and they know I'm involved. The color drains from her face like water from a cracked vessel. How much do they know? Everything that matters. The admission tastes like ashes. His eyes, his connection to Sarakel, my loyalty to the prince. They've put the pieces together. She absorbs this information with the kind of stillness that speaks to years of surviving impossible circumstances. But I catch the tremor in her hands before she clenches them into fists, see the way her breathing becomes more controlled rather than natural. "How long do we have?" "Not long. They were searching the facility when I left. It won't take them much time to realize I've gone and start checking here." Without another word, she moves into action. Years of living as a fugitive have taught her efficiency that puts my military training to shame, essential items sorted and packed with speed that suggests practice born from necessity. She knows which possessions matter and which can be abandoned, which supplies will mean survival, and which represent luxury we can't afford. Watching her work sends unexpected warmth through my chest, despite the crisis surrounding us. There's something beautiful about her competence, the way she transforms panic into productive action without wasting energy on questions or complaints. She trusts me enough to follow my lead even when that lead means abandoning the first real safety she's known in years. "Ready." Her voice steady despite circumstances that would shake most people to their core. Callum shoulders his small pack with determination that makes him appear older than his years, adventure becoming reality faster than any child should have to adapt. But there's excitement mixed with the solemnity, eagerness for new experiences that helps mask the true nature of our departure. We slip from the house like smoke, taking nothing that might slow our progress while carrying everything essential for survival. The path leading away from the city stretches ahead, with promise of concealment among smaller settlements, places where unfamiliar faces draw less attention than they would in major population centers. But within the first hour of walking, reality begins asserting itself in ways I hadn't anticipated. Calum's short legs struggle with pace necessary for safety, his breathing becoming labored despite his efforts to keep up without complaint. The pack that seemed manageable in the house now weighs heavy on small shoulders, each step becoming a visible effort. Naysera notices his struggle before I do, maternal instincts that have kept him alive for 8 years, alerting her to signs of fatigue I might have missed. She adjusts her own burden to help shoulder his pack, redistributing weight with practiced efficiency. But the additional load clearly strains her as well. Her breathing becomes more controlled, steps less fluid as she compensates for carrying supplies meant for someone larger. The fierce independence that's defined her survival instincts wars with practical reality. She can't maintain this pace while bearing Callum's weight as well as her own. "Let me carry him." The offer emerges before conscious thought, protective instinct overriding other considerations. She glances at me with an expression that suggests internal debate, pride battling against necessity. "You don't have to." "I want to." The truth in those words surprises me with its intensity. "Please." After a moment's hesitation, she nods. "Callum, Talazar is going to carry you for a while." He doesn't protest, exhaustion finally overwhelming excitement as the reality of sustained travel begins taking its toll. When I reach for him, he comes willingly, small arms circling my neck with trust that makes my chest tight. The moment his weight settles against me, Agony explodes through my system like lightning seeking ground. The curse slams into me with force that drives breath from my lungs, vision blurring as familiar poison courses through my veins with intensity that surpasses anything I've experienced before. But this time carries a difference that terrifies me, not just the magical backlash from using power near him, but reaction to simple proximity, physical contact that shouldn't trigger magical response. My venom turns inward like a blade seeking vital organs, burning through tissue with precision designed for maximum damage. The air becomes thick, suffocating, each breath requiring conscious effort as my body wars against itself. Muscles that should respond to my will instead convulse with foreign energy, threatening to drop us both if I can't maintain control. But I don't let go. Can't let go, despite horror that washes over me as understanding crystallizes with brutal clarity. It's not just using magic near Callum that accelerates the curse. It's being near him at all. Physical proximity to Sarakel's son triggers whatever magical binding wants me dead, poison that grows stronger with every moment of contact. The episodes I've been experiencing were just previews of what prolonged exposure will do to my system. Each heartbeat sends fresh waves of agony through my chest as corrupted venom seeks new ways to destroy me from within. My vision wavers between clarity and darkness, balance becoming negotiation rather than automatic function. But Calum's weight remains steady in my arms, his trust absolute despite the tremors I can't quite suppress. Talazar? Naysara's voice carries concern that cuts through the pain like cool water. What's wrong? I want to tell her. Want to explain what's happening. Why touching Calum is killing me slowly but surely. Want to warn her that protecting Sarakel's child might mean watching everyone who tries to help him die inch by agonizing inch. But the words won't come. Not because I can't speak, but because speaking those truths would mean admitting defeat. Would mean acknowledging that my promise to Sarakel might be impossible to keep, that love for the prince's son could be the very thing that destroys my ability to protect him. Instead, I force my legs to continue moving, each step requiring conscious effort as the curse works its poison deeper into my system. The boy in my arms shifts slightly, settling more comfortably against my chest, and the innocent gesture sends fresh spikes of agony through bones that feel like they're dissolving from within. But I don't let go. Won't let go no matter what it costs me. Because somewhere between the moment I saw those familiar silver eyes and now, this has become about more than duty to a dead prince. It's about the child who asks endless questions and laughs at my clumsy attempts at domestic tasks. It's about the woman walking beside us who touches me like I'm worth saving despite every reason she has to fear what I represent. It's about a family I never thought I'd have, protection that extends beyond political obligation into territory I've spent decades avoiding. And when Naysara touches my arm, urging me to look at her, the pain washes away. Because while I'd pay any price to protect them, she is the only thing that heals me. The curse can take my strength, my health, my life if necessary, but it won't take my resolve to keep them safe, whatever that choice ultimately costs me.
Chapter 12. Naysara. The hut we found refuge in barely deserves the name. 2 cramped rooms connected by a doorway that's missing its actual door, and a washroom that's little more than a basin and bucket tucked into what might generously be called an alcove. But after 3 days of walking through increasingly remote villages, it represents safety, or at least the closest thing to safety we can afford. I settle into the worn wooden chair beside the narrow cot where Callum sleeps, watching the rise and fall of his chest in the dim light filtering through the single grimy window. His face carries the peaceful expression that only comes with exhaustion, finally claiming victory over adrenaline. These past days have pushed him harder than any child should endure, yet he's adapted with resilience that both amazes and breaks my heart. Talazar occupies the other room, giving us space while remaining close enough to respond to any threat. The careful distance he maintains has become routine, though I've noticed how his jaw tightens when Calum reaches for him, how his breathing becomes more controlled, during the moments when proximity can't be avoided. Whatever's wrong with him grows worse around the boy, though he'd rather die than admit it. The irony isn't lost on me that touching Talazar seems to ease whatever pain he carries, while touching Calum appears to intensify it. Magic I barely understand flows through my hands in ways that feel both natural and terrifying, responses I can't control to situations I don't fully comprehend. But tonight feels different. Peaceful even. Calum's breathing remains steady and deep, the kind of sleep that promises genuine rest rather than mere exhaustion. Maybe we've finally found a place where he can recover some small portion of the childhood being systematically stolen from him. That hope lasts exactly until his first whimper. The sound emerges soft and distressed, barely audible above the settling noises of the ancient hut. But years of hypervigilance have trained me to recognize every nuance of Calum's sleep patterns, every signal that indicates transition from rest to the nightmares that have haunted him since infancy. His head turns restlessly against the thin pillow, black curls falling across features that scrunch with distress. No. The prince. Can't let them. My stomach clenches as familiar dread washes over me. These episodes have been occurring with increasing frequency, dreams that seem too vivid, too specific to be simple products of childhood imagination. But I've never mentioned them to Talazar, some instinct warning me that the content might carry significance I'm not prepared to understand. Calum. I lean closer, voice pitched to soothe without fully waking him. You're safe. It's just a dream. Instead of calming, his movements become more agitated. His small hands clench into fists that beat weakly against the coarse blanket, and his breathing shifts from peaceful rhythm to quick, shallow pants that speak to panic rather than rest. The curse, it spreads, kills the protectors. Ice crystallizes in my veins as the words register. Not because they're unusual, Calum often talks about curses and princes in his sleep, but because tonight his voice carries certainty that feels like prophecy rather than nightmare. Betrayal in the blood must warn him. His body arches off the cot with violence that sends my chair scraping backward across uneven floorboards. The peaceful child of moments ago has transformed into something I don't recognize, possessed by visions that drive his small frame into convulsions painful to witness. Talazar! The name tears from my throat before conscious thought, desperation overriding pride as Calum's condition deteriorates beyond anything I've seen before. Heavy footsteps pound across the adjacent room as Talazar responds to the urgency in my voice. He appears in the doorway like an avenging spirit, golden eyes immediately assessing the situation with military precision that would be reassuring under different circumstances. What's happening? His voice carries controlled alarm as he takes in Calum's thrashing form, the way distress has twisted familiar features into a mask of anguish. Nightmares, but worse than usual. He's talking about curses and princes and... Calum's eyes snap open. Not the gradual awakening of normal sleep, but immediate transition from unconsciousness to awareness that bypasses every natural stage of consciousness. And they're wrong. Completely, terrifyingly wrong. Instead of the silver-ringed irises that mark him as unusual, his eyes shine with solid metallic light. No pupil, no iris, no white, just pure silver radiance that seems to glow from within, as if molten metal has replaced human vision entirely. The prince trusted you. His voice emerges flat and emotionless, words spoken with adult certainty that has no place in an 8-year-old's throat. Trusted you to protect what matters most, but the curse will take you first, always takes the protectors first. Before either Talazar or I can react, Calum's small hands shoot out with serpent-quick precision, grasping Talazar's wrists with a grip that seems far too strong for his size. Talazar's reaction is immediate and horrifying. He buckles like struck by lightning, back arching as if an invisible force has driven a spear through his chest. the controlled composure that defines his every interaction shatters completely, replaced by agony so pure it seems to radiate from his skin in waves I can almost see. "Talazar!" I lunge forward, but his strangled gasp freezes me halfway between chair and cot. Blood appears on his lips like crimson flowers blooming in snow, bright against bronze skin that's rapidly paling to sickly yellow. His breathing becomes shallow, desperate gasps that suggest lungs struggling to function properly. But Kelem's grip never wavers, those impossible silver eyes fixed on Talazar's face, with expression of terrible knowing. The royal blood recognizes its guardian, but guardians die, Talazar Voren, die protecting what they love most. Kalem's voice carries ancient sadness despite his child's throat. The curse spreads through every connection, every touch, every moment of love. Horror crashes over me like Arctic tide as understanding crystallizes with brutal clarity. This isn't a nightmare or fever dream, it's something else entirely. Knowledge flowing through Kalem that he shouldn't possess. Awareness that speaks to forces beyond anything I can comprehend. And whatever's happening is killing Talazar inch by agonizing inch. His knees buckle completely, sending him crashing to the rough wooden floor with impact that should wake half the village. But his fall does nothing to break Kalem's hold, if anything. The boy's grip tightens, small fingers wrapped around Talazar's wrists like iron shackles. "Let him go!" I throw myself toward them, panic overriding caution as Talazar's breathing becomes more laboured. "Kalem, you're hurting him." But the child I know curious, gentle Kalem, who asks endless questions and laughs at terrible jokes, isn't present behind those silver eyes. Whatever consciousness drives his actions now belongs to someone else entirely, awareness that feels far older than 8 years. Talazar's face contorts with pain that seems to originate from his bones, agony working outward through muscle and tissue until his entire body convulses with foreign suffering. Foam tinged with blood appears at the corners of his mouth, and his golden eyes roll back until only whites remain visible. He's dying. Right in front of me, Kalem is somehow killing the man who's protected us both with dedication that borders on worship. And I have no idea how to stop it. Desperation drives me to my knees beside them, hands reaching for Talazar's shoulders, despite the terror that touching him might make whatever's happening worse. "Please, Kalem, stop. You're killing him." The moment my palms connect with Talazar's shirt, electricity shoots through my system like lightning-seeking ground. Not painful electricity, something else entirely. Energy that feels warm and golden and right in ways I can't begin to explain. It flows from some hidden reservoir deep in my chest, pouring through my arms and into my hands with force that makes my vision blur at the edges. It's not the subtle healing touch I've been pretending doesn't exist, but power that feels ancient and purposeful and completely beyond my control. It floods out of me like a dam bursting, seeking Talazar's suffering with precision that suggests intelligence rather than random force. Beneath my hands, his convulsions begin to ease. The terrible tension that had his back arched in impossible angles gradually relaxes as whatever energy I'm channeling works through his system. His breathing deepens from desperate gasps to something approaching normal rhythm, and the deathly pallor starts fading from his skin. But the magic keeps flowing, pulling from reserves I didn't know existed, until my head spins with effort and my own hands begin shaking. It's like pouring myself into him, sharing life force in ways that feel both natural and terrifying. "Stop!" The word emerges weak but unmistakably Talazar's voice, no longer the agonized gasps of moments before. "Naisera, stop. You're going to hurt yourself." Fear that I'm somehow making things worse rather than better drives me to jerk my hands away from his shoulders. The flow of energy cuts off abruptly, leaving me gasping and disoriented while he slowly pushes himself upright. "Are you okay?" The question tumbles out before I can consider whether it's absurd to ask someone who was dying moments ago. He nods carefully, movements still uncertain, but no longer driven by supernatural agony. I think so. Weak, but... His golden eyes meet mine with an expression I can't quite read. Thank you. We both turn toward Calum simultaneously, prepared to find those terrible silver eyes still fixed on us with alien awareness. Instead, we discover a normal child sleeping peacefully on the narrow cot, black curls falling across familiar features that show no sign of the transformation we witnessed. His breathing comes steady and deep, small hands relaxed against the threadbare blanket, as if nothing unusual has occurred. How is that possible? I whisper, afraid that speaking too loudly might trigger whatever force possessed him moments ago. Talazar studies Calum's sleeping face with an expression that carries knowledge he's been hiding, pieces falling into place in ways that clearly don't surprise him as much as they should. When he finally looks at me, his eyes hold the weight of decisions made in the space between heartbeats. It's time we clear the air. His voice carries quiet finality that suggests conversations avoided for too long. I have things to tell you, things about Calum, about why people want him dead, about what's been happening to me. He struggles to his feet, still unsteady but determined, and gestures toward the small table that serves as the hut's only furniture. There are truths you need to know, truths I should have shared long before.
Chapter 13. Talazar. The weakness clinging to my bones refuses to fade, but I force my mind through the haze of lingering pain. Each breath still carries the echo of whatever force nearly tore me apart, yet clarity cuts through the disorientation with sharp-edged necessity. Too many secrets have festered between us for too long. I gesture toward the small wooden table, its surface scarred by years of use, and wait until Nicera settles into the chair across from me. Her hazel eyes hold wariness that's become familiar, but beneath it lurks something new. Fear mixed with questions she's not certain she wants answered. The boy sleeping in there, I begin. He's not just some orphan child you've been protecting. Her spine straightens with defensive tension that radiates through every line of her body. Of course he is. I've raised him since his mother died giving birth. The interruption carries enough weight to silence her protest. A human woman who pressed him into your arms and whispered, "Keep him," before she died. But she never told you who his father was. Nicera's face goes very still, the kind of stillness that precedes either flight or fight. How could you possibly know that? Because I've suspected for weeks what you've been too afraid to consider. I lean forward, ignoring the way movement sends fresh waves of dizziness through my skull. Calum is the son of Prince Sarakel, the heir to the Naga throne that everyone believes died with his father. Her eyes widen as I speak, the color draining from her cheeks until she looks carved from marble rather than flesh and blood. Her hands clench into fists on the table's surface, knuckles standing out like mountain peaks beneath dark skin. That's impossible. He's just a child. A human child I've been protecting from exactly the kind of people who would kill him if they knew. I force myself to continue despite the way her expression crumbles with each revelation. I was there the night Sarakel died, Nicera. I was his personal guard, his closest friend. I nearly died trying to protect him, and yet I couldn't. The memory crashes over me like a tide against cliffs, bringing with it the copper taste of blood and the sound of Sarakel's voice calling my name as darkness claimed him. The scar across my chest throbs in sympathetic response, phantom pain from wounds that healed years ago, but never truly faded. I nearly died that night too. Would have if the healers hadn't worked miracles to keep breath in my lungs. But something else happened during that attack, something I didn't understand until recently. My voice drops to barely above whisper. A curse took root in my blood. Magic sickness that's been eating away at me ever since. I thought it was punishment for my failure to save the prince I swore to protect, but now I think it was to keep me in line, to punish me if I ever turned against the new royals. Her eyes widen with dawning horror as pieces fall into place. The way you react around Callum, it makes it worse every day. The admission tastes like ash, because I'm protecting him. At first it was just when I used magic near him. Now simply being in the same room triggers episodes. Tonight proved it's escalating beyond anything I expected. Naysera shakes her head with violent denial that sends her dark coils flying around her shoulders. No, that's not... You can't be telling me I've been harboring the secret heir to the Naga throne, that I've been putting him in danger just by keeping him alive. You've been keeping him alive precisely because he's in danger. I reach across the table, fingers brushing her clenched fist with contact that sends warmth shooting up my arm. Every royal cousin, every ambitious noble, every member of the council who views his existence as a threat to their power, they all want him dead. You've been the only thing standing between Callum and assassination since the day his mother died. She jerks her hand away from mine like I've burned her, chair scraping backward across uneven floorboards. How did you know? You seem to be able to tell who he was immediately. The eyes first. I settle back, giving her space while words pour out like blood from a reopened wound. That silver ring around the iris isn't just unusual. It's unique to the royal bloodline. Sarakel had them. His father had them. I recognized them the moment you tried to shield Callum from my sight in the city square. Understanding floods her features with the expression of someone watching their entire world reshape itself. That's why you stared at him like that, why you looked like you'd seen a ghost. Because I had. The truth scrapes my throat raw. But the eyes alone might have been a coincidence. Half-blood children sometimes inherit unexpected traits. It was the name that confirmed everything. Her brow furrows with confusion that speaks to gaps in knowledge no slave would have reason to fill. Callum? It's not exactly telling. Among humans, perhaps. But Prince Sarakel was named for his father's grandfather, and he had loved his own grandfather, King Callum the Just, who ruled 3 centuries ago. It's traditional for royal heirs to carry ancestral names, but only within the bloodline. I watch comprehension dawn across her face like sunrise breaking over mountains. No Naga outside the royal family would dare use that name, and Sarakel loved his grandfather's memory above all others. If he had a son, he would name him Callum. Her voice emerges hollow with shock. Oh gods, what have I done? I've been parading the rightful heir to the Naga throne through slave quarters and work camps and... You've been protecting him. The correction carries enough force to cut through her rising panic. Hiding him in plain sight where no one would think to look for a prince's son. Keeping him alive when every other option would have led to his death. She stares at me with eyes that hold too much knowledge, processing revelations that reshape everything she thought she understood about her life, about Callum, about the risks they've been navigating. When she speaks again, her voice carries brittleness that suggests fractures spreading through carefully constructed walls. The curse. You said being near him makes it worse. Significantly worse. No point softening truths that have already drawn blood. At first I thought I could manage it, find ways to protect him while minimizing contact. But tonight proved that theory was wishful thinking at best. Her face crumples with guilt that cuts deeper than any blade. I've been making you touch him, asking you to carry him, to help with his care. I've been slowly killing you. You've been saving my life. The words are driven by the need to correct misconceptions that could destroy something precious before it has a chance to grow. Every time that cursed agony overwhelms me, your touch pulls me back from the edge. Whatever magic flows through your hands counteracts the worst of what's trying to destroy me. She blinks in surprise, as if the idea hadn't occurred to her, despite repeated evidence. I don't understand any of this. The magic, the healing, why I can... Neither do I. The admission tastes like failure, but honesty demands its due. All I know is that you've kept me functional when the alternative was death by inches. and that regardless of personal cost, I will not abandon Sarakel's son. The finality in my voice seems to hit her like physical force, driving her further back in the chair, as if proximity to my determination might somehow contaminate her with similar resolve. But I see the moment she truly comprehends what I'm saying, not just that I'll protect them, but that I'll die doing it if necessary. You can't. The words emerge strangled, barely audible. You can't just throw your life away for the child of my closest friend, for the rightful heir to the throne currently occupied by murderers, for the boy who laughs at terrible jokes and asks endless questions about everything he sees. I lean forward despite the way movement sends fresh dizziness through my skull. There's no choice in this, Nicera. Sarakel asked me to protect what mattered most to him. I failed him once. I won't fail him again. Something changes in her expression then, walls slamming into place with almost audible impact. The vulnerability that had crept through her defenses during our conversation vanishes behind armor of practiced emotional distance, leaving behind the wary slave who trusts nothing and no one. I need time to think. She pushes back from the table with movements that speak to barely controlled flight instinct. It's too much. Everything you've told me, everything that's happened tonight. I nod, though part of me wants to reach for her, to pull her back from whatever emotional precipice she's approaching. Of course, take whatever time you need. But even as I offer space, I can see her retreating into survival mechanisms that have kept her alive for years. The woman who touched my face with gentle concern minutes ago has been replaced by someone calculating escape routes and risk assessments, weighing the cost of continued association against whatever benefits protection might offer. She rises from the chair with fluid grace that speaks to muscles always ready for sudden movement, pausing only long enough to glance toward the doorway where Calum sleeps peacefully, unaware that his entire identity has been dissected and reconstructed in the space of a conversation. Will there be more episodes like tonight? I don't know. The honesty tastes bitter. Whatever's happening to him, whatever knowledge is trying to surface, seems to be getting stronger. But I've never encountered anything like this before. She nods once, sharp movement that suggests decisions being made behind carefully controlled features. Then she's gone, disappearing into the smaller room with quiet footsteps that somehow feel like retreat rather than simple departure. I remain at the table long after her footsteps fade, staring at the scarred wooden surface while exhaustion wars with restless energy coursing through my veins. The confession feels both relief and burdened truth, finally spoken, but at cost I'm not certain either of us is prepared to pay. Sleep proves elusive when I finally seek my bedroll in the larger room. Every time consciousness begins to fade, images surface unbidden. Sarakel's face in his final moments, silver eyes that belonged to both father and son, the way Nicera's expression had shuddered when understanding struck. The curse throbs through my bones with irregular rhythm, no longer confined to episodes triggered by proximity to Calum, but spreading through my system like poison seeking new territory to claim. Dawn arrives gray and unwelcome, bringing with it the necessity of movement, of maintaining facades even when everything has changed. Nicera emerges from the smaller room looking composed but distant, her interactions polite but carefully measured. She tends to Calum with the same gentle attention as always, but I catch her watching him with new awareness, studying features that must look different now that she knows what royal blood flows through his veins. The boy himself seems oblivious to undercurrents of tension, chattering about dreams of flying over vast gardens, while Nicera braids his hair to hide the distinctive eyes. But I notice how her hands linger on his shoulders, how her jaw sets with fresh determination when she thinks no one's watching. She's processing revelations in her own way, rebuilding understanding of their relationship around new knowledge. I try to give them space, busying myself with maps and supply checks while maintaining enough distance to avoid triggering fresh episodes. But the curse has developed unpredictable patterns, flaring without warning even when Calum remains in the other room. Magic sickness spreads through my bones like frost, leaving me gripping furniture for support while fighting to maintain composure. It's during one such episode that I become aware of Nicera watching me from the doorway, her hazel eyes taking in the way my shoulders shake with suppressed convulsions, how my breathing has become shallow and controlled. She doesn't approach, hasn't touched me since the revelations of the previous night, but something in her expression suggests internal war between self-preservation and the compassion that defines her. When the worst passes and I can straighten without betraying weakness, she's gone again. The pattern continues throughout the day, careful distance maintained while awareness crackles between us like lightning seeking ground. I find myself studying her when she's focused on other tasks, the way afternoon light catches gold undertones in her dark skin, how her hands move with unconscious grace, whether tending Callum's hair or preparing simple meals from our dwindling supplies. There's strength in every gesture, defiance in the set of her shoulders even when she thinks herself unobserved. She's pulling away. I can feel it in the spaces between words, the careful neutrality of her responses when direct interaction becomes unavoidable. The woman who had thrown herself between me and potential death the night before has retreated behind walls designed to protect rather than welcome. And I hate that I understand her reasoning, even as it cuts deeper than any blade. I also hate how much I want to cross the careful distance she's established, to reach for her with hands that have no right to such desires. Want wars with responsibility, personal need with duty to Sarakel's memory, and Calum's safety. Every time she moves within arm's reach, restraint becomes physical effort that leaves my muscles tense and my mind scattered. The curse feeds on emotional turmoil as much as proximity to royal blood, each spike of frustrated desire triggering fresh waves of magical sickness that leave me gripping door frames and fighting for breath. But even through the agony, I can't stop noticing the way she moves, the fierce protectiveness that radiates from her whenever she looks at Calum, the careful walls she's building between us with each passing hour. By evening, the space between us feels vast as an ocean despite the hut's cramped quarters. Nicera prepares dinner with efficient movements that require no input from me, tends Calum's bedtime routine with gentle attention that pointedly excludes my participation. I watch from across the room, memorizing details I have no business cataloging while my chest aches with longing that has no place in our current reality. She's afraid of the revelations about Calum, of what protecting him truly means, of the magic flowing through her hands and the responsibility it represents. But underneath the fear, I glimpse something else, determination that speaks to the core of steel beneath her exterior. She'll run if she has to, take Calum somewhere beyond my reach if that's what safety requires. But she won't abandon him to save herself. The realization should comfort me. Instead, it leaves me staring at the ceiling while night settles around us, wondering how long it will take her to decide that distance from me equals safety for the child she loves. Wondering if I'll have the strength to let them go when that moment comes.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 14. Nicera. I stare at the rough wooden ceiling above my bedroll, tracing knots in the timber with eyes that refuse to close, despite exhaustion weighing down my limbs. Sleep feels impossible when every thought spirals back to the same impossible truths. Calum is royalty, hunted by people who want him dead, and I've been harbouring the heir to the Naga throne without understanding the magnitude of what that means. A prince. The boy I've raised, whose scraped knees I've bandaged, and whose nightmares I've soothed. carries blood that makes him the most dangerous person in the realm simply by existing. Part of me still can't reconcile the revelation with the child sleeping peacefully in the next room. Shouldn't his family want to know him? Shouldn't there be relatives desperate to find him, to welcome him home instead of hunting him like prey? But then I remember the way Talazar's face had gone granite hard when speaking of the royal council, the carefully controlled rage in his voice when he mentioned assassination. These aren't people who see Calum as family. They see him as an obstacle to power they've already claimed. The knowledge sits in my chest like swallowed glass, sharp and unforgiving. My mind keeps circling back to Talazar himself, to the way he'd looked when confessing the curse eating away at his life. The memory of his pain-racked features makes my stomach clench with something I refuse to name, because caring about him feels like opening myself to inevitable loss. I've watched people disappear from my life before taken by sickness, by violence, by the simple cruelty of slavery that tears families apart without warning. I won't do it again. Can't let myself get close to someone I'll lose. Except I already have. The admission tastes bitter, but honesty demands recognition of what's already taken root, despite my efforts to maintain distance. Somewhere between his gruff kindness toward Calum and the way he'd looked at me like I mattered, like I was worth protecting, walls I'd spent years building have developed cracks I can't ignore. And then there's the magic. My hands flex against the rough blanket as I remember the way power had flowed through my fingers when touching his fevered skin, how the curse's agony had drained away like water through my palms. I've never felt anything like that surge of energy, never understood that I carried anything beyond stubborn determination and skill with a blade. What does it mean? Where did it come from? The questions multiply without answers, leaving me floating in uncertainty that makes my chest tight with anxiety. I roll onto my side, pressing my face against the scratchy fabric while memories from the day replay in relentless succession. The way Talazar had moved despite obvious pain, maintaining strength for Calum's sake, even when his hands shook with suppressed agony. How he'd kept careful distance after our conversation, giving me space while his golden eyes tracked my movements with intensity that made my skin burn. Gods help me, I'd found myself looking back. Every chance I could steal without being obvious. My gaze had sought him out, cataloguing the way muscle shifted beneath bronze skin when he moved, how his jaw tightened when episodes of magical sickness hit, the careful control he maintained even when suffering. There's something magnetic about his presence, a gravitational pull that draws my attention, despite rational knowledge that I should run as far and fast as possible. I'm tired of being rational, tired of always calculating risks and building walls and denying myself anything that might resemble happiness or comfort or connection. For once in my life, I want to stop thinking about consequences and survival strategies long enough to acknowledge what's been building between us like storm pressure in summer air. The decision crystallizes with sudden clarity that leaves no room for second guessing. I need to see him. To have this conversation before dawn brings fresh complications and the necessity of maintaining careful facades. Before I lose courage or convince myself that distance equals safety. I slip from my bedroll with practiced quiet, bare feet making no sound against wooden planks as I navigate through the common area toward the larger room where Talazar should be sleeping. Should be, but isn't. I can see his silhouette propped against the wall, staring at ceiling beams with an expression I can't read in the dim light filtering through shuttered windows. He turns his head as I approach, golden eyes catching what little illumination exists to reflect it back with predatory gleam. Can't sleep. Too much to think about. I settle beside his bedroll, close enough to catch the warmth radiating from his skin, but not quite touching. The space between us crackles with awareness that makes my pulse quicken, despite efforts to maintain composure. The revelations about Calum? Among other things. I draw my knees up, wrapping arms around my shins while studying his profile in the darkness. I've been turning over everything you told me, trying to make sense of royal airs and curses and magic I didn't know I possessed. But my mind keeps coming back to one thing. His attention sharpens with focus that feels almost physical against my skin. What's that? Regardless of how we found each other or what's going to happen next. The words emerge steadier than expected, carrying conviction that surprises me with its strength. I'm tired of holding back. Something shifts in his expression, careful control slipping enough to reveal hunger that mirrors what's been building in my chest for days. His eyes drop to my mouth with movement that sends heat racing through my veins before snapping back up to meet mine. You told me all the secrets about Calum, I continue, voice dropping to whisper that seems loud in the quiet room. But you have one more, don't you? His throat works as he swallows, jaw tightening with visible effort to maintain restraint that's clearly costing him. Yes. The admission emerges rough, scraped raw by whatever he's been fighting to contain. I lean closer, close enough to catch the scent of his skin, warm bronze touched with something wild and dangerous that makes my breath catch. What is it? For a moment, he doesn't answer, golden eyes searching my face with intensity that strips away every pretense I might use to hide behind. When he speaks, his voice carries the weight of confession that changes everything between us. I've never wanted anyone the way I want you. The words hit like physical impact, sending shockwaves through my system that leave me trembling with more than cold night air. Heat pools low in my belly, spreading outward until every nerve ending feels sensitized and electric. This is what I came here for, this honesty, this admission of desire that matches what's been consuming me, despite every rational argument against it. I feel the same. The confession emerges breathless, carried on an exhale that seems to close what little distance remains between us. I know it's impossible. I know you're dying. The word sticks in my throat, too sharp and final to voice. I know all the reasons why this is a terrible idea, but I can't stop wanting you anyway. His hand rises to cup my cheek with touch so gentle it makes my chest ache. The pad of his thumb traces my cheekbone with reverence that speaks to restraint barely held in check, careful exploration that suggests he's memorizing texture and warmth against the possibility that this moment might be all we have. Nicera. My name emerges like prayer on his lips, rough with longing that makes my core clench with answering need. If we do this. No, I lean into his touch, pressing my face against his palm, while words spill out faster than I can censor them. No discussions about consequences or what it means or how it ends. Just this. Just us, right now. The last of his restraint crumbles at my words, golden eyes flaring with heat that sets my blood on fire. His other hand finds the back of my neck, fingers threading through my hair as he draws me closer, with movement that feels both inevitable and earth-shattering. Come here, he murmurs, voice dropping to a growl that vibrates against my skin as he pulls me forward until I'm straddling his hips, knees bracketing his waist while my hands brace against his chest. The position brings us face to face, breath mingling while tension builds to breaking point between us. His hands frame my face with careful reverence, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones as golden eyes search mine with a question that doesn't need words. I answer by closing the distance between us, pressing my lips to his in a kiss that starts tentative, almost hesitant, as if we're both afraid this fragile moment might shatter if handled too roughly. His mouth moves against mine with careful exploration, tasting and testing while his hands remain gentle against my skin. But restraint proves impossible to maintain when want has been building for days beneath the surface of careful civility. Something breaks in both of us simultaneously. His grip tightens in my hair as he deepens the kiss with sudden hunger, and I respond by pressing closer, by opening to him with abandon that leaves no room for second thoughts or careful boundaries. The kiss turns desperate, months of suppressed longing pouring out in a clash of lips and teeth and tongues that speaks to need neither of us can contain any longer. His mouth moves against mine with possession that makes me gasp, swallowing the sound as his hands map the curve of my spine, the flare of my hips, pulling me flush against the hard planes of his chest. I can taste his hunger, feel it in the way his hands shake against my skin, despite their confident touch. This is what I wanted to stop thinking, stop calculating, stop protecting myself from feeling too much, to surrender to someone else's strength for once, instead of carrying every burden alone. When he pulls back enough to trail kisses along my jaw, my head falls back to give him access while my fingers thread through the absence of hair, finding purchase against the smooth skin of his scalp. His lips find the sensitive spot where my neck meets my shoulder, and I arch against him with a soft cry that seems to echo through the quiet room. Gods, he breathes against my skin, voice wrecked with desire that matches the fire spreading through my veins. You're going to be the death of me. The irony of his words sends a sharp pang through my chest, a reminder of realities waiting beyond this stolen moment. But I push the thought away, refusing to let fear contaminate what's happening between us. Instead, I frame his face with my hands, forcing his golden eyes to meet mine, while truth pours out uncensored. Then let me be worth it. His hands find the hem of my worn shirt, fingers brushing against skin that hasn't been touched with tenderness in years. The contact sends electricity racing up my spine, but when he pauses, waiting for permission, something inside me threatens to fracture. The words stick in my throat, admission scraping raw against vocal cords that feel too tight. How do I tell him I've been nothing but a slave that's been used, that the few times I've even sought it out in our slave camps were not satisfying? Not since Calum. I haven't let anyone. You don't have to explain. His voice carries understanding that makes my chest ache, golden eyes soft despite the hunger burning there. We don't have to. No. I catch his wrists, holding his hands against my ribs where my heart hammers against bone. I want this. I want you. It's been a long time since I trusted anyone enough to be vulnerable. I'm not sure if I ever really have. Something fierce and protective flashes across his features, jaw tightening with emotion I can't quite name. You're safe with me. Always. The simple statement breaks something loose inside my chest, years of careful control crumbling beneath the weight of his certainty. When he moves to lift my shirt, I don't stop him instead. I raise my arms, letting him pull the fabric away with reverence that makes my skin burn. Cool air hits my exposed flesh, but his gaze burns hotter than any flame, as golden eyes map every curve and hollow with appreciation that steals my breath. I've always been functional, practical. My body exists to work, to fight, to survive. But the way he looks at me transforms flesh into something beautiful, something worthy of worship. Perfect, he murmurs, hands skimming up my ribs to cup my breasts with touch, so gentle it makes me gasp. You're perfect. His thumbs brush across my nipples, sending shockwaves straight to my core that leave me arching into his touch with abandon I haven't felt since ever. I've never known what it means to want someone this desperately, to crave another person's hands on my skin like oxygen. When his mouth follows the path of his fingers, lips closing around one sensitized peak while his tongue works magic against my flesh, I thread my fingers through the absence of his hair and hold him close, spine bowing as pleasure builds like storm pressure in my veins. Talazar. His name emerges breathless, prayer and demand rolled into syllables that seem to ignite something primal in him. He lavishes attention on first one breast, then the other, hands mapping my waist, my hips, the curve of my spine with touches that speak to reverence and hunger in equal measure. Every caress strips away another layer of armour I've worn for years, leaving me raw and aching and desperate for more. When his fingers find the ties of my pants, I lift my hips without hesitation, letting him work the fabric down my legs until I'm completely bare before him. The vulnerability should terrify me has terrified me for years, but his expression holds nothing but awe as he drinks in the sight of my naked form. Gods, look at you! His hands skim up my thighs, thumbs brushing close enough to my centre to make me tremble, but not quite touching where I need him most. I could spend hours mapping every inch of you. Don't. The word is rough with need that's building to unbearable levels. I need please. Understanding flashes in his golden eyes, and he shifts position with fluid grace that reminds me exactly what he is. Predator, warrior, creature built for power and control. But when his hands settle on my thighs, spreading them wider as he positions himself between my legs, there's nothing threatening about his dominance, only heat and hunger and reverence that makes my breath catch. The first touch of his mouth against my most sensitive flesh rips a cry from my throat that echoes through the quiet room. I've touched myself before, quick, functional releases stolen in rare moments of privacy, but this is revelation. His tongue works against me with skill that speaks to experience I try not to think about, licking and sucking until my hips buck against his mouth with desperate rhythm. Easy, he murmurs against my skin, hands gripping my thighs to hold me in place while he continues his assault. Let me take care of you. The words unlock something deep inside my chest, permission to surrender control I've never been able to give anyone else. My head falls back as sensation builds like wildfire through my system, every nerve ending alight with pleasure that threatens to tear me apart from the inside.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
That was... I trail off, lacking words adequate to describe the transformation of my understanding about what physical intimacy can be. Perfect, he finishes, voice soft with satisfaction, and something deeper that makes my chest tight with emotion I'm not ready to name. When I finally lift my head to meet his gaze, something has shifted between us, barriers stripped away, connection forged through shared vulnerability that feels unbreakable despite all the reasons it shouldn't work. Without breaking eye contact, I lean down to taste his release from my fingers, licking them clean while his pupils dilate with renewed hunger. We're not done yet, I murmur against his skin, already feeling him beginning to harden again beneath me. Are we? His answering smile holds promise that makes my pulse quicken all over again, golden eyes burning with desire that matches the fire already building in my core. Not even close.
Chapter 15. Talazar. I wake to something I haven't experienced in months, the absence of agony. The curse still pulses through my veins like distant thunder, but the knife-edge sharpness that usually greets dawn has dulled to manageable ache. For the first time since this magical poison began eating away at my life, I can breathe without feeling glass shards in my lungs. Naysera sleeps beside me, face relaxed in ways I've never seen before. The harsh lines of constant vigilance have smoothed away, leaving features that speak to beauty she keeps hidden beneath necessary armor. Her thick coils of black hair spread across the rough pillow like dark silk, and in sleep, her mouth has lost its defensive curl to reveal the soft fullness I tasted last night. Gods, last night. Memory floods back with intensity that makes my pulse quicken the way she'd looked at me with hunger that matched my own, how her body had felt moving against mine, the sounds she'd made when I buried myself inside her. I've had lovers before, encounters that satisfied physical need without touching anything deeper. But what happened between us transcended simple release. It felt like claiming and being claimed in return, like finding something I hadn't known I was searching for. She shifts in sleep, one hand reaching across the space where I'd been lying. Even unconscious, she seeks connection, and the simple gesture makes my chest tight with emotion I'm still learning to name. This woman who trusts no one, who spent years building walls to keep the world at bay, chose to let me in. The significance of that gift isn't lost on me. The curse whispers rather than roars this morning, and I know exactly why. Her touch last night hadn't just eased the magical poison, it had drawn the pain out completely, leaving me whole in ways I'd forgotten were possible. Whatever power flows through her veins, it's the antithesis of what's slowly killing me. She's salvation wrapped in defiance and sharp edges, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to her. Careful not to disturb her rest, I slip from the bedroll and reach for my clothes. Every movement feels easier this morning, muscle and bone responding, without the constant drag of magical exhaustion. For the first time in months, I feel like myself strong, capable, worthy of the trust both she and Calum have placed in me. I dress quickly in the dim, pre-dawn light filtering through shuttered windows, pulling on leather pants and a loose shirt that won't restrict movement should danger find us. Old habits demand I check my weapons knives secured at thigh and ribs, sword within easy reach, though I pray we won't need them today. Before leaving the room, I allow myself one last look at Nicera's sleeping form. She's drawn her knees up slightly, curled in on herself even in sleep, as if protecting something vital from harm. The urge to return to her side, to gather her close and whisper promises I'm not sure I can keep, nearly overwhelms my good intentions. But Calum needs checking on, and morning will bring fresh challenges that require preparation. Reluctantly, I force myself toward the door. The common area feels different in the gray light of dawn, less refuge, more temporary shelter that could be compromised at any moment. I've grown skilled at reading the weight of silence, the subtle signs that indicate whether we're alone or under observation. This morning brings blessed quiet, no hint of movement beyond these walls. Calum's door opens without sound, well-oiled hinges cooperating with my need for stealth. The boy lies sprawled across his small bed, black curls falling over features that grow more like his father's each day. Even in sleep, I can see the resemblance, the strong line of his jaw, the elegant bone structure that will serve him well when he reaches adulthood. If he lives that long, the thought brings a familiar surge of protective fury that I carefully contain. No one will harm this child while breath remains in my body. I've failed too many people I cared about. I won't add Calum to that list. He stirs as I approach, silver-ringed eyes blinking open with the instant alertness of someone who's learned that safety is always temporary. When he sees me, tension drains from his small frame, and he offers a sleepy smile that hits me square in the chest. "Talazar, is everything all right?" His voice carries the soft rasp of interrupted dreams, young but already touched with the careful concern of someone who's witnessed too much uncertainty. The curse responds to his proximity with a sullen pulse, magical poison, recognizing the source of its power. Pain builds behind my ribs like a gathering storm, but I push it aside. Worth it. Always worth it to see him safe. "Everything's fine, little prince." The endearment slips out before I can stop it, carrying more truth than he yet understands. "Just checking on you before I start breakfast." He sits up, rubbing his eyes with small fists while black curls stick up in defiant tufts. "I'm hungry. Can I help?" The simple request threatens to undo me completely. When did I become someone? A child wants to assist with mundane tasks. When did domestic routine become precious rather than tedious? Looking at him now rumpled from sleep, eager to contribute despite his young age, I understand what Sarakel must have felt when imagining a future with his son. Love. Pure, uncomplicated, fierce enough to reshape everything else in my world around its demands. "Of course you can help." I extend my hand, and he takes it without hesitation, small fingers trusting in ways that make my throat tight. But we need to be quiet. Naysera is still sleeping. Together, we pad toward the small cooking area, my steps carefully measured to accommodate his shorter stride. The curse flares with each moment of sustained contact, magical poison feeding on the proximity between royal heir and his would-be protector. But I've learned to breathe through the discomfort, to find spaces between waves of pain where function remains possible. The cooking area offers limited options: dried meat, hard bread, some fruit that's seen better days but remains edible. Nothing elaborate, but enough to provide sustenance for another day of travel. Calum climbs onto a wooden crate to reach the preparation surface, movements economical and practiced. He's learned efficiency from necessity, just as Naysera has. The knowledge that this child has never known abundance, never experienced the careless plenty that royal birth should have guaranteed, makes my jaw clench with suppressed rage. He should have grown up surrounded by tutors and servants, learning statecraft and diplomacy, not how to stretch meager rations across uncertain tomorrows. "What did you dream about last night?" I ask, while slicing bread with movements the curse makes slightly unsteady. Conversation helps distract from the magical poison's persistent whisper, and I've learned that Calum's dreams often carry significance beyond normal childhood fears. His small hands pause in their work arranging dried meat on wooden plates, silver-ringed eyes growing distant with memory. The prince again. He was singing, but this time he frowns, clearly struggling to articulate something complex. This time he seemed happy, like he wasn't afraid anymore. Something cold settles in my stomach. Calum's dreams have grown more frequent as his power develops. Visions of a father he never knew filtered through magical connection to bloodline memories. If Sarakel seemed at peace, what does that mean for the living world? Happy how? I keep my voice carefully neutral, unwilling to burden him with my own concerns. Like he found what he was looking for. Calum meets my gaze with directness that seems far too mature for his 8 years. Do you think people can be happy in dreams, even when bad things happen in real life? The question hits deeper than he realizes, carrying implications that make my chest tight with emotion I struggle to contain. How do I explain that sometimes peace comes through acceptance rather than resolution? That perhaps Sarakel has found comfort in knowing his son lives, even if circumstances remain complicated? I think people find happiness wherever they can, I tell him, which feels like truth without being a burden. Dreams, memories, moments when everything feels right even if it doesn't last long. He nods with solemn understanding that breaks my heart a little. This child has already learned that joy is temporary, that safety exists only in stolen moments between crises. No 8-year-old should carry such knowledge, yet here he is, adapting to realities that would crush most adults. The curse chooses that moment to twist harder, magical poison, responding to sustained proximity with vicious enthusiasm. Pain rockets through my chest, sharp enough to steal breath and make my vision blur momentarily. I grip the edge of the preparation surface, fighting to remain upright while agony tears through my system. Calum notices immediately, silver eyes wide with concern that speaks to how often he's witnessed adult suffering. "Are you hurt? Should I get Naysera?" "No." The word comes out scraped raw by effort, required to speak through the curse's assault. "I'm fine. Just tired." He doesn't believe me. I can see skepticism in features that mirror his father's too closely for comfort. But he's also learned when not to push, when questions might make situations worse rather than better. The knowledge that this child has developed such survival instincts makes my protective instincts roar with fresh intensity. I force myself to continue working, arranging food with hands that shake slightly from magical strain. The curse will ease once I move away from him, but I refuse to cut this moment short. These quiet domestic scenes might be all we ever have. I won't waste them running from discomfort. "Tell me about the songs," I manage, needing distraction from the poison eating away at my strength. "The ones the prince sings in your dreams." Calum's face brightens with memory, and suddenly I can see Sarakel in every line of his expression. The same enthusiasm for sharing stories, the same unconscious charisma that draws people into his orbit. They're lullabies, I think, but not like regular ones. These feel... He pauses, searching for words beyond his years. Important, like they mean something more than just helping someone sleep. Royal bloodline magic. Even in dreams, Sarakel continues teaching his son, passing down knowledge and power through inherited connection to their shared ancestry. The realization should comfort me. At least Calum won't face his heritage completely unprepared, but it also serves as a reminder of time running out. How long before the dreams become something more? How long before royal magic manifests in ways that cannot be hidden or denied? "Can you hum one?" I ask, partly from curiosity and partly to keep conversation flowing while I work through the curse's latest surge. He considers for a moment, then begins a melody that seems to carry impossible weight for something so simple. The notes flow with haunting beauty, rising and falling in patterns that speak to ancient power wrapped in deceptive gentleness. I've heard fragments before during his restless nights, but experiencing the full song makes my chest tight with recognition. Sarakel used to hum the same melody during long watches when we'd been posted at remote outposts far from capital politics. I'd always assumed it was a random tune, something to fill silence during boring assignments. Now I understand it was preparation bloodline magic ensuring his heir would carry royal songs, even if everything else was stripped away. The curse responds to the melody with surprised stillness, magical poison recognizing something it cannot quite categorize. For a moment, the constant ache in my chest fades to barely perceptible whisper, leaving me dizzy with relief I hadn't expected. "That's beautiful," I tell him, voice steady for the first time since entering the room. He would be proud. The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying truth I'm not sure he's ready to hear. But Calum simply nods with acceptance that suggests part of him has always known, even if conscious understanding remains incomplete. "He would like you too," he says with certainty that makes my throat tight. "In the dreams, when he talks about protection, it feels like you. Gods help me. This child has no idea what he's saying, no understanding of the bond between his father and me, or what his safety costs in terms of my life. But somehow, through magical connection to inherited memories, he recognizes what we meant to each other. The sound of movement from the main room signals Nicera's awakening, saving me from having to respond to observations too perceptive for an 8-year-old. I step back from Calum, putting distance between us that allows the curse to settle into a manageable background ache. "Finish setting the plates," I tell him, grateful for an excuse to focus on mundane tasks. "I'll check on." The door opens before I can complete the sentence, and Nicera appears wearing yesterday's clothes and an expression that suggests she's still processing everything that happened between us. Her thick hair has been hastily contained in a loose knot, with rebellious coils framing her face in ways that make my pulse quicken despite current circumstances. God, she's beautiful. Even rumpled from sleep, even wearing clothes that have seen too many miles and not enough washing, she commands attention with unconscious grace that speaks to strength rather than conventional prettiness. The way morning light catches gold undertones in her brown skin, the curve of her mouth that I now know intimates well everything about her, draws me like gravity. "Good morning," she says, voice carrying careful neutrality that doesn't quite hide wariness lurking beneath. She's building walls again, trying to protect herself from vulnerability that last night demanded. I understand the impulse. Trust is luxury neither of us has been able to afford, and intimacy comes with risks that could destroy us both if handled carelessly. But watching her retreat behind familiar armor makes something fierce unfurl in my chest. She's mine now. I claimed her, and she claimed me in return, and I'll be damned if fear makes her forget what we found together. "Morning," I reply, letting my gaze linger on her face long enough to communicate that nothing has changed between us. If anything, everything has crystallized into clarity I hadn't expected. "We were just preparing breakfast." Calum looks between us with perception that suggests he's picking up on undercurrents beyond his experience, but not quite his understanding. Nay, Sarah, Talazar was teaching me songs. Well, sort of. I was teaching him songs I heard in dreams. She moves toward the cooking area with fluid grace, close enough that I catch the scent of her skin beneath practical concerns about food and travel plans. The urge to reach for her, to pull her close and whisper reassurances against her throat, threatens to overwhelm my restraint. "Were you?" She accepts the plate Calum offers with a smile that transforms her features from guarded to radiant. That sounds lovely. The casual interaction woman and child sharing a simple morning moment hits me with unexpected force. This is what I want. Not grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but quiet domestic scenes where people I care about feel safe enough to lower their defenses. Looking at them now, Calum animated with enthusiasm while Nicera listens with attention that speaks to genuine affection. I understand what's been building inside my chest for days. This isn't just physical attraction or protective duty combined. This is family, chosen rather than inherited, forged through shared danger and mutual trust. I've spent years trying to protect Sarakel, then seeking vengeance for his death. But standing here watching Nicera ruffle Calum's hair while he chatters about dream songs, I realize those pursuits were just preparation for this moment. For understanding that some things matter more than duty or honor or personal safety. These two people, this fierce woman who refuses to break, and this child who carries an impossible legacy with grace beyond his years, they're worth everything. Worth the curse slowly killing me. Worth the political complications their existence creates. Worth every risk I'll need to take to keep them safe. I found my purpose at last, and it has nothing to do with kingdoms or revenge. It has everything to do with love.
Chapter 16. Nicera. I wake to the scent of cooking meat and the sound of Calum's laughter, real laughter, not the careful quiet he usually maintains. The normalcy of it catches me off guard, makes my chest tight with something I'm not ready to name. Last night changed everything. I can't pretend otherwise, no matter how much my instincts scream at me to rebuild the walls Talazar tore down with his touch. The memory of his hands on my skin, the way he'd looked at me like I was something precious rather than broken. It's branded into my mind with intensity that terrifies me. I've spent years learning that caring makes you weak, that attachment becomes leverage someone else can use against you. But lying here in the grey morning light, I can't summon the familiar armour of indifference. Not when my body still carries the imprint of his, not when something fundamental has shifted between us. The voices from the cooking area draw me from my thoughts. Calum's animated chatter mingles with Talazar's deeper tones, creating a domestic symphony I never thought I'd hear again. It reminds me of mornings when I was very young, before the raids, when my mother would hum while preparing breakfast, and safety wasn't a luxury I couldn't afford. I dress quickly in yesterday's clothes, rough fabric that's seen too many miles, but remains serviceable. My reflection in the cracked mirror shows a face that looks different somehow, softer around the edges despite everything we've been running from. The change unsettles me more than I want to admit. When I push open the door, I find them arranging food on wooden plates, working together with easy coordination that makes my throat tight. Calum stands on a crate to reach the preparation surface, black curls falling over silver-ringed eyes that seem brighter this morning. Talazar moves with fluid grace despite the curse's constant presence, bronze skin catching morning light in ways that make my pulse quicken. He looks up when I enter, golden eyes holding mine with intensity that communicates everything we can't say in front of Calum. The memory of his mouth on mine, the way he'd whispered my name like prayer while moving inside me. It's all there in that single glance, making heat bloom low in my belly. "Good morning," I manage, voice more neutral than I feel. Part of me wants to run, to grab Calum and disappear before whatever this is between us becomes something I can't control. But looking at them now, seeing how Calum's face lights up at Talazar's attention, I know running isn't an option anymore. We're bound together now, the three of us, whether I'm ready for it or not. Morning, he replies, letting his gaze linger long enough to make his intentions clear. Nothing has changed for him. If anything, he seems more settled, more certain of whatever path we're walking together. Calum bounces on his toes, practically vibrating with excitement. Nicera, Talazar was teaching me songs. Well, sort of. I was teaching him songs I heard in dreams. I accept the plate he offers, noting how Talazar's expression grows thoughtful at the mention of dream songs. There's significance there I don't understand, layers of meaning that speak to knowledge he still keeps from me. But watching him with Calum, patient, gentle, protective in ways that go deeper than duty, I find I trust him even with secrets. Were you? I smile at Calum, letting genuine affection soften my voice. That sounds lovely. The simple interaction feels precious in ways I'm not prepared for. When did I start thinking of morning conversations and shared meals as gifts rather than temporary reprieves? When did this makeshift family begin feeling more real than anything I've ever known? We eat in a comfortable quiet, the kind of silence that speaks to growing familiarity rather than wariness. Talazar moves with careful economy, I notice, keeping distance between himself and Calum that suggests the curse is particularly active this morning. But he doesn't retreat entirely, doesn't let magical poison drive him away from moments that clearly matter to him. The man's stubborn determination would be admirable if it weren't slowly killing him. We should gather supplies today, he says eventually, golden eyes meeting mine across the small table. There's edible plants in these woods, and I can make another trip to the village for anything we can't find. I nod, understanding the underlying message. We're still running, still dependent on his ability to move undetected while Calum and I remain hidden. The knowledge that our safety rests so heavily on his shoulders makes something fierce uncurl in my chest. I know these forests, I tell him, surprising myself with the offer. Spent enough time foraging during the lean seasons. I can find what we need without exposing anyone to unnecessary risk. His eyebrows rise slightly, and I catch a glimpse of the respect that's been building between us. He's learning that I'm not just someone who needs protection, I'm someone who can contribute, who has skills that complement his own. Together then, he says, and the simple word carries weight beyond planning supply runs. We'll stay close to the hut, keep Calum in sight. The plan seems reasonable enough, and within an hour we're moving through dense woodland that provides excellent cover from prying eyes. The forest here is old growth, with massive trees creating canopy thick enough to filter sunlight into dappled patterns across the forest floor. It's beautiful in ways that make my chest tight. I'd forgotten that beauty could exist without threat attached. Calum moves between us with boundless energy, collecting interesting stones and pointing out unusual plants with enthusiasm that speaks to childhood rarely allowed to surface. Watching him like this, free from constant vigilance, able to explore without fear, reminds me why everything else is worth enduring. Talazar keeps pace beside me, movements fluid despite the curse's persistent presence. Occasionally our hands brush as we reach for the same plant or navigate difficult terrain, and each contact sends familiar heat racing through my veins. The man affects me like no one ever has, makes me want things I'd convinced myself were impossible. There, I point toward cluster of familiar leaves growing in shaded depression. Drilk greens, bitter but nutritious if prepared properly. He follows my direction, crouching beside the plants with natural grace that makes my mouth go dry. The way sunlight catches bronze undertones in his skin, highlights the powerful lines of muscle beneath his shirt, everything about him draws my attention in ways that feel dangerous. Focus, I tell myself sternly. We're gathering food, not indulging fantasies about what those hands felt like on my body. But when he looks up and catches me staring, the heat in his golden eyes suggests my thoughts aren't as private as I'd hoped. Something passes between us, unspoken but understood, and I have to look away before I do something foolish like close the distance between us. Nicera, look! Calem's excited voice draws my attention to where he's discovered a patch of wild quillnash, the spiky vegetables growing in abundance near fallen logs. Can we eat these? Absolutely. I move toward him, grateful for distraction from Talazar's too knowing gaze. These are perfect. Good eye. We work in a comfortable rhythm for the better part of an hour, filling makeshift bags with edible plants and roots that will sustain us for days. It's peaceful in ways I'd forgotten were possible, domestic routine that feels almost normal despite everything we're running from. That peace shatters like broken glass when I hear them. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving through underbrush with practiced stealth that speaks to military training. My blood turns to ice as I recognize the deliberate spacing, the coordinated approach that suggests organized pursuit. Talazar hears them too, every line of his body going rigid with alertness that transforms him from companion to predator in a single heartbeat. His golden eyes find mine across the small clearing, and in them I see confirmation of my worst fears. We've been found. Calem, I whisper, moving toward him with movements calculated not to draw attention. Come here, slowly. He responds to my tone immediately, silver-ringed eyes going wide with understanding beyond his years. This child has learned to read danger in adult faces, to respond without question when survival depends on silence. The first Naga emerges from the tree line with lethal grace, scaled skin, gleaming dull bronze in filtered sunlight. He's followed by two others, all of them moving with coordinated precision that speaks to extensive training. Their weapons remain sheathed, but hands rest near hilts in universal gesture of readiness. Recognition flickers across Talazar's features, and something cold settles in my stomach. He knows these soldiers, more than knows them. The way his shoulders straighten, the subtle shift in his posture, suggests complicated history. Warlord Talazar. The lead soldier's voice carries formal respect, tinged with something that might be regret. You're a difficult man to find. Thane, Corval, Nexus. Talazar's acknowledgement of each soldier by name confirms my suspicions. These aren't random guards, they're people he's worked with, trained with, probably trusted until very recently. The knowledge that we're being hunted by his own people makes my chest tight with understanding I don't want to face. He's not just protecting us from political complications. He's committing outright treason, choosing us over everything his life has been built around. You shouldn't have come, he continues, voice carrying a warning that makes the lead soldier Thane grimace slightly. Orders are orders, Thane replies, but I catch the reluctance in his tone. The council wants the boy brought back, alive. My blood turns to ice as three pairs of slitted eyes focus on Calem with intensity that makes every maternal instinct I possess roar with fury. They're talking about him like he's property to be retrieved, not a child whose safety matters more than whatever political games they're playing. And anyone protecting him? Talazar's question carries a dangerous quiet that makes the hair on my arms stand up. Thane's silence provides answer enough. I see. Talazar's voice remains steady, but I catch the way his hand moves unconsciously toward his sword hilt. Then we have nothing to discuss. Don't make this harder than necessary. Corval speaks for the first time, younger than the others, and clearly uncomfortable with whatever orders brought them here. You taught us better than to waste lives on lost causes. Lost causes. They see Calem as something to be eliminated, collateral damage in whatever power struggle we've stumbled into. But more than that, they see Talazar's protection of us as a mistake rather than a moral choice. Lost causes. Talazar repeats the phrase with a bitter laugh that makes my chest tight. Is that what they're calling Prince Serakel's son now? The world tilts sideways. Prince Serakel's son. Calem is royalty, not just nobility, but direct heir to whatever throne the Naga maintain. Everything suddenly makes terrible sense. The distinctive eyes, the way Talazar looks at him, the political complications our existence creates. We're not just fugitives, we're threats to the established order, living evidence of secrets powerful people want buried. The prince had no legitimate heirs. Thane's voice carries careful neutrality, but I catch the way his gaze flickers to Caelim's silver-ringed eyes. The council has made their position clear. The council lies. Talazar's response rings with conviction that makes something fierce unfurl in my chest. I was there when Serakel died. I heard his final words, saw what they did to cover their tracks. Thane's expression grows pained, and suddenly I understand the dynamics at play. These soldiers respect Talazar, maybe even care about him, but they're bound by duty to orders that will destroy him. You're talking treason, Nexus warns, speaking for the first time with a voice that carries genuine concern. Walk away now, and maybe the council will show mercy. Mercy. Talazar's laugh holds no humour. Like they showed Serakel? Like they're planning to show his son? The curse chooses that moment to flare, making Talazar's jaw clench with suppressed pain. But he doesn't step back, doesn't let magical poison weaken his resolve. If anything, he moves closer to where Caelim and I stand, placing himself firmly between us and the soldiers. This is your final warning, Thane says, and genuine regret colours his tone. Stand down, or we'll be forced to consider you a hostile. Then consider away. Talazar's voice carries steel that makes my pulse race with a mixture of fear and fierce pride. Because I'm not moving. The soldiers exchange glances that speak to shared reluctance, but I can see resolve hardening in their expressions. Whatever personal feelings they might have for Talazar, duty will ultimately win. Corval reaches for his sword hilt with movement that seems almost apologetic. We have our orders. The curse explodes through Talazar with visible force, making him stagger slightly as magical poison responds to heightened protective instincts. But instead of weakening him, the flare seems to crystallize his resolve. He straightens with predatory grace that transforms him into something magnificent and terrifying. Then come and take him, he snarls, and the challenge in his voice makes something primal unfurl in my chest. I've never seen him like this, completely unleashed, every civilized restraint stripped away to reveal the warrior underneath. This is what he becomes when everything he cares about hangs in the balance, and the raw power radiating from him makes my breath catch. But beside me, something else is happening. Caelim stands frozen, silver eyes fixed on the confrontation with intensity that sets alarm bells ringing in my mind. The distinctive rings around his pupils seem to shimmer, growing brighter with each passing moment. Magic. Royal magic responding to threat, may be triggered by Talazar's curse, or proximity, or simple instinctive need for protection. I've seen enough strange things lately to recognise power when it manifests, and whatever's building in this child feels vast and barely contained. The soldiers sense it too, their attention shifting between Talazar's obvious defiance and Caelim's increasingly luminous eyes. Thane's expression grows grim as he recognises implications I'm only beginning to understand. The boy's awakening, he mutters to his companions. If we don't act now... You don't act at all. Talazar's interruption carries finality that makes the air itself seem to thicken. Not while I breathe. Thane's hand moves to his sword with resignation that speaks to choices made despite personal preference. Then you've chosen your fate. The other soldiers follow suit, bronze scales gleaming as they prepare for violence none of them seem to want, but all accept as inevitable. The sound of metal clearing leather echoes through the clearing with brutal clarity. Talazar's response is swift, and fluid sword appearing in his hand with lethal grace, while his body settles into a combat stance that speaks to years of training. But I can see the way the curse affects his balance, the slight tremor in his grip that suggests magical poison is fighting him even now. He's going to get himself killed protecting us. The realization makes my chest tight with terror I'm not prepared for. This man who's become everything I didn't know I needed is about to throw his life away, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Beside me, Caelim's breathing has become rapid and shallow, silver light in his eyes growing stronger with each passing second. Whatever power flows through his royal bloodline is responding to the threat, building towards something none of us might be able to control. The curse flares through Talazar again, making him grunt with pain even as he maintains his protective stance. And in that moment, I understand what's happening. The magical poison isn't just responding to proximity, it's feeding on his determination to defend Caelim, growing stronger with every protective instinct. The soldiers see his weakness, the way pain makes his movements slightly less precise. Thane's expression grows determined as he recognizes opportunity. "Stand down, Talazar," he calls one final time. "This doesn't have to end in blood." "You're right," Talazar replies, voice carrying a dangerous quiet that makes my skin crawl. "It doesn't have to, it's going to." The soldiers surge forward as one, bronze scales gleaming in dappled sunlight as they move with coordinated precision that speaks to extensive training. 3 against 1, and their target already weakened by a magical curse that grows stronger with every passing moment. This is how we die.
Chapter 17. Talazar. 3 soldiers against 1, odds that would challenge me on my best day. Today, with the curse already clawing through my veins like molten iron, the mathematics feel grim. But as I watch Thane's blade clear its sheath with practiced efficiency, only one thought burns through the haze of magical poison. They will not touch what's mine. The first strike comes from Corval, testing my defenses with a probe that speaks to tactical intelligence. I parry with movement that feels slower than it should, the curse making my muscles respond like they're moving through thick honey. But muscle memory carved by decades of training compensates for what poison steals, and my blade turns his aside with a ringing clash that echoes through the clearing. Nexus moves to flank me while Thane advances head-on, coordinated assault that would overwhelm most opponents. I shift my stance, keeping Naysera and Caelim at my back, while calculating angles and distances with clarity that exists separate from physical deterioration. "You always were stubborn," Thane calls as his blade seeks my ribs with precision that speaks to intimate knowledge of my fighting style. "Even when we were recruits, you never knew when to quit." I deflect his thrust with a counterattack that forces him back a step, bronze scales along his neck flaring with irritation. "And you never learn to question orders that contradict honor." The curse flares as Caelim's terror spikes behind me, magical poison feeding on my protective instincts like flame consuming dry tinder. Pain lances through my chest with intensity that makes my vision blur. But I don't let it show. Can't let it show, not when showing weakness might cost everything I'm fighting to protect. Corval presses his advantage while I'm struggling with internal fire, blade seeking my shoulder with strike calculated to disable rather than kill. They want me alive, I realize, at least long enough to secure Caelim and eliminate witnesses. The knowledge crystallizes something cold and lethal in my chest. They're not just following orders. They're complicit in whatever cover-up destroyed Sarakel, willing participants in politics that demand a child's death. "Tell me," I snarl between parries, driving Nexus back with a combination that opens a shallow cut along his sword arm. Was killing the prince always the plan? Or did Rozek convince the council after the fact? The words hang in the air like a thrown blade, and I catch the way Thane's expression flickers with something that might be guilt. But it's Corval who responds, voice carrying casual cruelty that makes my blood turn to ice. "Prince Sarakel signed his own death warrant when he decided human flesh was worth more than royal bloodline." He circles to my left, forcing me to divide attention between multiple threats. "Rozek just had a vision to see the inevitable conclusion. But I see the curse he put on you to keep you in line didn't work." The confirmation hits me hard, even though I've suspected for years. Rozek. My prince's own uncle, architect of assassination that tore my world apart. The man who arranged for this curse as insurance, keeping me weak enough to control but strong enough to serve, to keep me from even thinking too much about Sarakel. It was everything I had thought but had never been sure of. Rozek wanted the throne and killed his nephew to get him out of the way. And I was left alive to give a reason behind Sarakel's death, but only with the insurance of a curse that would keep me from talking about it. Behind me, I hear Calem's sharp intake of breath, and something in that small sound makes my vision sharpen with predatory focus. He heard. He understands what they're discussing. Understands that they're talking about murdering his father with the same casual indifference they'd show discussing weather. Rozek always was practical, Thane adds with a shrug that speaks to acceptance of royal fratricide as political necessity. Sarakel's idealism would have destroyed the Empire. Better to cut out infection before it spreads. The curse responds to my surge of fury with an explosion of agony that nearly drives me to my knees. Magical poison races through my nervous system like liquid fire, fed by protective rage that grows stronger with every breath. But even as pain threatens to overwhelm me, I feel something else building in the clearing. Power. Raw, untrained, magnificent in its terrible potential. Silver light blazes behind me with intensity that makes the soldiers stumble backward, hands raised to shield their eyes from radiance that seems to burn without heat. Calem's magic, royal bloodline responding to threat and grief with force I can feel in my bones. The boy's voice carries across the clearing, but it's not entirely his own anymore. Something ancient and powerful flows through those words, authority that existed before any of us drew breath. You killed the prince. The accusation rings with harmonics that make the air itself shiver, and I watch 3 trained soldiers take involuntary steps backward as royal magic recognizes its enemies. Silver light pours from Calem's eyes like molten starlight, beautiful and terrible and completely beyond anyone's control. Nexus recovers first, raising his blade to advance despite magical pressure that makes his scales ripple with visible discomfort. The little boy wants to play with power he doesn't understand. He gives Calem a disgusted look. The prince got what was coming to him. The words prove to be a mistake. Silver radiance explodes outward like shockwave, washing over the clearing with force that drives everyone to their knees. Everyone except me. The magic flows around me like water around stone, recognizing something in my nature that marks me as a protector rather than threat. But the curse Vatya's mercy. The curse responds to royal magic like iron to lodestone. Agony beyond description tears through my body as magical poison interacts with bloodline power in ways neither was meant to endure. I bite through my tongue to keep from screaming, copper flooding my mouth as I struggle to remain upright. Corval isn't so fortunate. The silver wave strikes him full force, lifting his body and hurling it against a massive tree trunk with sound like breaking bones. He slides to the forest floor and doesn't rise, bronze scales dull with unconsciousness that might be permanent. The remaining soldiers scramble to regroup, but Calem's magic continues building with intensity that makes my vision blur at the edges. Royal power flows through him like a river in flood, magnificent and devastating and utterly beyond his ability to direct. "We have to go!" I rasp, voice barely audible over the magical storm building around us. "Now! Before he burns himself out!" Naysera doesn't argue, doesn't waste time with questions I couldn't answer if I tried. She scoops Calem into her arms despite his growing weight, silver light still pouring from his eyes in streams that make the air dance with impossible colors. I grab our scattered supplies with movements that feel like moving through thick syrup, every motion a monumental effort as curse and royal magic tear at each other inside my chest. But we have the opportunity now, a brief window while surviving soldiers recover from magical assault. "This way," I manage, pointing toward a game trail that leads deeper into the forest. "Stay close." We plunge into undergrowth with desperate urgency, Calem's magic crackling around us like contained lightning. Behind us, I hear Thane shouting orders to Nexus, but their pursuit sounds hesitant, uncertain. Royal magic has a way of making even trained soldiers reconsider their priorities. The curse builds with every step, fed by proximity to unleashed bloodline power until I'm walking through a landscape of constant agony. Each breath feels like inhaling molten metal. Each heartbeat sends fresh waves of poison through my nervous system. But I don't stop. Can't stop. Not while Naysera struggles with Calem's weight. Not while silver light continues pouring from the boy's eyes in a display that must be visible for miles. A quarter-hour passes before Calem's magic finally begins to ebb, exhaustion claiming him as royal power retreats back to whatever depths it normally inhabits. The silver light fades from his eyes as he slumps against Naysera's shoulder, small body going limp with a drain that sleep might not cure. Is he? I start to ask, but speaking requires more effort than I can manage. Breathing, Naysera confirms, voice tight with worry that encompasses more than just Calem's condition. But barely conscious. The curse responds to my relief with a fresh surge of venom, and this time I can't suppress the sound that escapes my throat. Something between groan and snarl, animal noise that speaks to pain beyond civilized endurance. Naysera's attention snaps to me with intensity that makes my chest tight with emotions I don't have strength to examine. Those hazel eyes see too much, understand too clearly what royal magic has cost me. How far to the next village? She asks, but her tone suggests she already knows the answer won't be reassuring. Mile, maybe 2. Speaking feels like swallowing broken glass, each word scraped raw from my throat that burns with magical poison. We'll find an inn. Safe place to rest. We push forward through increasingly hostile terrain, my body deteriorating with each step, while Naysera bears Calem's weight with determination that puts my own endurance to shame. She doesn't complain, doesn't ask for rest stops I couldn't provide anyway. By the time village smoke becomes visible through the tree line, I'm moving on will alone. The curse has spread through my nervous system like infection, turning every muscle fiber into a source of fresh agony. My vision blurs at edges, bronze skin taking on grayish cast that speaks to system-wide failure. The inn sits at the village edge like an answered prayer, modest building that promises beds and walls and respite from constant vigilance. But as I climb wooden steps to the front entrance, the world tilts sideways with nauseating suddenness. My knees hit weathered planks with sound like breaking branches, hands braced against rough wood as consciousness threatens to slip away entirely. The curse has finally found limits of what my body can endure, magical poison overwhelming systems that have carried me through decades of warfare. Talazar! Naysera's voice cuts through the gray haze that's settling over my thoughts like fog. Stay with me. Don't you dare. Her hands find my face, warm palms cradling bronze skin that feels cold despite fever burning through my veins. The contact sends a shock of sensation through my nervous system, but this time it's not pain. Just like every other time, it feels her hands bring immediate relief, like cool water over burned flesh. The curse recoils from her touch as if stung, poison retreating deeper into my system, but losing its stranglehold on immediate consciousness. I lean into her palm without thinking, pressing my cheek against her hand as relief floods through me in waves that make my throat tight with gratitude beyond words. For a few precious moments, I can breathe without agony, can think through fog that's been clouding my mind for days. Better? She whispers, and the concern in her voice makes something fierce unfurl in my chest. Always, I manage, meaning more than she probably understands. When you touch me, always better. She studies my face with intensity that suggests she's cataloging every detail, memorizing signs of improvement her magic provides. But beneath relief, I catch a flash of something else fear that cuts deeper than any blade. We should get inside, she says eventually, though her hands remain on my face longer than strictly necessary. Before someone sees us. The inn's proprietor asks no uncomfortable questions when Naysera asks for a room for us, accepting payment without examining too closely why I move like a man carrying invisible weights, or why a Naga is bringing a woman and child with him. Provincial discretion serves us well, and within minutes we're climbing narrow stairs to a modest chamber that feels like sanctuary. Calum stirs as Naysera settles him on a smaller bed, silver eyes opening to focus on my face with clarity that seems impossible given what his magic cost him. Talazar. His voice carries exhaustion that makes my chest tight. Are you... the pain? I'm fine, I lie, settling onto the edge of his bed despite the way movement makes the curse flare. Rest now. You did something incredible today. He nods against the pillow, eyes already drifting closed as magical exhaustion claims him. Within moments he's breathing deep and even, lost to sleep, that will hopefully restore what royal power took from his small frame. Naysera watches from across the room, hazel eyes holding mine with an expression I can't quite decipher. Finally, she moves to the second bed, settling onto its edge with grace that speaks to bone-deep weariness. The curse, she begins, then stops, jaw working as if words require physical effort. Is it getting worse? The question hangs between us like a drawn blade, and I catch the way her hands clench against rough bedding. She's been avoiding this conversation, I realize. Probably hoped she was imagining the progression, that proximity to Calum wasn't slowly killing me. No point in comforting lies, not between us. Yes, a single word that carries the weight of inevitability. Royal magic accelerates it. Being near him, protecting him, it feeds the poison. She flinches as if I've struck her, hazel eyes going bright with moisture she refuses to let fall. And when I touch you, when the pain stops, do you feel... The sentence trails off, but I understand what she's asking, what she's afraid to name. I reach for her hand without thinking, capturing her fingers in mine as I pull her closer. Her magic responds immediately, flowing between us like a current of warm honey, soothing poison that's been eating me alive. It feels like magic, I confirm, watching the way her face transforms with understanding she clearly doesn't want. Healing magic. I don't understand how or why, but yes, I feel it. She nods slowly, expression cycling through emotions too complex to untangle. Fear, acceptance, something that might be relief warring with despair. I'm scared, she whispers, an admission that costs her visible effort. Of the magic, of what it means, of what happens if... I don't let her finish that sentence. Can't let her voice fears that mirror my own too closely. Instead, I pull her into my lap with movement that ignites fresh sparks along my nervous system, settling her against my chest where she fits like she was made for this exact space. We'll figure it out, I murmur against her hair, breathing in a scent that's become more familiar than my own. Together, all three of us. Her body relaxes against mine by degrees, tension bleeding away as my arms encircle her with protection that goes deeper than physical. We sit in comfortable silence while Calum sleeps, and the afternoon light fades to gold through the modest window. For now, we're safe. For now, we're together. And despite the curse eating me alive, despite magic neither of us understand, despite political forces that want us all dead for now, that feels like enough. The future will demand its accounting soon enough. But in this moment, holding her while Calum sleeps and sunset paints our temporary sanctuary in shades of amber, I let myself believe we might actually survive what's coming.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 18. Talazar. 3 more days pass in careful routine rest, recovery, stolen moments of peace that feel increasingly fragile. Caelim's strength returns slowly, silver eyes regaining their usual brightness, though he still tires more easily than before. The magical display in the forest took something from him, left him hollow in ways sleep alone can't cure. My own recovery proves more complicated. The curse retreats when Nicera touches me, poison withdrawing to sulk in whatever dark corners of my system it inhabits. But the reprieve feels temporary now, borrowed time that carries interest I'm not sure I can afford to pay. Still, these 3 days gift us something precious: normalcy. Caelim practices his letters while Nicera mends our travel-worn clothes. I maintain my weapons and plan our route to the next village, thoughts occupied with mundane concerns that feel almost luxurious in their simplicity. The illusion shatters with the distant sound of hoofbeats. I'm securing the last of our supplies when the rhythmic thunder reaches my ears, too organized to be merchants, too numerous for casual travelers. Military precision that speaks to hunters who know exactly what they're tracking. We leave. Now. The words cut through morning air like blade through silk. Back entrance. Move quietly. Nicera responds without question, scooping our meager possessions while I lift Caelim despite the way contact makes curse stir restlessly in my veins. The boy's weight feels heavier than it should, magical poison making my muscles protest even simple movements. The inn's rear exit opens onto a narrow alley that leads toward the forest edge, a path we've scouted for exactly this possibility. I count hoofbeats as we slip through the doorway, at least 6 riders, maybe more. Too many for direct confrontation, especially with curse already gnawing at my strength. We make it perhaps 50 yards before shouts erupt from the inn's front entrance. Our absence is discovered too quickly, meaning they know our habits, our preferences. Someone's been watching us far longer than I realized. This way, I breathe, pointing toward a game trail that cuts through undergrowth. Dense vegetation will slow mounted pursuit, force them to approach on foot where superior numbers matter less. But Caelim's weight grows more challenging with each step, his small body that should feel light as a feather becoming a burden that makes curse flare with vindictive pleasure. Magical poison feeds on my protective instincts, growing stronger every time I adjust his position or worry about his comfort. Nicera glances back repeatedly, hazel eyes bright with anxiety that matches my own. The forest stretches before us, promising concealment if we can reach its deeper shadows. Just another 100 yards, maybe less. There! The shout comes from directly behind us, close enough to make my skin crawl with proximity. I risk a glance over my shoulder and count 5 soldiers emerging from undergrowth, bronze scales gleaming with exertion as they close distance with predatory efficiency. More council troops. Probably been tracking us since the last encounter, waiting for an opportunity when we'd be vulnerable. Smart tactics that speak to leadership I probably trained myself. Caelim stirs in my arms, silver eyes opening to focus on pursuing figures with clarity that makes my stomach drop. The boy's been through too much, seen too much violence for someone his age. But as recognition dawns across his small features, I feel something else building beneath his skin. Power. Raw, untested, magnificent in its terrible potential. Caelim, no, I start to say, but the words dissolve as silver light blazes from his eyes like captured starlight. The magic hits me first, royal bloodline recognizing its protector, even as power wreaks havoc on my nervous system. But this time the curse doesn't just flare, it explodes through my body like molten metal, poison interacting with Caelim's magic in ways that make my vision go white with agony. I stumble, nearly dropping the boy as every muscle in my body locks tight with pain beyond description. The curse races through my veins like liquid fire, fed by proximity to royal power, until I can taste copper and ozone on my tongue. My knees hit the forest floor with sound like breaking branches, hands clutching at fallen leaves, as consciousness threatens to abandon me entirely. This is it. This is how the magical poison finally claims its due, burning through my system while I'm helpless to stop it. But even as my body fails, training takes over. I roll sideways, putting myself between Callum and advancing soldiers, while silver magic pours from the boy's eyes in streams that make the air itself shimmer. Royal power washes over the clearing like a tidal wave, beautiful and terrible and completely beyond anyone's control. The soldiers hesitate, hands raised to shield their eyes from radiance that seems to burn without heat. But they don't retreat. Council training runs deeper than instinctive fear, and they know what happens to operatives who return empty-handed. I try to reach for my blade, but my arm won't respond to mental commands. The curse has spread through my nervous system like infection, turning every nerve ending into source of fresh torture. Black spots dance at edges of my vision as poison overwhelms systems that have carried me through decades of warfare. This is how I die. Not in glorious battle or defending my prince, but writhing in dirt while magical toxin eats me alive. The irony tastes bitter as blood on my tongue. But then Naysera's hands find my face, warm palms cradling bronze skin that feels cold despite fever burning through my veins. The contact sends shock through my system, but for once it's not relief that follows her touch. It's power, raw, untrained, magnificent beyond anything I've felt before. Her magic pours into me like flood breaking through dam walls, healing energy that doesn't just soothe the curse, it attacks it. I feel poison recoil from her touch as if burned, magical toxin retreating deeper into my system as foreign power gives chase. But she doesn't stop when the immediate pain recedes, doesn't pull back with gentle restraint that's marked every previous healing. Instead, her magic keeps flowing, building to intensity that makes my breath catch with something between terror and exhilaration. "Naysera," I try to warn her, but the words emerge as breathless rasp. "Too much. You'll..." She meets my eyes with an expression of fierce determination that stops my protests cold. Hazel irises shimmer with power that transforms familiar features into something otherworldly, beautiful, and terrible as divine retribution. "Trust me," she whispers, voice carrying harmonics I've never heard before. "Let me in." Her magic floods my nervous system like wildfire, burning through channels the curse has carved with intensity that makes my back arch against the forest floor. But instead of agony, I feel cleansing, purification that reaches into corners of my soul I'd forgotten existed. The curse fights back with desperation of a cornered animal, poison surging through my veins in a last-ditch effort to maintain its stranglehold. For a moment, the competing forces tear at each other inside my chest, magical warfare that threatens to rip me apart from within. Then Naysera's power finds what it's been hunting. I feel the exact moment her magic touches the curse's source, some foreign presence lodged deep in my core, like an infected splinter. Her healing energy wraps around the intrusion with ruthless efficiency, burning away the magical toxin that's been slowly killing me for years. The curse breaks with sound like shattering crystal, poison dissolving under assault of power that refuses to accept defeat. But the magic doesn't stop there, can't stop there. Naysera's healing energy and my own nature combine in a reaction that builds like pressure behind dam walls. "Everyone down!" I manage to shout, grabbing Naysera and Calum as our combined magic reaches critical mass. The explosion begins at the point where her hands touch my skin, expanding outward in a wave of silver and gold that turns air itself into a weapon. I throw what consciousness I have left into protecting the three of us, weaving hasty shields around our small group as raw power erupts with force that shakes the earth. Trees bend away from the blast like grass before hurricane winds. Soldiers who moments before seemed so threatening simply vanish, consumed by magical force that reduces them to scattered atoms. The wave continues expanding until it strikes natural barriers, ancient oaks and stone outcroppings that somehow channel the energy skyward instead of letting it devastate the landscape. Then silence. Absolute deafening quiet that makes my ears ring with absence of sound. I lie gasping against the forest floor, every muscle in my body simultaneously exhausted and renewed. The curse is gone, not suppressed or controlled, but completely eradicated from my system. For the first time in years, I can draw breath without tasting poison, can move without fighting through the haze of the magical toxin. Naysera collapses beside me, hazel eyes wide with shock at what she's accomplished. Her skin glows faintly with residual power, marking her as something far beyond ordinary human. The magic she just wielded could have leveled the village if I hadn't contained it, force capable of reshaping reality itself. Callum sits between us, silver eyes bright with wonder as he looks back and forth between our faces. The boy's own magic has settled back to manageable levels, royal power recognizing that immediate threats have been neutralized. Are they, he begins, voice small in the aftermath of destruction. Gone, I confirm, pushing myself upright despite a body that feels like it's been torn apart and reassembled. All of them. The clearing around us tells the story clearly enough. Scorched earth where soldiers stood, forest floor swept clean of everything except the three of us and our hastily gathered supplies. Raw power has carved a perfect circle in the landscape, a testament to forces neither of us fully understand. I reach for Naysera's hand, needing to confirm she's real, that what just happened wasn't a fever dream brought on by magical poisoning. Her fingers intertwine with mine, warm and solid and miraculous in their ability to anchor me to reality. How did you know? I ask, voice rough with emotions too complex to untangle. About breaking the curse instead of just suppressing it? She studies our joined hands with an expression that cycles through wonder and terror by turns. I felt it fighting back, felt it trying to dig deeper when I touched you. So I stopped holding back, stopped being afraid of what my magic might do. The admission hangs between us like a confession, and I catch a glimpse of what it cost her years of self-imposed restraint, dissolved in a moment of desperate necessity. She chose to trust power she barely understands rather than watch the curse finally claim its due. Thank you, I whisper, meaning more than she probably realizes. For saving me, for saving all of us.
Chapter 19. Naysera. I wake to warmth surrounding me, not the harsh heat of desert sun or the stifling air of overcrowded slave quarters, but something gentle, safe. Talazar's arms circle my waist, bronze skin dark against the pale linens of this borrowed bed. His breathing stirs the curls at my nape, a steady rhythm that speaks of vigilance rather than rest. The cabin we found is smaller than the last, tucked between two hills like a secret the landscape keeps. One room for us, another for Calum, who finally collapsed from exhaustion after our magical explosion in the forest. The boy needed the space to recover, silver eyes dimmed with fatigue that spoke to power drawn too deep, too fast. But that was hours ago. The shadows beyond our single window suggest deep night, stars bright against the velvet sky. My body feels heavy with the kind of bone-deep weariness that follows magical exertion, muscles loose and pliant in ways that speak to reserves completely drained. You're awake. His voice rumbles against my spine, low and careful as if volume might somehow damage me. I shift in his embrace, turning until we're face to face in the narrow bed. Golden eyes search my features with intensity that makes my breath catch, studying every line and shadow as if committing them to memory. Have you slept at all? He shakes his head, movement barely visible in the darkness. I've been watching you, making sure you're... Okay, I finish when he trails off. I'm okay, Talazar. Just tired. My hand finds his cheek without conscious thought, palm settling against bronze skin that feels wonderfully solid beneath my touch. Our magic hums together where we connect, familiar warmth that no longer carries any trace of poison or corruption. Whatever curse bound him has been completely burned away, leaving only the clean power of his natural abilities. I destroyed 5 trained soldiers with magic I barely understand. I continue, voice soft in the intimate darkness. That takes something out of a person. You destroyed the curse, he corrects, free hand tracing the line of my jaw with reverence that makes my pulse quicken. You saved my life. Again. The words carry weight that goes beyond simple gratitude, emotion deeper than relief or appreciation. I see it in the way he watches me, in the careful attention he pays to every breath and heartbeat, as if afraid I might simply dissolve if he looks away. I'm glad you're okay, I whisper, meaning more than the immediate aftermath of forest magic. When I felt that poison fighting back, when it tried to dig deeper into you, I couldn't lose you. Not like that. The admission tastes like truth on my tongue, raw honesty that I've been avoiding for days. I've spent so long protecting myself from attachment, from caring about anyone beyond Calum, that acknowledging the depth of my feelings feels like stepping off a cliff. He leans closer, until our foreheads touch, and I can count each golden fleck in his extraordinary eyes. You won't lose me. I'm not going anywhere. I take a shaky breath, decision crystallizing in my chest like ice forming on still water. This isn't what I thought would happen when you came to deal with me in that city square. A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth, expression transforming stern features into something almost boyish, something I feel honoured to see. I was pretty taken with the beautiful girl with fire in her eyes, never thought I'd fall in love with her. My eyes widen, heart stuttering at words I wasn't prepared to hear. Love. The concept feels foreign after years of survival-focused thinking, of believing that attachment meant vulnerability I couldn't afford. His smirk deepens at my obvious shock. When you think you're dying, you realise some things, like how much time you've wasted dancing around what you really want. I spent so long not trusting Naga, I manage, voice barely above a whisper, and yet I fell in love with one. The words escape before I can call them back, a confession that hangs in the air between us like a challenge. But instead of retreating or questioning my sincerity, he simply kisses me. His mouth moves against mine with patient thoroughness, lips that know exactly how to coax responses I didn't know I was capable of giving. These aren't the desperate kisses of our first time together, driven by need and the acknowledgement of his mortality. These are deep, slow explorations that speak to forever rather than stolen moments.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. We're going to be okay, I whisper against his throat, tasting salt and something uniquely him. All of us. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. I feel some tension leave his frame at the promise, the warrior's vigilance finally relaxing enough to allow true rest. His breathing deepens, arms tightening around me as if afraid I might slip away while he sleeps. But I'm not going anywhere. For the first time in my life, I've found something worth staying for.
Chapter 20. Talazar. 2 days pass in the kind of quiet that makes my scales itch with unease. The borrowed cabin settles around us like a temporary shelter that was never meant to last, and I find myself listening for sounds that shouldn't be there: footsteps on the path, the whisper of steel being drawn, the rustle of movement that doesn't belong to wind or wildlife. Nicera seems to sense my tension. She watches me with those sharp hazel eyes, noting the way I position myself near windows and how my hand never strays far from my blade. Calum, blessedly, appears oblivious to the undercurrent of danger. The boy spends his mornings exploring the small clearing around our hideout, collecting smooth stones and weaving grass into patterns that remind me painfully of his father. The curse no longer tears at my insides when I'm near him. Without that constant agony, I can finally see how much of Sarakel lives in his son, the careful way he observes everything before acting, the gentle manner in which he speaks to the small creatures that dart through the underbrush, the stubborn set of his jaw when he's determined to accomplish something. But peace is a luxury I've never learned to trust. On the morning of the third day, my instincts prove correct. A figure emerges from the tree line with deliberate slowness, hands visible and empty of weapons. The pale jade scales and elegant bearing identify him immediately, even before I catch sight of those calculating orange-gold eyes. Setheri Vanth, the Royal Council's pet viper. My hood flares without conscious thought, a display of aggression that's pure instinct when predators encroach on territory I'm protecting. Naysera moves instantly to place herself between Calum and potential danger, her body coiled with tension that speaks to years of survival training. "Warlord Vorin," Setheri calls, voice carrying that smooth tone that always made my skin crawl during council meetings. I'm not here to fight. No weapons, no guards, no hostile intent. The words mean nothing. Setheri's deadliest weapon has always been his tongue, and the information he carries could destroy us more thoroughly than any blade. I step forward, placing myself between my family and the council's representative. The movement is protective, territorial, every line of my body broadcasting the message that he approaches at his own risk. "You have remarkable courage," I tell him, letting the venom pool at the base of my fangs. "Walking into reach of a traitor who has nothing left to lose." He stops at the edge of the clearing, maintaining distance that suggests intelligence rather than fear. "The Council is aware of all that has happened, Talazar. Your defection has been noted, along with your motivations." My jaw clenches at his casual use of my given name, familiarity that strips away rank and reduces me to just another problem requiring solution. "Then you know why I won't be returning to the capital." "We know about the boy," he continues, and I feel rather than see Naysera's sharp intake of breath. "Silver eyes are distinctive, especially when paired with certain facial features that remind observant individuals of a deceased prince. The threat hangs in the air between us like poison, implications clear despite diplomatic phrasing. They know who Calum is. They know what his existence means, and they've sent Setheri to clean up loose ends that could destabilize the Empire. "What do you want?" I ask, though I suspect I already know the answer. "You're drawing attention," he replies with that infuriating calm. "Magical disturbances in the borderlands. Reports of a Naga warlord traveling with humans. Soldiers found dead in forests with wounds that suggest considerable power was involved. The Council prefers subtlety." Behind me, I sense Naysera's growing tension, the way her breathing has shifted to match the rhythm of someone preparing for violence. Calum presses closer to her, silver eyes wide with confusion at the adult conversation he doesn't fully understand. "The boy is an inconvenience," Setheri continues, studying Calum with clinical detachment that makes my hood spread wider. "But perhaps not an insurmountable one. After all, bastard children of royal blood have been overlooked before when circumstances warrant discretion." "Speak plainly," I snap, patience exhausted by his diplomatic dancing. "The Council offers terms." His orange eyes fix on mine with serpentine focus. "You will renounce any claim to throne or title for yourself and the child. You will disappear into the borderlands and remain there, living quietly without drawing attention to your unusual family arrangement. In exchange, the manhunt ends. No assassins, no soldiers, no further pursuit." The offer surprises me with its relative mercy. I expected death warrants, not exile. The Council's willingness to negotiate suggests they consider our threat manageable rather than existential, or perhaps they simply want to avoid the complications that would arise from making Sarakel's son a martyr. And if we refuse? Naysera asks, voice steady despite the danger we face. Sathiri's gaze shifts to her with something approaching interest. The female Perna who destroyed an entire patrol? Refusal would be inadvisable for all of you. The casual mention of her magical heritage makes my blood run cold. They know what she is, what she's capable of, which means they've been watching us longer than I realized. Studying our capabilities, cataloging threats, preparing contingencies. I think of Sarakel, of his dreams for a different kind of empire. He wanted his son to choose his own path, free from the weight of royal blood and political machination. This exile they offer, it's not the future Sarakel envisioned, but it's life. It's choice. It's the chance for Calum to grow up without constantly looking over his shoulder for assassins. The boy knows nothing of his heritage, I tell Sathiri, making my decision. He believes his parents were slaves who died when he was an infant. That story will remain unchanged. Wise, the vizier agrees with something that might be approval. And you will ensure he never develops ambitions that might threaten the stability of the realm? He's 8 years old, Naysera snaps, protective fury finally overwhelming caution. He wants to collect pretty stones and learn to read properly. Your precious empire isn't exactly on his mind. Sathari's lips curve in what passes for a smile among his kind, cold amusement at the ferocity of humans defending their young. Children grow. Ambitions change. The Council requires assurance that Prince Sarakel's bloodline will not resurface to cause complications. You have it, I state firmly. He will live as a commoner, claim no royal blood, pursue no throne. In exchange, you leave us in peace. The vizier nods slowly, negotiations apparently concluded to his satisfaction. The terms are acceptable. Exile rather than execution. It's the closest thing to mercy our world can offer. He turns to leave, then pauses as if remembering something important. A word of advice, former warlord. Choose your new home carefully. Remote locations with minimal Naga presence would be healthiest for your continued well-being. The threat is clear despite polite phrasing. Stay hidden, stay quiet, and the Council will pretend we don't exist. But step back into the light, draw attention to ourselves, and their mercy will evaporate faster than morning dew. Understood, I reply, watching as he melts back into the forest with predatory grace. The silence that follows his departure feels heavy with implications. We're free, but only as long as we remain invisible. Only as long as Calum never learns who his father was, or what his blood might entitle him to claim. Naysera waits until the sound of Sathiri's retreat fades completely before speaking. Is it really over? Her voice holds cautious hope, the kind that comes from someone who's learned not to trust good fortune. I turn to face her, seeing exhaustion and relief warring in her expression, noting how her protective stance around Calum hasn't relaxed despite the conclusion of negotiations. It is, I confirm, reaching for her with hands that no longer shake with curse-induced tremors. We're free, Naysera. All of us. She steps into my embrace with something approaching desperation, arms wrapping around my waist, as if afraid I might dissolve if she doesn't hold tight enough. The contact sends familiar warmth spiraling through my chest, magic recognizing magic in ways that feel natural as breathing. I was so afraid, she whispers against my throat. When I saw him watching Calum, when he talked about the Council knowing everything, I thought they'd come to kill us. Never, I promise, tightening my hold on her. I wouldn't let them hurt either of you, no matter the cost. Calum approaches with typical 8-year-old directness, silver eyes curious rather than frightened. Are we safe now? The snake man seemed angry. I released Naysera with one arm, pulling the boy into our embrace without the slightest twinge of discomfort. The absence of curse-driven agony still surprises me. I can hold him, carry him, ruffle his hair without feeling like poison is eating through my veins. We're safe, I tell him, meaning it completely. But we're going to travel somewhere new, somewhere far from here, where we can build a real home. His face lights up with excitement that reminds me painfully of Sarakel at that age. Will there be places to explore? And books to read? All the books you want, Naysara promises, running gentle fingers through his soft curls. And space to run around without worrying about staying hidden. Over the next few weeks, we travel steadily away from the capital and everything that might connect us to our former lives. I trade my war chief marks for civilian clothing, abandoning the symbols of rank that would identify me to anyone with knowledge of Naga military hierarchy. Naysara braids her hair in styles common to borderland settlements, camouflaging her distinctive beauty beneath the practical appearance of a traveling family. Callum adapts to our nomadic existence with resilience that speaks to his father's blood. He doesn't complain about long days of walking or sleeping in unfamiliar places. Instead, he treats each new location like an adventure, pointing out interesting rock formations or unusual plants with enthusiasm that keeps our spirits high even when exhaustion threatens to overwhelm us. His dreams have changed since the curse broke. He still talks about the prince in his sleep, but the tone has shifted from fearful warnings to something approaching friendship. When I listen to his sleep-murmured conversations, I hear echoes of the stories Sarakel used to tell about his own childhood adventures in palace gardens, lessons learned from patient tutors, the weight of expectation balanced against moments of simple joy. Neither Naysara nor I have the heart to interrupt these dream visits with his father. Someday, when he's older, we'll need to explain the truth about his heritage. But for now, we let him have the gift of connection without the burden of understanding what it means. The borderlands stretch before us like a promise written in stone and sky. Here, far from the Empire's watchful eyes, Naga presence is minimal, and human settlements exist in relative peace. The people we encounter are hardy, practical folk who care more about a person's ability to contribute than their species or magical heritage. When we finally find the village that calls to us, it sits perched on sea cliffs like a prayer made manifest in weathered stone and timber. The houses cluster around a natural harbor where fishing boats bob on tides that speak of freedom rather than constraint. Behind the settlement, rolling hills stretch toward mountains that promise solitude for those who seek it. The village elder, a weathered human woman with silver hair and knowing eyes, studies us with curiosity rather than suspicion. When I explain that we're looking to build a home on the outskirts, somewhere quiet where we can live without bothering anyone, she nods as if such requests are common. There's good land on the northern cliff, she tells us, pointing toward a section of coastline where wildflowers cascade down rocky faces like nature's own tapestry. Remote enough for privacy, close enough for community if you want it. The soil's rich, and there's a freshwater spring that never runs dry. The price is reasonable, paid with nodals I've saved from years of military service. When she hands over the deed to our small plot of paradise, I feel something in my chest that I haven't experienced since Sarakel died hope for the future, rather than merely survival in the present. We build our home together, all three of us contributing according to our abilities. I handle the heavy construction, using Naga strength to raise timbers and lay stone foundations that will weather any storm. Naysara plans the interior with an eye toward comfort and practicality, designing spaces where Calum can grow and learn, while maintaining the kind of security that comes from careful preparation. Calum helps wherever his small hands can be useful, chattering constantly about the view from his bedroom window and the possibilities of the garden plot Naysara has marked out behind the house. His excitement is infectious, transforming labor into joy in ways that remind me why this exile feels more like salvation than punishment. On the evening when we finally move into our completed home, I find Naysara standing on our small terrace, watching the sun paint the ocean in shades of gold and crimson. Calum has exhausted himself with exploration and sleeps peacefully in his new room, silver eyes closed in dreams that no longer carry prophecy or warning. "It's beautiful," she says softly, not turning when she hears my approach. I move to stand behind her, arms encircling her waist as she leans back against my chest. The ocean spreads before us like possibility made manifest, waves that carry no trace of empire politics or royal expectations. "I choose you," I tell her, voice soft with conviction that comes from absolute certainty. Both of you, even if the world doesn't. She turns in my arms, hazel eyes reflecting starlight that's beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. I believe you, she replies, and I hear the trust in her words, hard-won faith from someone who learned early not to rely on promises. We're going to be happy here, I continue, one hand rising to cup her cheek with reverence that still surprises me. All of us. For the first time in our lives, we get to choose what comes next. She kisses me then, soft and sweet and full of tomorrow's potential. When we break apart, her smile carries peace. I've never seen before the expression of someone who's finally found home. Inside our house, Callum sleeps without nightmares, surrounded by books and treasures and the security of being wanted rather than hidden. Tomorrow, he'll wake to explore tide pools and chase seabirds, learning about the world not as a threat to be survived, but as a gift to be discovered. We are fragile, fierce, and bound by choice instead of blood. And for the first time since I held Sarakel as he died, that feels like enough.